members of the board that did not submit questions in writing, let me know if they have questions, and I will allow them to ask their questions if time permits before returning to those members. The panel has generously donated 1 hour of their time, and this panel will have a hard stop at the end of 1 hour, and I will adjourn the panel at that time. I would ask all members of the board to be as brief as possible, asking questions so as to allow as many members to get the answers to their questions. Do I need to go over it again, or does anybody have any questions? Everybody understand it? Very good. Thank you all. Okay, the first item on the agenda is the 2.01, and Dr. Royster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meek. Good morning. This item, I don't think it notes it in there, but I believe this was a previous request from perhaps Ms. Mosley and Mrs. Doolin. I know Ms. Mosley for certain. I believe Ms. Doolin as well. I'm glad to present this morning. As Mr. Meek indicated, it really is in 2 parts. We want to talk about what we currently do regarding social emotional learning, mental health supports for students inside the district, and then there is a panel of experts to follow that. I will say before I turn this over to Dr. Turner, who's going to moderate that first presentation, then moderate the panel, we have been recognized as a leader in providing mental health services to our students, both in the state and throughout the country. Largely through efforts supported by this body through financial commitment to reducing the number of students per counselor at the school level, which required significant financial support over time, the addition of other programs. And we are, in fact, the first district in the state to have mental health counselors housed in our schools, and to expand upon the housing of those counselors in our schools, where we now have mental health counselors on the payroll of mental health, not Greenville County Schools, but of mental health, providing services to students in every school in the district based on the acuity or the caseload in that school. But this time I'll turn it over to Dr. Turner.
Yes, sir. Dr. McCoy, Dr. Hampshire, Mr. Rhodes,
Dr. Turner, Dr. Royster. As Dr. Turner mentioned, I have today Dr. Ellen Hampshire, who is our SEL coordinator for the district. She's been in place for a few years now, so we'll talk about some of the things that she does. And then Mr. Rhodes, of course, oversees the counselors in our system and works very closely with Greenville Mental Health, who you'll hear from a little bit on the panel as well. So he helps coordinate some of that, and you'll hear a little bit more of the responsibilities that he has with our students and counselors in regard to mental health supports as well. So, let's see. Okay, there we go. So we just wanted to start off. This is a video. Some of you probably have seen this. I think we've used this in the past. I'm going to let, is that Lance, can you pull that video up? I'm going to just show this video that we've used in the past, I think with you all, maybe once or twice a couple of years ago. This is still something we use in our schools with our teachers as we are introducing particularly SEL work and why it's so critically important, the foundation of SEL in our schools and why that's critical. So I'm going to attempt to do that here. And some of you may recognize this. Some of you may recognize this from I believe it was a Mayo Clinic video. Originally, the original video came out when it was working with healthcare workers and doctors about patients. And then there was one produced specifically for education and teachers. So when we work with teachers specifically, providing, as is for everything that we do, providing that why of why
This
we're doing what
beachfront
we're
verbal
doing.
is about to become part of an unforgettable vacation memory. The moment when so much anticipation and
Yep.
Giving that why is so critically important, particularly for our teachers to find out that everything you saw in that video is representation of a child we have in Greenville County, multiple children, parents who are going through divorce. So for a time, that child may struggle in school because there's some maybe turmoil at home, or students who has a family member that's diagnosed with some sort of critical illness, and that's obviously going to impact their schoolwork. They're worried about their family. And so approaching that classroom with the eyes of, we really don't know what our individual students are going through. We have to look for signs. We have to look for warning signs, behavior that's outside the normal for those students, so that we can, and we have to know our students at a high level to be able to do that, to know that there's behavior different from what from that child that Ellen would normally display. That behavior is different, so that we can then intervene with the right supports and supports for that child. So this all goes back probably, well, really 5 years ago when the board approved the last strategic plan. There was a whole section in there in Goal 3 that talks about providing that safe and healthy environment, promoting that respectful relationships. And I put the strategies in there for you. I'm not going to read all those to you, but those strategies specifically address what the work that Ellen does every day in our schools with SEL, what we all do every day. While Ellen has the privilege of being the SEL coordinator for the district, she introduces that to all of us. That's all of our job. And every academic specialist we have downstairs, every principal, every structural coach, every teacher. SEL is not a one-person job. It is somebody that, fortunately for us, coordinates all that for us and keeps us up to date on the best strategies to use in our schools. But it's not a single person's job to do. So the social emotional learning protocol was released back in 2017. The board, most of you recognize this. We've introduced this before several years ago. This really is a school-wide focus. It's a school-wide protocol the district or the schools would use, and principals specifically, to build their social emotional learning structure within their school. And if you want to, I know that's very hard to see. There's a lot on that page. So there's a hyperlink there off to the side if you want to look at that more detailed. But you can kind of see it covers our 3 areas: our inspired, supported, and prepared students. And over there, again, hard to see. Ellen's going to talk a little bit about that professional learning cycle here in a little bit. Is how do we prepare our teachers? Because again, this has to happen at the teacher level. They're the ones that are in contact with our kids every single day for the longest period of time. Certainly our administrators interact and other staff, but our teachers are the ones that interact the most with our children day to day. So Ellen's going to talk just briefly about our roadmap for social emotional learning, for what we've rolled out with our SEL committee and what we're rolling out to our schools, knowing up front that schools are in various places on this. This is not you move here at this point, then you go to this point, then you go to this point. There is a progression, but we have schools all over this roadmap depending upon where they happen to be.
Thank you, Jeff. So in reading this roadmap, the top part shows our professional development series. It's very critical that our teachers, our administrators truly understand social emotional learning, what it is, so that we have a common language, why we need it, how it impacts our children, as Jeff had said, and then how to teach it to our students, how to integrate it into their daily instruction, into academic work as well. It shouldn't feel like something separate. It should feel integrated. And what the research shows is that if you don't start with the adults, the children know, they'll pick up on it. They'll know if the adults don't really understand it or don't really see the importance around it. So that's why we created this roadmap, to help principals and teachers understand this path. So starting with the top, providing that adverse childhood experiences training is critical to understand what students come to school with and how it impacts their brain, how it impacts their learning, their behavior, and even how they see themselves. And then trauma-informed practices allows teachers to first look at themselves and see, how am I creating a safe environment? What are my triggers even? How can I make sure that I'm regulated? And then what are some activities that I can do to really connect with my students, connect students to one another, and feel connected to, my principal, to one another at the school level. And then moving into social emotional learning foundations, we've actually already provided that to all the elementary and middle schools. But this is, like Jeff said, this is a progression that if the high schools or wherever you are hasn't had that, or if you're a new staff member, we want to make sure that we have that sustainability piece, that we provide that to them. So if they haven't had it, that would be next. But it covers the what of social emotional learning, the 5 competencies that we've adopted from CASEL, which is the Collaborative for Academic Social Emotional Learning. That is the go-to in terms of research. And it also covers the why, and it also has some really great accessible strategies for teachers in terms of integrating it into the classroom. You can see under the SEL foundations, if you drop down, that's looking at your site-based or school-based implementation. So we recommend once they've had those 2 professional development trainings, that they create an SEL team at their school and they lead ongoing SEL activities. So it's not a one and done, that this is integrated throughout their year with adults. So adults feel supported. We know that, about teacher burnout, and we know that it's important for teachers to feel supported and in a community. So that should be ongoing. And then once they have established that, then we start introducing the instruction to the students through trauma-informed practices and SEL curriculum and a mental health curriculum. And then that mental health piece in the Behavior 101, that's kind of down the road. So, that's a lot for the staff to take on. We have a number of schools who have already accomplished 1 and 2, so they might be ready for that mental health or behavior piece. And we guide the principals around what would be a good next step. We have a toolkit. I consult with them. And it might be if they have a lot of behavior referrals that we need to get them in that, PD for Behavior 101. So we really try to make it based on their students' needs and their adult needs.
So Lance is going to put this back up on the Zoom for us. So I talked about that, or while I was doing that. The instructional protocol that you all have seen before. And again, I put a link there for you if you need a reminder. That very, very first section of the instructional protocol talks about the environment. We rolled that out, I think, 5 years ago, 2016, 2017, we rolled that out. That was really our first kind of foray into putting the emphasis on a teacher has to build relationships with the students in the classroom while they're still obviously teaching reading and math, science, social studies, and that's why we're here. But we have to build that foundation of relationships with our children. Our children will want to learn and do better from us if we get to know them and they feel like we know them as a person. So I just point out some of the things in there is that knowledge base of our students, knowing our kids and having that base foundation of what makes our kids tick, so to speak. We know individual children in our classroom. We know maybe what they're going through, so we can check up on them if they are maybe going through a divorce. So we can check in with that kid, or that kid's assigned a mentor, or a child assigned an adult in the school they can go to that they trust when they may be struggling through some of that. So this also you've seen in relation to instruction. This is our multi-tiered system of support for instruction. You all have seen this before, the green, red, and orange, and purple, blue. This, however, is what we also use in academics for our SEL, a multi-tiered system of support. All children fall into that green category. We want all children to have the same instruction when it comes to SEL support, SEL instruction, positive behavior intervention supports, all that stuff we want to happen in Tier 1. We know, though, that there's going to be some students that move into that orange tier, which is going to be about research-based wise, will be about 15% of our children that would move into that orange tier. And that, again, might be something that a child is struggling with. They need some additional support. Maybe they need to see a counselor, have a counseling session. And then we'll have about 5%, again, research-based wise, that would fall into that last Tier 3, in that red zone there, if you will, that's going to need some more intensive supports, like mental health counseling, maybe. Or so it could be something for drug addiction or alcohol addiction, some intensive services. The key to this is, though, that, and the reason it's a rhombus on its side and not a triangle that you move up to, is we want people to understand that you move in and out of these. A child who's struggling through a parent's divorce, that's not a long-term situation. That's something they're going to struggle with for a time. And then hopefully, again, with some help and supports and family and home and school, they'll move back into that green zone. So this is not you move in tiers and you always forever stay in the red. The goal is to get the students back out of red, back into that green zone where they're operating the best they can academically and social emotionally as well. So we're going to go through each of those tiers just so you can kind of see what things and activities fall into each of these tiers. So I mentioned tier 1, which is that green. So our tier 1 supports are what you see on the slides. And Ellen, Rob, and I are kind of just going to go accordingly to each one of those things briefly as far as what supports fall into each of these tiers.
Good morning. So as you will see, the school counselors are listed in Tier 1, and Tier 1 is for all students. So the other tiers that Jeff mentioned are additional supports, but Tier 1 is always there. So school counselors provide a classroom core curriculum. They have standards and deliverables just like teachers do, and they provide that in a core curriculum for social emotional learning. All of our counselors have been trained in social emotional learning, and they are presenting social emotional learning lessons to their staff, faculty and staff at their schools. They lead school and professional development regarding adult social emotional learning and methods for building relationships in those presentations. School-wide interventions, they're oftentimes called to develop things that are needed school-wide, and also large group interventions that may be more specific to a certain need. We have a crisis support line for students that we've articulated with our local Greenville Mental Health America Greenville chapter. They happen to regulate this call line for the whole state of South Carolina as of this past year. Due to call volume being so intense, they have expanded their services, and it's a 24/7 service. A text line is available for students. We provide that material to schools so that they can post and get those numbers and text lines out to students and families. The Office of Suicide Prevention for the Department of Mental Health provides a talk line as well. So that is the preferred call line, and our local teen text line is the preferred text line. So the Social Emotional Learning Toolkit and SEL best practices, as I mentioned, that's something that is released in all schools beginning in August of 20. And counselors and principals lead adults and student SEL in terms of professional learning opportunities so that it can be, pervasive throughout their school. The Jason Flatt Act, as you will see, there's been professional learning for all staff. And so the Jason Flatt training, and this was something that was put into place in 2020, is for all staff. And that's staff that work with students in schools. That's a requirement, a mandate by law. And that's provided to all teachers throughout our school system. And that is a stipulation in their recertification of their contracts. That is on suicide prevention as well as awareness. Adverse childhood experiences, trauma-informed practices, SEL foundations, as well as mental health first aid are other programs that are available in our district. We have trainers throughout our district that can provide that. As far as student training goes, Aaron's Law, that's been put in place since 2014, and that's when it expanded our health curriculum to include things like prevention of abuse and, mental health support for students. So teaching our students K through 12 the ways to regulate, how to get help, knowing your own signs. And as we teach students to learn how to identify those needs within themselves and who to go to for help, we make schools a safer place. There's whole classroom instruction by counselors and teachers using programs that we've partnered with, such as EverFi. They do lessons on things like compassion and character and anti-bullying and things like that. And we also use our SEL toolkits, which were mentioned earlier. Approximately 2/3 of our U.S. children aged 0 to 17 have experienced one or more of the 10 adverse childhood experiences. So that puts a perspective in terms of numbers nationally, and that's supported by research consistently. It's around 67% of all children throughout our country, 0 to 17, have experienced one or more of the 10 ACEs.
I just want to add that top piece with the implementation of social emotional learning curriculum. We've adopted a curriculum to start next fall for all schools. It'll have an assessment piece to help teams look at how are we doing with tier 1, who needs tier 2 supports, who needs tier 3 supports. And then it also has a curriculum so that, and it's K through 12, so that if a child transitions from one school to another, they'll be able to pick up where they left off.
I'm going to talk about Gaggle here in just a second. That's another tool we're utilizing under a tier 1 support to hopefully intervene with students early, so we can kind of grab them before they get into a crisis mode based on some of their communication. So Ellen's going to talk a little bit about some of those things that were mentioned in the realm of professional learning. So what did those things entail? Each of those things that we just mentioned a few minutes ago.
So I briefly introduced each of these, but with the social emotional learning foundations, we have just really focused on building capacity in our district, looking at who has some expertise and building upon that expertise. So we started with the counselors. Last year, we provided a train the trainer series to the counselors for them to take back to their school staff. We had modules for them to implement activities throughout the year. And so that occurred last year. And then I mentioned the adverse childhood experiences, professional development. We have been providing that since 2015. And we have partnered with Children's Trust and provided a Train the Trainer series as well with 26 staff of social workers, school psychologists. Rob and I, we're very committed to this training, and we feel that that really brings the import of why we need social emotional learning. So we have about half of our schools have been trained in that, and then we have a plan that we have rolled out for the remaining schools to receive that training the week of August 9th. They will also receive the trauma-informed practices training. So if they haven't already received that, ACEs is around the why, and then trauma-informed practices is the what, creating that safety, how to create connection. And so all school staff will be trained in that as well. We will also train support personnel. We plan on training bus drivers, you name it. So everybody really understands how their own behavior impacts students. Mental health first aid, Rob and several other counselors are trainers in that, again, building that capacity. And so that is a full day of training to help staff understand the prevalence of substance abuse and mental illness, and then the warning signs, and then some easy ways for them to provide support to students and also resources to students to direct them. And then finally, we're building capacity with behavior interventionists and other support staff. So recognizing that if you're working directly with our neediest students, you need to have advanced training to really help them with the most potential.
So I mentioned Gaggle a few minutes ago. Gaggle, we did purchase this past December. To help monitor our students in Google Drive and particularly our student email. We certainly have filters. We're required to have filters by federal law for student protection. The Internet Protection Act requires that. This is a little bit step further. It's hard. Filters are hard to use inside of Google Drive and email. And so this just allows us to identify if children have some keywords. As keywords is also context. So if a child is just having some dark thoughts that they're writing to another child, we're able to intercept that, and then we're able to get that student some help. We get a notification of that to say, we need to intervene with this student. And you can see down that there's two categories. The QCons are content that we would say we're concerned about that child. They're communicating with somebody that we're just concerned about where that's headed as far as maybe some feelings of depression or feelings of possible self-harm. So we're trying to identify that ahead of time so we can put them in contact with a counselor or mental health support. The PSS, possible student situations, those are level 1 imminent situations. Those are many times when we look at that child may be in danger. And so that could again be Travis Forrester, our director of security, helps monitor that. And so he either reaches directly out to the principal who contacts the family Or in many cases, we may actually dispatch law enforcement to the house because that child has written something that would indicate to us that they're about to self-harm. And so we want to make sure we intervene quickly on that. So all PSS are immediately acted upon, either through calling the principal to contact the family, or if it's a particularly eminent situation, we would just at that point just go ahead and dispatch law enforcement. By the way, this is available 24/7, not just during school hours. So as you can imagine, many of these happen. The PSS particularly are happening in early hours of the morning between 12 and 6. And so we want to make sure our kids are protected 24/7, 365 days a year. Doesn't matter when the district's open for business. Students are protected 365 days with this tool. I talked about this already. You can see on the left what Gaggle monitors for. The suicide, self-harm, harassment. Basically, it all boils down to self-harm towards self or harm towards others. And then you can kind of see some of the other content, certainly, if it's other destructive behaviors, drugs, alcohol, pornography, those types of things, obviously, it's going to monitor for as well. And then at that point, really the whole point of this was not necessarily disciplinary actions, because many of these things aren't disciplinary. Students who are expressing self-harm, we want to get them help. So we would at that point assign them the appropriate service to be able to get them some mental health support or counseling support, depending upon the severity of the situation.
So I'm going to talk about the on-track support teams because it's really important to know, okay, once you have recognized some warning signs, either through Gaggle or through our EWRS system, what does the team do? So we've built capacity with teams over the last 4 years in using the problem-solving protocol on the left to do some strong problem solving. We've built their capacity with how to analyze the root cause, how to match interventions to students' needs in that root cause, and then always how to evaluate. How do we know what's the evidence that students are improving? And if they're not, what do we do next? So we have worked with school counselors, administrators, school psychologists, social workers to build those core teams. And every school has a core team. Every school's team has been trained in this. And then we go out and conduct observations, we coach, and then provide additional support based on those observations and data that we've collected.
So moving into tier 2, our school counselors are very important, play a very important role in that as well. Again, reminding you that this is an additional support in addition to tier 1 supports. So this is where small groups and individual student counseling come in, where there's a specific need, a student needs a little more, something extra in terms of support or intervention. School counselors provide SEL instruction through zones of regulation, helping students learn how to identify where they are emotionally, how they feel, and expressing that in a safe way. And then there's targeted interventions depending on the individual student situation.
And then as I mentioned, with on-track team supports, they also identify those students with tier 2 needs. They engage in that problem solving to provide those interventions. And connected to that on-track team is a behavior threat assessment management team. And so that's a multidisciplinary approach to really determine or assess where the students' needs are and provide those appropriate interventions. They incorporate, the Gaggle information or other information to make those decisions. So our district, I've been to conferences, nationally, and using the EWRS system or having a system like that is really a premier system. And having a response to that in such a strong way, it's really an honor to be a part of that, because a lot of that's on the forefront of a lot of those trainings.
Moving into tier 3, our school counselors provide individual and ongoing counseling for students that may extend beyond a short, brief counseling sessions, but it would be more intense of a need. Again, tier 3 support. Referrals to community agencies. We have a very strong relationship with our community partners. We have a referral base that is very strong, and that is always updated for our counselors and schools to have referral information depending on the student need. Mental health counseling, that's where Tier 3 is supported at its highest level. We have, as Dr. Royster mentioned earlier, and as you know, we have every school in our district supported by a trained mental health therapist. Every school in Greenville County has that, and we're very unique in that as well. So where our partnership with Greater Greenville Mental Health has allowed that to flourish. Our growth has been tremendous in terms of support, and that's attracted more students to feel and be able to be served. It's important to remind you that if students do not receive those services at school, national studies do support that around 80% of students who are receiving that at school would not receive it otherwise. And you can imagine the many barriers that exist, such as transportation, work, leaving school. They're able to stay at school, not miss as much instruction, and be provided those services in a safe, confidential environment. Those mental health therapists collaborate very strongly with our school counselors and staff. One of the main benefits of having a comprehensive school mental health program is that we have people in the building. They are part of that school family. They interact, they staff cases, they are available for crisis response. So it's a very strong service that has been utilized at a high level, and we're very proud of that we're providing that at a higher level for our students. And some of the data that you'll see later will support that.
In terms of special education, the special education leads have provided an in-depth plan. They started 3 years ago to build capacity with teachers of students with emotional disabilities, but also teachers of all students who have special education needs. So things like zones of regulation, you heard Rob mention with the counselors. The teachers in those ED classrooms also have training in zones of regulation, as well as other advanced training. And then behavior intervention plans and supports. Those behavior interventionists are a part of that, where they implement a behavior plan that's individualized to students' needs. So Tier 3 is really an individualized approach. And so we have to look very closely at those individual students' needs to supplement what is happening either at Tier 1 or at Tier 2.
We're fortunate to have crisis care teams in our district. That's made up of a compilation of school counselors as well as our school social workers. We're also adding school psychologists for this upcoming year. And so that's a team of intensely trained individuals to go to schools in the unfortunate situations when we have a death of a student or a staff member that is impacting our school population. So they go on site to those schools, provide grief support, comfort, support the staff, all types of things on site in a very, very quick response rate. One of the heavier statistics that we do deal with a lot of student death. Being a large district, we've responded to 169 student deaths since 2009 as a crisis care team. We average around 14 per year. And there you have the data about males and females and whites and blacks in our Latinx populations. The data on cause is also provided for you. And that fairly mirrors national statistics for this age group, roughly 10 to 19 years of age. Our mental health counseling and support, as you can imagine, deals with a plethora of things like anxiety, depression, trauma, ADHD, eating disorders, substance abuse, panic and fears, and suicide ideation. These are things that are exacerbated during very stressful times, just like everything that we're dealing with, stress, all of those things seems to heighten when we deal with changes and new situations that cause a lot of students to be concerned. And so we want to make sure that we're very diligent in providing those resources to students on the front end, and that we're ready to support them at their level of need. Schools are often one of the first places where mental health crises and needs of students are recognized and individually addressed. We hope that continues to become the case, because that means that our students are in a safe place where they can express their needs. And we hope, that everyone will recognize that the more there's communication between students and adults, that's the number one way to make schools safe and nurturing locations. Our research indicates that 20% of students are in need of mental health services at any given time, yet only 1 of 5 of these students receives the necessary services. Again, points to the intense need that we have for on-site services within our schools, because that makes that more accessible, and that provides equity for all of our kids. Of school-age children who receive any behavioral or mental health services, 70 to 80% receive them at school. Here's some data for you to look at, and it shows the increase over time. I will point out one piece of this slide. You'll see that there's a blank on the bottom. That's because Greenville Mental Health and Piedmont Center Mental Health combined in 2018, or the end of that year, 2018-19, and they became Greater Greenville Mental Health. So they serve our entire county as the mental health agency. So you'll see the total on the right-hand side, which is consistent from year to year. And you'll see that consistently since 2015, we have had growth in the areas, overall in terms of, services to students, or students served, as well as services to those students. So you'll see for any one student, if they receive 10 contacts or 10 sessions, that's reflected in the bottom number of 47,016 services. That did dip this past year due to our separation of locations and our isolation. But I will mention that our mental health therapists work year round, that during the time that we were isolated and when we were in complete e-learning, they were able, our school district leadership allowed them to come into our buildings for convenience for those families to bring their children to the school to receive their mental health therapy as they normally would. They also have been very strong proponents and have gained much access to students through teletherapy. And so they are provided with laptops by our district as part of our agreement. And all of our students having Chromebooks makes that very accessible to our kids who may be unable to come to the school during this pandemic. Mental health during COVID. So according to the Center for Disease Control, younger adults, racial and ethnic minorities, essential workers, and unpaid adult caregivers reported having experienced disproportionately worse mental health outcomes, increased substance abuse, and elevated suicidal ideation. So these point to some of our underserved populations who do show a higher rate of need during these times. Again, COVID, things like that exacerbate things at their current level. The public health response to the COVID-19 pandemic should increase intervention and prevention efforts to address associated mental health conditions. So that's why it's important that we work diligently to provide those services on the front end, because we know that next year we will have additional challenges as students return to our buildings and, bring their experiences with them. So we want to make sure that we're in a very proactive stance on that. Anxiety is one of the most common mental health concerns facing youth. More and more youth are saying how anxious they feel. While it's normal emotional experience for all of us to feel that way at one point or another, it can become incredibly distressing and interfering, particularly as it comes to school. So as we notice those trends becoming more prevalent, we want to make sure that we're heightening our response efforts on the front end to provide that support. Most students do not receive the adequate mental health support that they are in need of as well. Mental health counseling. During COVID, Greenville County Schools continued to allow students to meet with their mental health counselor, as I mentioned earlier, on site, and our virtual students receive teletherapy as well. So we're very happy that we did not have to break services during a time where access was very difficult. Greenville County Schools mental health counselors work throughout the summer. They provide help to students throughout that time. So students that are on their caseload, they'll oftentimes be taking them to camps, taking them to lessons, engaging them in activities throughout the summer in small and large groups. And they also provide individual therapy, and that does extend to the family unit as a family systems approach. Nationally, suicide is the second leading cause of death for the ages of 10 to 24. That's also true for the ages of 10 to 19, who we tend to focus on since that's our age that we're working with. For middle and high school students, it's more than cancer, heart disease, AIDS, birth defects, stroke, pneumonia, influenza, and chronic lung disease combined. Behind accidents, suicide is the second leading cause of death for our middle and high school students in the nation. 80 to 90% of those who die by suicide had signs of mental illness or mental health issues. That's very important to recognize. Males die by suicide about 3.5 times more than females, although a lot of people don't realize that females lead in attempts. On average, there are 132 suicides per day in our country. 4 out of 5 teens who attempt suicide have given clear warning signs to someone. Again, stressing the importance of relationships and safe people and access to caring adults that students can talk to. The suicide rate has increased each year since 2007. Firearms account for about half of all suicide deaths.
Questions?
We're now open for questions.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to open it up for questions, but just to remind you and the other board members, we have our panel of guests who are here that are planning to start at 10 o'clock, and they have exactly 1 hour. So I guess you have about 12 minutes for questions for follow-up, and then we can come back to this presentation after the panel and ask other questions, if that's all right with you.
We'll start 10:15. Our agenda says 10:15.
Okay, we can go 10:15. They're here. So 10:15 is fine.
If it's okay with everyone else, can we hold our questions? We'll bring those in at 10 o'clock. We will deal with those, and we'll ask to come back with the questions. Got about 5 minutes.
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
For questions. Okay, let's take a brief recess and continue to get the people in. If folks are ready.
You have 12 minutes to ask questions.
We got 12 minutes, Roger. I think let's take questions.
You all can ask questions for the presentation.
Yeah, let's do 12
Go ahead,
minutes.
Jenna.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I think it's important that we see the video. For some reason, I don't remember seeing it, and I find that very effective. But on the first, self-tier 1, I just have a question. So social learning, emotional learning kits are in all of our schools. Is that correct?
The toolkits, yes. The
Toolkits. Is everyone trained?
So we rolled that out, Ellen did this year. That's something that's ongoing training, but we've rolled that out. As you can imagine, there was some challenges at the beginning of the year with COVID and doing that somewhat remotely and all that. So that's ongoing. But yes, all schools receive through the counselors that training on that social emotional learning toolkit.
So the training that the counselors attended to train the trainer.
Mhm.
And so we know that all of these counselors are trained correctly, and that they are, because the key to train the trainer is to make sure, because some people don't really enjoy doing a train the trainer, but if they're forced to do it, then how are they going to deliver the material? And I want to make sure that that delivery is consistent throughout the district. So, Dr. Hampshire, Hampshire, can you really talk on that aspect? Because a train the trainer is so important, and I've done many of them. And you might get 2/3 of the participants that are exceptional, and that 1/3 ends up just falling by the wayside. And I would hate for those schools to fall by the wayside.
That's part of the reason why we adopted that social emotional learning curriculum for next year to help with our calibration. But the other thing we did during the Train the Trainer was we talked to the counselors about partnering up with someone and even calling, because the trainers themselves were counselors in our district that have gone to national conferences, have, really spent some time building their own expertise. And so we talked to them also about, calling one of them to partner or even deliver if they were feeling that they weren't ready for it. At the end of it, we had time where they could discuss with one another and with us about, concerns, about questions, if they needed additional training, individually. So I completely recognize that. And in fact, with the ACEs training, we all had to take turns presenting, and we recognized, okay, we're going to have this person partner with this really strong person, and they might just increase, as they continue to train their time that they present. But we've tried to address that. And I do believe with that curriculum, it has embedded videos and professional development for not only the counselors, but the teachers as well.
Okay. And then with counselors retiring and moving on in those schools, how are we addressing and making sure these new ones that are entering are proficient in this?
So I am all about sustainability because I've seen too often that happens. So what we're doing is providing that same training during Summer Academy and throughout the year. We'll have a couple of those, for those counselors who are new. We're doing the same thing for ACEs. So I said half of the schools have received ACEs training, and the principals know if you have any new staff, they haven't been trained in that, they need to go to Summer Academy.
Okay. And the professional learning for all staff, how long is this training, and does this go towards teacher recertification hours?
Yes, it does go towards professional certification. So those hours would qualify for those 120 they have to have every 5 years.
So how many hours of training do they receive in this area?
Ellen, what would you estimate? It's ongoing training technically, but base would be...
Well, the ACEs and the trauma-informed practices training is 3 hours.
Okay.
And then the SEL Foundations is it's 2 hours, but then they have ongoing modules throughout the year, several more hours.
Student training, how do their students find out about this, and what and when is this taught?
So we've talked to principals about really being intentional about rolling this out, that just as I have said to you, that we've shared with the principals, if you're just starting this journey with your adults, you want to have the counselors introduce that curriculum first, because, the counselors can really speak to it. Once you have teachers onboarded and have the first 2 trainings, then they can start implementing it as well. But we have some brain-based instruction that helps students understand, why are we even doing this? If I'm doing something that might feel a little silly, that I'm doing with my classmates. We've all been to some training on team building, and if you don't have the why, it might feel a little silly, and you kind of question, what is this really doing? Well, through that brain-based instruction, it helps them to understand it's creating safety, it's creating connection, and those 2 pieces are essential to be in our just a little instruction, our prefrontal cortex. That's where we have our executive functioning. That's where we engage in our critical thinking. So executive functioning is our ability to plan, to problem solve, all the things that we need to do in school and that we ask students to do. So we explain that to them so that they are more immersed and engaged in it.
Okay. And this is Gaggle, right? Gaggle? How are we able to monitor these students? I mean, we've got 76,000 students. Are there triggered words that alarm, or how is this monitored? Because that's an awful lot of social.
So it's both, it is trigger words, but they also have, and it's proprietary, so I can't give the details. I'm not sure I would fully understand the details behind it. Of context. It actually does look at context. So for example, there's things that come to us that really have none of the keywords into it, but it can analyze that text and realize there's dark imagery in the text. It also looks at things like students have gotten creative in not using certain words, but they'll use the first letter and then a bunch of asterisks or a bunch of X's. So it's picking up on all of that through context, through some keywords as well. With that. And then for anything that goes to a PSS situation, there actually is that is actually looked at by somebody at Gaggle. So that is not necessarily relied on by a computer. That actually comes to these people from across the country that look at this and determine, oh, that's a PSS. I need to send that to the school. And they immediately start calling the school to get a hold of somebody for an imminent situation. So it's a combination of both artificial intelligence with this system, but then also there's a human component of it at Gaggle that also looks at all of these alerts from the PSS level that come in to determine severity.
Because I find that very important, especially because I'm up those hours, but I'm not sending anything out. But I know how that works. Also, I've got one more. I have lots of questions, but I'm just going to cut it off with this one. The mental health therapists, are they documenting all of these people that they see? Every school has a mental health counselor. I appreciate that. Are they really, what are their focuses? And do they have the time to deal with all the different ramifications of mental health, IEPs, and all of these things that they have to do?
They do document. They're required to document and provide data that is requested. As far as keeping up with students and all of the areas that are affected with a student that is experiencing mental health issues, one of the very important things that we're finding is that that's one of the main benefits of having a comprehensive system, meaning we've got someone in the school who's able to walk down and talk with a teacher, or during their break have a conference with an administrator, or wherever that student is having trouble or having difficulty. They would not know that if they're isolated and just seeing a student that comes to them, but they're within the school. So they're part of that system. So they're much better aware and much more aware of the whole child and how he or she is being impacted or functioning in other areas within the school.
And my last question, because we have 1 minute, but we got 15 minutes. Oh, in that case, let me slow down. No, I'm joking. Because I want to give others an opportunity. But let me just ask you, you messed up my train of thought, but how are we going to train all of these people for the upcoming school year to deal with all of the intensity and anxiety, et cetera, from COVID, from being virtual, transferring into this learning environment, traditional setting, and really feeling a more relaxed and apart again? How are we preparing the teachers? How are we gearing up for fall? Because it's a whole different animal now. It's a whole different animal. You've got all of these added things that we're already working with, and now we've got this little animal that's grown. So how are we preparing these teachers and counselors and therapists, et cetera? And who's doing the training?
So there's multiple people doing the training. And again, depending upon where they are in that roadmap, some of our schools that started this really pre-COVID are a little further ahead than other schools. But as Ellen mentioned, ACEs and trauma-informed practices will be an expectation by the end of this school year. Every school has had ACEs and trauma-informed practices. The majority of those happening at the beginning of the year in August. In addition, this year, there was a ton of SEL training that was going on in our schools with our teachers this year. And we had some opportunities to do that. Almost every school focused on that SEL training because they really needed it for whether they were doing virtual environment or whether they were working in face-to-face in the classroom, they needed that environment. So we have I would say, a renewed emphasis. Really started a pre-COVID, just got interrupted with going out last March. We had a renewed interest on really building and focusing on how do we build those relationships at the beginning of the year with our teachers, those first 2 weeks of school. How do you build those relationships with your students? Because as Ellen, Rob, and we mentioned, really the best idea of supporting and helping students is to actually know your kids so that you can connect them to those resources. But all those trainings Ellen mentioned that are on that roadmap, all of these will be happening throughout the year. It's just going to be more specified by school depending upon where that school's at on their roadmap.
Can I add something?
Yes, please do.
Our assistant superintendents are on our social emotional learning team, and they have been for several years, and they have visited other districts. They have really spent time in modeling with principals so that principals can take activities back with their staff over the past 3 years. So we were really situated nicely in terms of our awareness of what social emotional learning is when entering last year.
Okay. And how are we utilizing our resources to make sure our teachers they are experiencing anxiety, et cetera? And I don't want that to filter down to our students. So I would want them to get the training or the help that they need, because I want teachers teaching and not stressing their stress, but I don't want that stress to fall to our students either.
So Ellen can talk a little about what she does with teachers. She works a lot with faculty, specifically to what you're talking about, that self-care.
Yes.
And really what we have found, which is a great point, what we have really found is what we're trying to teach our kids on how to regulate their emotions and how to deal with those. We're finding sometimes our adults don't know how to do that for themselves. And so you're right, we have to start with the adults. And so that's part of the training, a lot of that we're doing. But Ellen goes out quite frequently to faculties upon request of the principals. And Ellen, you can talk about some of those things you do with faculties to help them kind of deal with the self-care that as well as talking about.
So I worked with a few other colleagues to develop a district self-care training, and we rolled that out to new teachers and second-year teachers during the induction training 2 years ago and last year, so that they knew going into it, some great tools to help themselves throughout the year. And then I've also gone out to, to meet with teachers during their planning time or during a staff meeting to conduct, the same self-care professional development. And it's not, they don't just sit and listen to me. We're engaging in activities. And then the best practices, that toolkit has a number of self-care tips for counselors to lead their staff in as well. Or, like you said, maybe the counselor feels that their skills are more around individual counseling. That's why they're encouraged to have a team, so that they recognize who has that, presentation ability, or can really lead the team in planning and providing assistance with self-care. And we emphasize in our self-care presentation the EAP program and how important it is to access that program.
I just know that during this time, I've watched TV, the news a little, and they talk about all of these age groups from 55 to up experiencing anxiety, divorces now, stress, etc. So I just want to make sure these teachers get the professional help that they might need, that they're experiencing. So I thank you. It was a great presentation. I'll turn it over to
Well, thank you very much. We've got about 10 more minutes on this segment, and I've got 4 speakers, so we will be coming back after our next session. Y'all stay around for us. Ms. Bush, you're next.
Well, I'm kind of torn because I do have questions, but after you saying that, I would really prefer to have 10 minutes more with our presenters. And then obviously we're going to have to
I'm
come
not
back.
sure we get 10 more minutes with the presenter, so will we? Or are we just going to get to 60 minutes?
60 minutes.
Well, they're going to leave at 11:15. So whenever you start.
So if we start now, we
yeah,
could get
if-
10 more minutes. And I would suggest,
I tried that a while ago and it didn't
well,
work.
I would suggest, yeah, but
I tried for a recess.
But you just said that we're going to have to come back. So I don't think 4 of us can get questions answered in 10 minutes.
That's true.
And I think that time would, my opinion would be, it would be more valuable to.
Is it agreeable for us to recess and go to the next segment and come back?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to recess until we reconvene on 2.02. Thank you.
How long are we recessing?
Could be number 5.
I'll move my stuff.
Well,
yeah.
they
Health and Chair of the Department of Psychiatry at Prisma Health Upstate in Greenville, South Carolina. Previously, she served as Division Chief of Emergency Psychiatry in the Department of Emergency Medicine at Prisma Health Upstate and at the USC School of Medicine in Greenville. Dr. Lomo completed a dual degree program to receive a medical degree and master's in healthcare administration, then went on to complete a combined residency training program in pediatric, adult psychiatry, and child and adolescent psychiatry at the University of Kentucky. She practiced as a child psychiatrist embedded within the University of Kentucky's Children's Hospital and trauma program for 8 years, receiving National Institutes of Health funding, and conducting sponsored research while completing a master's degree in clinical translational science. After achieving promotion and tenure to associate professor, she returned to complete another residency training program in emergency medicine. She currently practices as an emergency physician as well as an adult and child adolescent psychiatrist. Welcome, Dr. Lummel. Our next guest is Dr. Mark Wiest. He received a PhD in clinical psychology from Virginia Tech in 1991 after completing his internship at Duke University and is a professor in the Department of Psychology at the University of South Carolina. In 1995, with colleagues from the University of Maryland, he established the National Center for School Mental Health, now in its 26th year of supporting this field. He is also partnered with the National Center for Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports, which we call PBIS. He has edited and developed 14 books and has published and presented widely in the area of school behavioral health, trauma, violence, and youth evidence-based practice, and cognitive behavioral therapy. He is currently co-leading a regional conference in school behavioral health and leading or co-leading a number of federally funded studies on strategies to improve its effectiveness. Welcome, Dr. Wiest. We also have Chris Haynes, who is no stranger to all of us. He is a licensed professional counselor and the director of school mental health programs at Greater Greenville Mental Health Center. Chris's teams include 90 therapist positions serving 101 schools and programs in Greenville County School District. Chris is the school mental health therapist at West Greenville School, where he has specialized in the treatment of adolescents with severe emotional and behavioral disorders for the past 13 years. Chris is on the South Carolina roster of clinicians trained in trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy, a trained eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapist, a trainer of adverse childhood experiences, a trainer of trauma-informed practices. Chris's education includes a Master of Science in Marriage and Family Therapy from John Brown University in Siloam Springs, Arkansas. Prior to working in school mental health in Greenville, Chris worked as a community-based therapist serving children in Washington, D.C. and in Maryland. And our other two panelists were part of our earlier presentation. Dr. Ellen Hampshire began her career as a school psychologist and district lead for response to intervention in Ohio with Oak Hill School District from 1998 to 2005. She received her MED from the University of Cincinnati in 1998 and her PhD in educational leadership from Clemson University in 2016. Dr. Hampshire moved from Ohio to South Carolina with her husband and 3 children in 2005, and she began to work in Greenville County Schools as a school psychologist and has helped provide guidance and professional development in the district's response to intervention framework. She began her current position as the district multi-tiered system of supports coordinator in 2016. Since that time, Dr. Hampshire has provided leadership, training, and support in the on-track team expansion to all schools, guidance and support with literacy and math intervention, and leadership with the school district's social emotional learning plan. She is a master trainer in adverse childhood experiences and coordinates the training with cohort of trainers for the district. And last but not least, Rob Rhodes serves as the Director of School Counseling for Greenville County School District, is a former teacher, coach, school counselor, and principal. Rob received his bachelor's degree from Wofford College and a master's in education specialist degrees from the University of South Carolina. Rob oversees the district's counseling program delivered by 251 school counselors and serves as district liaison for our school-based mental health program coordinated by Greater Greenville Mental Health. In addition to leading the district's crisis care team, Rob is a licensed professional counselor and holds national board certification. He is a certified in school crisis response by the National Center for Crisis Management and is a certified instructor in youth mental health, first aid, and adverse childhood experiences. So those are our panel members for today.
As Mr. Meek stated earlier, we have 3 board members who submitted prior questions, which I will read for the benefit of our audience online. And then we will, after they are addressed by our panel, we will open it back up to you guys for questions. Our first question for the panel was from Ms. Sarah Doolan. There's several parts here, so I'll break it up. How many minors has Greenville County lost to suicide since March of 2020? What can schools do to reduce the mental health decline in students before it starts? How long should we anticipate the mental health damage from recent causes will last if we ensure supports are in place during the school days?
I can answer this question, as I'm sure everyone can chime in, but we've lost 10 students to suicide since March of 2020. As far as reducing the mental health decline in students before they start, I think one of the most important things, as we've mentioned before, is establishing a connection, not just knowing who your students are, but connecting with them, having a relationship with them so that you can speak and recognize changes in behavior, because that's one of the major signs of a mental health issue. Is that they're gonna show or demonstrate signs of change, and either their behavior, their withdrawal. They may seem different. Someone can't recognize that if you don't know your students. So I think also providing a safe place is paramount. Safe people make safe schools, and having people that you can go talk to, that you're approachable and you're available, and that's very important. The second part, people need to be available to students, and they need to be that needs to be their primary job, is making sure helping students be well, because they can't learn unless they're well. So we want to help promote wellness, and that will, I believe, reduce a lot of these trends. Anyone else?
Yeah, I think the question about how do we stop it before it starts mental health problems? It's a great question, and one that we've been working on for a really long time. I don't know how familiar you guys are. I'm that mental health guy that supervises the therapist. So any questions I can answer about how our therapists are trained or what we document, that kind of stuff, I'm happy to do. But one of the coolest pieces of partnership with this school district is how much progress we've made over time to address mental health before, during, all levels of prevention and intervention. So the last presentation you got is really the answer. We have to have stuff we're doing for all kids so that they learn the social and emotional skills they need starting in elementary school. That has to be part of the learning for all kids. We know that some kids are going to need more than that. They're going to need a small group where they can connect and learn those skills better. As kids get older, we also need to include mental health literacy. That means, what's mental health? What's mental illness? What's a feeling? What is a support? How would I get a support? What happens when I start a support? What are some common mental illnesses? How would I know if I had that and it became a problem for me? How would I even know when I needed to go get help? Those are things we can teach. And if we're teaching social and emotional skills and we're teaching mental health literacy well, we also have to be prepared to support students when they need more help. That means we need a team like mine that's the community mental health agency. Schools have so much pressure to deal with student mental health and student suicide and bullying, and your educators. We as mental health are the partners to help bring therapy, to bring counseling to kids when they are at a point that more help is needed. So having that access on site at every school in Greenville County, 90 therapists in 101 schools, you will not find that level of school mental health coverage with therapists anywhere else in the country that I know of. There are some places who have school mental health in every school on a smaller scale, but to have it in every school on this scale is at least rare, and makes us way ahead of where our surrounding districts and even surrounding states are for responding to school mental health. We're set up well. The plans that you heard for teaching school staff, for offering presentations and trainings and integrating this into the curriculum, I'd want you to find comfort in that that's not new. A lot of schools have already been doing that work. There are some schools that need to get started, and we're helping them have that roadmap. And I get to be part of that team with Rob and Ellen. They invite me in, they include me as the community partner, and I feel so welcomed here and so integrated here. And when we have that kind of partnership, it means kids are getting help at every level, the education level and what they need, and the mental health level for when they need treatment.
I think I'll pick up on that. This is all music to my ears because we have wonderful partnerships, and to hear that we are all saying the same thing, and that the connection with the Department of Mental Health and with the liaison that we have with Prisma Health really brings the connection from the schools to when the kids might need a higher level of care. But I guess going more to the question is really what can be done, and will we see the long-term effects with this? Well, the key is to make sure we are listening. So Rob, I think we could have just said ditto, and we are saying the same thing, is that these kids need someone who can listen to them. They can pick up when we as parents or as teachers or clinicians are worried as well. So when you come into a room and you sit and relax and let them know that it's okay for them to talk, these kids will talk like crazy. They will say a lot. And is it not on? Oh, sorry. And I have a quiet voice too. Is that better? Oh.
It's on.
No difficulty. Okay. So just going back to being a willing listener, a lot of these kids are worried about their teachers who may seem stressed, or maybe they feel like they're burdening the teacher if they go to them to talk about something. The same with parents. And so when we let them know that it's safe and they have this safe place to talk to us, with anybody in the school system and our DMH partners, these are very valuable resources. And I will say, being in Greenville and South Carolina for 5 years, one of the greatest things I heard was when I first met with Chris and Rob and found out how we are reaching our kids and the number of kids that are being treated, and the professionals in our schools is really definitely a superlative that I have not seen across the country as well.
So our team has been tracking the impact of the pandemic, and it's an unprecedented crisis. The data across the board are stunning. Across the world, suicide rates have probably at least doubled. Emergency room visits, depression, anxiety, trauma, abuse, neglect, domestic violence, loneliness, isolation. We're seeing an unprecedented level of need. The good news, as Chris and Rob and Dr. Lama were bringing up, is that this is perhaps the best program in the state. Likely one of the best programs in the nation. Just so impressed with the platform that you've built. The idea is to have a very strong, it's good to see Dr. Hampshire here, multi-tiered system of support, because the data indicate that that's the key. Without that, efforts are sort of random. So you build from that really strong mental health background that you've developed, a very strong MTSS that you've developed, and emphasize some of the themes that Chris talked about. Mental health literacy. We know that when people learn about mental health issues, it can be healing. We also know that when they learn about mental health issues, it reduces stigma and promotes help seeking. Wellness is a huge issue for everyone. We know that every category of mental health problem for every age group is elevated. So it's not just about the wellness of the students, it's also about wellness for our staff. And then a big thing is how do you have the right teams doing database decision-making, deciding what evidence-based practices you're implementing across the tiers, tier 1 prevention, promotion, tier 2 early intervention, tier 3 treatment. How do you have a really strong and inclusive team, including the clinicians from the Greater Greenville Mental Health Center, using data, refining practices, improving them, scaling them up, some of the core things for us to focus on.
Thank you all. Our next question was submitted by Ms. Angie Mosley. And her statement before her question was, in a February 19th article, the headline read, "Child and teen suicide in Charleston has reached an unprecedented level during the pandemic." Dr. Ryan Byrne, a psychiatrist at MUSC, was quoted as saying, "Sending children back to school won't be a cure-all for their emotional distress. Many children aren't used to learning in an environment where they are separated from other students by plexiglass and required to wear a mask. These changes are distressing for many students." He went on to say that children have lost their ability to be resilient. His opinion seems to be shared by many in our local mental health profession who have shared with me that their waiting lists are off the charts and that they are treating mental health slides at a record level. Local pediatricians have echoed their concerns by disclosing that they've written an unprecedented number of prescriptions for antidepressants and that they've done more psych admittance to the hospitals than they've dealt with COVID where children are concerned. Now that we've protected the most vulnerable with vaccines, do you believe that a virus that doesn't affect children in a severe way should be a larger concern than their social emotional well-being? And furthermore, do you believe that our current state of affairs, the masking, the distancing, the physical barriers is sustainable? Why or why not?
Well, I'll jump in. I believe there's pretty strong evidence that in-person schooling is beneficial for children. People are talking about inequities based on zip code and also the complexity of the scenario. We have 88 counties in South Carolina and probably 88 different arrangements. And the scenarios where you're open, you're closed, you're open, you're closed are very challenging for families. We also know, though, that there's a lot of fear and about the virus and a lot of grief and trauma that's occurring. So we can't just say everybody goes back to school. Chris and I, for example, were talking about a student who's really, really concerned, who's living with their grandparent about what if I get the virus and harm my grandparent. So we need to be also very sensitive to the needs of students that are really worried about the virus, but it's very clear that the benefits of in-person schooling are really critical for children for many, many different reasons, not just academics, but for their socialization.
The question's an important one for all of us to consider. What do we need to do for student mental health? What's the impact of our current interventions on mental health? I don't think anyone in education or school mental health would say that virtual or separation is ideal for the mental health of students, especially those with disabilities, especially those with mental health challenges, especially our younger students. The more in person we can be, the better. You know, when we think about elementary school kids, we need them to learn primarily, even more than academics at preschool and kindergarten, how to play, how to share, how to take turns, how to regulate an emotion. Those skills are incredibly predictive of their future success and as important as academic ones that they need to learn. They need to be in person and they need to be able to share and exchange things to learn those kinds of skills. So I would bet that many of us are worried about what is the impact of continued distancing or masking or virtual education or separation. At this very same time, it is so important to me that as a leader of anything, all of us are in here, that we consider the needs of every kid. And I will tell you, it is not a benefit to some kids that I work with, because these are real conversations with real children. When they say, I'm really scared to come to school because, you know, my parents abandoned me, or my parents died, my grandparents are taking care of me. I'm not worried about me getting sick, but what if I brought it to them and they died? Now, what level of anxiety is that child carrying throughout a school day? What would we need to do to support them? Many students in such a situation would say, I feel safe to be here because people are wearing masks, and I feel safer like I'm not going to bring it home. So when we ask questions like, what do we need to do? It is so important to me that we remember Sometimes we ourselves have not been in the majority who could benefit. Sometimes it's been our kids. Sometimes we've all needed an intervention, or to at least have an intervention or accommodation considered, even if it wasn't what the majority of kids needed. The majority of kids might be ready for no mask and no distance. There are going to be still a lot of kids. I mean, there are a lot more than you think in situations, like I said, whose anxiety would be driven high by having all protections removed for COVID because they don't know the impact on their parents. We're not so concerned based on data about our kids getting physically ill, but their family members or caregivers are an important consideration for them. And it's so important to me just to say, as ready as I am to just be back to normal, listening to those voices that are not like me and what I'm ready for is really important when I make decisions. And I think for you, and that doesn't mean that we have all the answers. It might not be that there are easy answers, but it's important to at least listen to the concerns and voices of those who are most different from us, who may disagree with what we think or what we're ready for. And I try to have that mindset every time I come into a conversation that's asking these very same questions.
I really appreciate these questions. I think it's very important for us to look so critically at all of the factors that contribute to our well-being. One thing that I just go back to when, because this is unprecedented, we don't know all the answers, as Chris said, but I go back to what I know about trauma. And I go back to what the research shows in that area and what children experience when they have those adverse experiences. And a lot of what the research talks about is the unpredictability of a chaotic home life of a parent with a mental illness, the uncertainty, the volatility. And when I think of COVID and when I talk to teachers about what's happening with COVID, I always ask, what are some of the feelings that you've had? What are some things that you've gone through? What was really prevalent? Every time, uncertainty. It was that uncertainty that was really getting to them. And so when we look at the research about how to mitigate trauma, we look at how can we provide certainty? How can we provide stability? And so that's what I think we have to focus on, giving teachers a sense of certainty that they can deliver to students. They weren't trained on how do I respond to these situations. So we're giving them that training. We're giving them that sense of stability and certainty that they can convey to students. And then connection again. Connection's going to give the children that feeling of safety and certainty. And I feel like if students know the protocol and they know what to expect, that's what PBIS is all about. Creating that sense of what do I expect throughout the day? How am I supposed to behave in the hallways, in the lunchroom? Those clear expectations create safety.
One thing I'll mention, just echoing what Ellen just said, I think it's important as we address the last question or the last part of this question about larger concerns or lesser concerns. This is an unprecedented time and we're dealing with change constantly. And I think it's important to remember that when we're dealing with things like anxiety, the stability, the message, the way the adults are addressing these situations is going to lead our children. And if you provide safety and you provide confidence and you provide, I'm here with you, I'm not leaving you, it's going to be okay. That becomes the overarching conversation and not specifics about what's required or how we have to do business or how we have to operate. Those are functional things that in my experience and what I know, takes a backseat to how we're delivering these types of messages, how we're being reassuring to our students, how we're being safe people and providing consistency for those whom we serve.
You might take off on that just for the messaging is key. And I think these kids who, I mean, if they can do something for that sense of certainty, or what can I do to protect myself and my family? And so wearing a mask is one thing a lot of kids can identify as something they can actively do. And a lot of kids actually are doing this much better than adults are. And they treat it like their socks or their jacket. You walk out the door and you grab your mask and, you know, just like you would your jacket, or you put your socks on to prevent blisters. So it's all in the messaging. What does that mask mean? And putting on a couple of my other hats is that we've seen really virtually no influenza because of masks. And in terms of the coronavirus itself, there's more literature coming out about what is the impact actually on the brain, or the neuropsych sequelae of the virus, either mild symptoms or having symptoms in kids, but also in adults, but also the multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children is real. So we are seeing that in the hospital. So we need to keep that in mind as we go through many of these discussions. And again, going back to it's the messaging. What are we telling kids and how are we making them feel safe? And again, the mask, but also a lot of kids with distancing. I've seen kids, many of us probably have, in the lines where they point to their parents and say, hey, the sticker over there says 6 feet apart. And so sometimes our kids are reminding us as parents of what to do.
Just to follow up on the last part of Ms. Mosley's question, I want to go back because I'm not sure anybody actually addressed, is this sustainable? So looking forward, I mean, we've dealt with it for a year now, so she's asking into the future, the ramifications of continued doing this over a prolonged period of time, more than we've already done it. Does anybody have any thought on that?
Going back to the messaging and why we're wearing our masks, and we're doing it. We've been doing it for a year and how many months now. So I think as far as sustainability, it's if you make it a part of your daily routine, I think that it is sustainable.
All right, our last question submitted prior to the meeting today was by Dr. Carolyn Stiles. Numerous studies have pointed to the fact that while our youth are less susceptible to COVID-19 infection, they are at a greater risk of negative psychosocial effects, including depression and anxiety disorders. Do you believe these negative psychosocial effects are a direct result of students' anxieties around contracting the virus, or the restrictions put in place to contain the virus? If indeed the restrictions are the main contributing factor, what actions do you recommend that we as a school district take to support the psychological well-being of our students, especially since there is a dramatic decrease in COVID-19 infections?
I think, unfortunately, we don't have a study that could answer that question. But the probable answer is all of the factors are contributing to distress in students, all of them. Fear of the virus, being separated from their peers, unpredictability. As Dr. Hampshire said, children really need, and families, a sense of routine, consistency, and all of that has been taken away, combined with disruptions to employment, to many students experiencing hunger and things that are at record levels. So it's very complicated. All of the factors are contributing to the very high level of distress our students are experiencing.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's rarely either or answer in the world of mental health for people. It's usually both this and this are contributing. And we certainly see that when you're treating students like clinically as we do, or when you're teaching students in a classroom, it's pretty clear there's stress about, would I get COVID? Would somebody in my family get COVID? That's stressful. Distance and isolation is a stressor. Economic fallout, like my mom or dad is no longer able to work, that's stressful. Now we might be homeless, that's stressful. All these things are factors. And kids who already had a lot of mental health or risk factors now have more. So there is some disproportionate effect on kids who are already dealing with some of the most economic stress. Now they may have even more. So I think the answer is both. And that's what's leading to the increased depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation. My greatest concern with suicide risk and depression and anxiety is usually isolation. That's one of the things that makes me worry the most.
I think it's also important to recognize that it's not just the pandemic, that look at what's happening in our society with racial injustice, with events that seem to get out of control in some cities, with a very extreme level of political divisiveness that probably none of us have ever experienced in our lifetime. And all of those things, again, also contribute to students feeling like this world, I don't understand this world. I don't feel safe. It's not consistent. I don't know what's going to happen next.
I think the same thing. We are all saying it, multifactorial. Children do not operate in a vacuum. It's a family unit. I know Dr. Weiss mentioned domestic violence. We've seen an increase in that as parents who have either lost a job, have their own struggles with mental illness and isolation, or grieving the loss of their loved ones. So the parents grieving the loss, the children are as well. All of these come together and have really been part of what we're seeing. So it's definitely not one thing or another.
So I think an important point is we use the acronym SEBA, social, emotional, behavioral, academic. And this school district, as all of them, are experiencing this stress around the academic slide, right? And that's a real thing. Students have lost where they were in terms of achievement. But we got to be careful to say, because of the academic slide, we're going to focus primarily on academics, because the social, emotional, behavioral aspect is probably more important than ever, not just for the students, but also for the staff. So as we return to school and hopefully things begin to become more and more normal, we also have to really build from this current platform that we have in this community with this outstanding mental health program, but also recognize, given the magnitude of the need, we need more folks. There's a really big workforce issue. We need more school employed mental health professionals, psychologists, counselors, social workers. We need more of the Greenville mental health professionals. A really critical need is when you think about the multi-tiered system of support, tier 1, promotion, prevention, climate, tier 2, early intervention, such as mentoring, checking in, checking out with students, and then tier 3, the more intensive services. Across the board, we don't have enough people. So we're moving to, especially that third piece is neglected, the paraprofessional piece. Who are the people that are really helping to improve the school environment, who are working to provide mentoring, who are doing the check-in, check-out? We put in a grant application with the South Carolina Blue Cross Blue Shield Foundation to address these workforce issues, and looking at that latter group as maybe MTSS specialists as really a critical need for us right now.
Chairman, those were the 3 pre-submitted questions, so I'll turn it back over to you for other board members to ask.
Thank you, Dr. Turner, and thank the panelists. And if we're going to be short on accolades right now, we're going to get all the questions. What I'd like to do a little differently, when you ask the questions, if you would tell me who you would direct it to, and I'd like the panelists just to answer. One of you just answer it, and then instead of everybody, maybe we'll get more questions. And we have about 30 minutes. We can put those in. I have 2 signed up already. Mr. Sailors, go.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I have a question for one person, so I'm going to let them arm wrestle on who wants to decide to answer this one. And I'd like to pick up a little bit on the previous question. Ms. Mosley referenced in her written documentation an article that was written by a member of the staff at Medical University related to a component of the issue that we're discussing today. And this past Friday, the 7th, there was an opinion editorial in the Greenville News, co-authored by Dr. Robert Saul, who is with Prisma Greenville, Dr. Elizabeth Mack, who is with MUSC, Dr. Martha Edwards, who's with Atrium Health in Rock Hill, and Dr. Kerry Cease, who's also with Prisma in Greenville. And in the article, they're writing this article as representatives of the South Carolina chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. And I'm going to try to go through and glean as much information as I can without getting into the necessity of reading the entire op-ed. But they reference the fact that they represent 750 professionals in pediatrics statewide, and that there is a complexity developing and complacency also developing with related to children, the ill effects related to COVID-19. They tend to suffer fewer ill effects than adults, but recent data shows that the children are making up a growing share of new COVID-19 cases in the United States, accounting to nearly 21%. But since the start of the pandemic, more than 3.63 million students or children have tested positive, making up about 13.6% of the cases. It talks about the vaccine. It talks about a movement afoot. This is something I found curious. A movement is afoot to discourage the wearing of masks while we are still in the midst of a pandemic, which has not been vaccinations or immunizations have not achieved an effective level or sufficient level. And their fear is that this movement will put the health and well-being of children in increased jeopardy. But their closing statements were probably the most eye-opening to me. We believe the health and safety of our children far outweighs the alleged affront to civil liberties of others. Mask wearing will be unnecessary in the not too distant future, if we all wear masks until the public health officials give us the go-ahead to cease doing so. Our children are our most precious resource, our most valuable citizens going forward. We must do everything we can to protect their health now to give them the best chance for a healthy tomorrow. Now, looking at what we've seen from one portion of a conversation related to social distancing, mask wearing, the ongoing debate whether it is good or not good to follow those medical guidelines. Seeing that side, then you have four very knowledgeable pediatric professionals saying something contradictory to other members of the medical community. Understanding that our communities are one side or the other. How can we balance this? Is there a way that you believe can address the health issues that we currently face with putting young children in close proximity to each other and adults, while also being respectful of those that believe that it's an infringement to do so?
Thank you, Mr. Saylor. Who would like to answer that?
I think we let the physician take it.
Yeah, I'll get you a copy of it because I'll make some notes on it.
No pressure.
Not at all.
No pressure.
None at all. No.
Good question.
Yes, very good question. And not as one solid answer, I'm sure, but in terms of balancing, education is the key to both parties. So if you have the group that is in favor and the group that is opposed, education is the key, but also continuing to put out more information as we learn more about the coronavirus. I know what you just read and with Dr. Cease and Dr. Saul, and as we learn more, I mean, this is it's the novel virus. And so as we learn more, we have to make sure that people are understanding as the information evolves, that the information coming from the CDC, FDA, and AAP may evolve with that as well.
Well, and I appreciate it. I mean, I put a lot of the experience that we've gone through over this last year and then some to the fact that we're trying to build an airplane and fly it at the same time. That's an overused analogy. But there's not a one of us in this room or anyone that we know that's lived through the last pandemic. And we need to be mindful of that. So I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Saylors. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions for Mr. Rhodes and Dr. Hampshire, but I think I understand that your availability is a little more open. So I'll maybe reserve the right to do a second round.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening to you.
I'm confirming that.
Yes, and she said so, yes.
I'm confirming that Dr. Hampshire and Mr. Rhodes are available to stay for more questions. We have a limited time with these three, correct? Okay. So just, Mr. Haynes, if we could just talk a little bit about mental health services in the schools, because, the on-track system of support, I think, beautifully describes that relationship between the school and mental health services, and families are referred from a school district service, like a school district social worker or a school district counselor, to the mental health department to actually provide those mental health services, but they are provided within the school setting. Is that correct?
The services are on site at school when they're working with the therapist. We also have nurses and doctors at our clinics in Greenville, Simpsonville, and Greer. So if there's a child who is taking a medication for mental health that we provide, those appointments happen either at the clinic or, good thing from COVID, now through telehealth. And that can happen even at school, so kids are missing less school. But the majority of treatment is with their therapist on site at school. And referrals come from everywhere. It could come from the school. It could be a school counselor, a school social worker. I know that's a lot of mental health language. So if you need help knowing what's the difference and what all those people do, I'm happy to explain it. But we would get a referral also directly from parents. A parent can call and say, I need help with my kid. They can refer themselves. We have kids refer themselves. Hey, I need help. Can I talk to you? Yes. Here's how we would get that started. I need to talk to your parent. So referrals come from everywhere. In addition to our state agency partners, we take referrals from DSS, from the Department of Juvenile Justice, or from Prisma. We have a system set up in school mental health where their pediatric providers can directly send a referral through their pediatric social workers at the pediatrician's office to our therapists, and we can follow up directly from that referral from their pediatrician.
Thanks. And I think I remembered in 2018, 2019, when the advocacy committee did the school safety work, that we spent a lot of time talking about mental health services. And I think I recalled, I don't remember the exact number, but the utilization rate is higher for a student who's referred to a service if the service is provided in the school than it is if the student is referred to a service, and then it's up to the parent to use some service outside of the school because of access issues.
That's right. School mental health is all about access. So if we look at, there's one study that Dr. Reese actually helped me see that looks at what happens when we refer kids to a community mental health center. 13% of the time in that study, they started a mental health service they needed. Same study, if we moved the service to on-site at their school, 96% of the time they started the service that they needed. Now, that's one study. Overall, the National Center for Mental Health would say, National Center for School Mental Health would say 60 to 80% of the time, if a kid's going to get a mental health service, it's at their school. So this is all about overcoming barriers like transportation, motivation, resources to make sure kids have access to help when they need it.
I think the second issue, though, that we talked about in overcoming barriers is cost. And so if a family is referred to a mental health service and they're a Medicaid client, then their mental health services provided by the school on school site are covered by Medicaid. That's
right. Medicaid and Medicaid's managed care organizations pay 100% of the cost for mental health services for kids.
If the family's not on Medicaid, though, and they're referred for some service, then their private insurance is only covering a portion of that, correct? And then the family is covering the rest. Is that
right? We're a healthcare provider, just like your doctor's office, or just like if you went to a therapist outside. So one of the things that keeps me up at night is equity. Our kids who have the least resources, this is a good thing. Our kids with the least resources, their care is generally free. They've got Medicaid, it pays for all of it. My worry now, it's awesome. We've built that. The system's done that. When kids have private insurance, like my insurance is through my mom or dad's job, or they have healthcare insurance through the Affordable Care Act, some private insurance plan, not public assistance. As parents, if our kids need help, then we're responsible to cover that bill. Private insurance plans all will have to tell you directly what they pay for or won't pay for with mental health care. But I will tell you, they pay for almost nothing generally for school mental health services. That means families with private insurance, even if they're working with me, get a bill for what I do. Now, in school mental health, with the Department of Mental Health in general, we're going to keep providing services to a kid forever and ever, amen, even if they never pay the bill. You know, we're not going to stop a service a kid needs just because their bill's accumulating. But we all know what it's like to have a bill. And sometimes parents will say, stop, I can't do that. I can't afford that. And most of the time, if a kid has a private insurance plan and they're referred to our services, their parents will say, I mean, I'd love to, but I can't afford that. So we're not reaching all of the kids who have private insurance.
I think that came up in the work that we did in 2018 and 2019, which is why this board unanimously approved a resolution asking the General Assembly to offset those non-Medicaid covered costs. And so there was a recommendation from us to the General Assembly that if you're going to fund mental health services, fund them at such a level that those families who aren't receiving Medicaid don't have to choose between a car repair and a mental health service, that they could have those covered just like other services that are provided through school districts.
Yes, I will preach that sermon and make that request all day, every day to whoever will listen to me.
And since 2019, has there been an increase in funding from the General Assembly for mental health services in Greenville County?
The General Assembly for South Carolina gives money for school mental health expansion. So they provide money to the South Carolina Department of Mental Health, which is awesome. Most state General Assemblies don't do that for school mental health. That enables us to put therapists in more schools. It has not changed the private insurance issue. It's made us able to hire more therapists to cover more schools. We've leveraged that money well. Over $1 million in our annual funding comes from that General Assembly legislation for my team. So that's an important revenue resource, but it doesn't solve the equity issue. It doesn't solve that parents still get bills. And we have to figure out how we're going to make access equitable to kids who have private insurance as we move forward. This is a national problem, not just a local one. It's not unique to here. These are conversations that we have with other states too, but we have yet to solve it.
Thank you.
If I could jump in. This is a really big issue nationally. And again, I've been connected to the National Center for School Mental Health. If the clinicians are dealing with all this pressure around fee-for-service delivery, it can contribute to a co-located approach where they're not really integrated into the team. They're not able to be at team meetings. They're not able to be involved in tier 1 or tier 2 at all. And also maybe they're less able to deal with those private insured cases. I commend this district for the very innovative work that's occurring, but the money back to the mental health center really is not where it should be. There's 17 mental health centers now in South Carolina. Some of those centers are getting 30% of the cost of each clinician from the school district. In my mind, a reasonable amount is for the district to cover 1 day for a full-time clinician. That sets up a win-win. The district's getting a full-time clinician, and there's funds to support the clinicians being in the team meetings and involved more broadly in the multi-tiered system of support. You're already likely the best school mental health program in the state, and one of the best in the nation. But I think that additional support, and I know there's federal funds that are going to be flowing into districts, that additional support will help take this program to the next level of capacity in terms of being able to reach more students, but also in quality and impact of services.
Thank you. Ms. Wales.
Wow. I get overwhelmed with this topic because of my own personal experience with kids who experience suicide. So I'm going to try not to let that, I'm going to try to stick to the business part of it. I'm super proud of the work we've done. It's been, we harped on this a number of years, and the superintendent, heard us and started digging in hard. And so what we've done in our strategic plan and what you guys have laid out is just beautiful. And gosh, how fortunate we are that we aren't in a pandemic trying to figure out how to serve students. But I am really interested in being sure that with this elegant infographic that we have that looks wonderful, that we can ensure that we are touching all the right children. So I've heard a couple of things that I want to be sure I understand. One was the part about making, we have ways to assess how we're doing with seeing students. The on track was mentioned, but what I remember about on track when it started is the behavior piece, that B, was really related to, we're looking at how many discipline referrals a student's getting. If a student's withdrawn, if a student's attending but not there, how are we, what mechanism do we have? Because I imagine right now, social distancing, right? I mean, I miss hugging people. You know, I'm ready to hug. And so how do we deal with that? Because I'm not sure that's in our on track system to be sure we're catching all those kids that need those service.
I don't. Yeah, well, I feel like I've put the most pressure on you guys about that. So I'm happy to talk about it. And I think we might have to answer that together in spite of the rules. So what you're, I think, asking about is in school mental health world, what we call universal screening. That means what data are we analyzing to know when a student is at risk of something, dropping out, a mental health concern, suicide. So the On Track system is incredible because it's a universal screener. They're looking at attendance and behavior and grades for every single kid. And if there's a risk factor that's flagged, a whole team of people, including my community mental health person, is talking about, do we know what's up? What supports do they need? Let's get it referred, and let's follow up and circle back. That is a great start. But attendance, behavior, and grades are outward observable behaviors. Most kids with a mental health challenge internalize. That means it's not something we know unless they told us or they acted in a way that let someone know they needed help. The best way to find out what they need is to ask them. So to have a situation where every year or multiple times a year, we're asking kids, you thought about killing yourself? Are you experiencing depression? Are you dealing with anxiety? Have you dealt with any of these stressors in your home? There are lots of questions we could ask to get at that. And an On Track team already being in every school is excellent. We would just need to gather that data and then use that team to intervene and support the kids who identified they were experiencing one of those things we wouldn't have known about unless we asked. We're not asking that yet, but we want to, and that's part of the plan. We did need to do a lot of work first, and our national experts will tell you, before you ask those questions, you better be ready to support kids when they need it. So having a therapist in every school had to have that first. You have to have a place we can at least refer. We have it, and we've had it a couple of years, and that enables us now to ask, and hopefully we do.
We do ask, we have through School Links, we had built in an assessment tool that the counselors push out to the students at the middle school level, and they have it accessible at the high school level, just confirming with Rob. And so we crafted questions around, they're aligned to those CASEL 5 competencies that we showed on the protocol. So around how are you doing with self-awareness, with social awareness, et cetera. And then the counselors also crafted some questions about what are you experiencing that I can help you with? And they were specific questions like, is there something going on in your home in terms of separation or divorce? Question about homelessness, question about discrimination, concerns around depression. So they asked some specific questions on that School Links survey. And then for next year, I talked about that curriculum has an embedded assessment. And so that is completely aligned with those social emotional competencies. And what we're just trying to hammer out, and finalize are those questions that Chris has told us are so critical. If we can incorporate that in that assessment tool or another, but we know that we have to incorporate it.
So we're going to have that assessment. We're going to ensure that every student completes an assessment like that, and that are we starting with guidance counselors or the ones that are going to ensure that somebody looks at
Right. And
The student completes it, first of all, right? They have to complete it, and then that someone reviews it and responds to it?
yes. So, and I'll let Rob respond to that response. The assessment tool is 3rd through 12th grade, the one that we're rolling out next year. For K-2, it's really difficult for a little one to respond to that. So we have a teacher assessment that can look at, what they're seeing, and it incorporates withdrawal. It's not just externalizing behaviors.
To add to that, we are beginning to ask, as Ellen mentioned, through our surveys that we've built, but yes, we are going to ask. And we know, as Chris mentioned, that we better be ready to support, because with anything that we're introducing or addressing, when we ask questions, students tell you the truth most of the time. And when we do Aaron's Law lessons, our referrals are very high. And we have to be ready to assist with agency referrals because people will disclose abuse, neglect, of all types in a classroom when we start talking about these issues. They may have had these issues for a while, likely have, but then they disclose. So when we ask, we need to have the ability to provide, direct services expeditiously and stay with those kids, because that's our primary, responsibility at that level.
So Rob, it seems like every time you're in the room and we talk about this, I end up asking this question, and I'm gonna kind of switch gears. And do we have enough guidance counselors to do what we need to do? And I'm not going to ask you to answer that question today, although I normally do, because I'm just going to say that from everything I've heard, the answer's no. And maybe it's not guidance counselors, but maybe it's something else. So just, to the point that Mr. Lewis was making, and to the point about we don't have enough soldiers, and we're going to ask our teachers to also do this when they're navigating their own personal issues, and we're asking them to take care of that academic slide. So, I'm really interested, and it has to be outside this meeting, so I'm going quick, Mr. Meek. I know about time.
One more speaker in 5 minutes.
So I want us to figure out how we leverage the funding that we're getting to deal with some of these issues and to accelerate. We've moved slowly so that we could put programs in place, but we have an opportunity to accelerate these services at a time when they are critical. So that is something that, outside of this meeting, Dr. Royster, or maybe later in our agenda, I'd like to be sure that we're able to think about how we spend that money that we have to push this program forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Ms. Mosley, you have 6 minutes.
Well, it might need more time, but okay, I'll do my best. Thank you guys for being here today. I appreciate it. I have several questions and some comments, things that are a little disturbing to me. I keep hearing about what school needing to be a safe place, and I do agree with that. However, I also hear that, we need to consider, I believe Mr. Haynes, you said that we need to consider students of feelings who are maybe outside of our bubble or outside of our thought process. Okay, and I agree with that too. However, I do believe there's a large population of students who are being ignored. And I'm not going to ask all of you on the panel who has children, who doesn't have children, but I'm one of 3 board members in here that has children right now actively in the school system. So I live this a very real way every day. And my network of friends, acquaintances, neighbors, et cetera, are people who have children, either my kids' ages or somewhere in the school district. But in particular, I'm going to speak from a high school age perspective right now. Okay. It's disturbing to me, frankly, to hear that it's simply a matter of making sure that students understand behavioral expectations around protocols. It's disturbing to me that one of the phrases I heard here today is messaging is key. I'm just going to be really honest with you. That sounds like flat out indoctrination. And I can't embrace it. I can't embrace that we are suggesting to normalize the protocols that our children are living through right now. I just can't do it. So I'm not going to sit over here and nod my head in agreement that this is sustainable. I do not believe it is. I hear something about the flu being eliminated this year. Are we suggesting that it is now our jobs or our children's jobs to mitigate that germ or that virus? And I'm trying to combine several of my questions into one. I heard that, of course, this is unprecedented and that this is, we're navigating this, to use Chuck's analogy of building an airplane and flying at the same time. However, as we've gone through this now over a year, every single thing we've learned, every single thing that has been predicted has frankly been wrong. Everything, everything from the amount of deaths we would incur, to the types of mitigation strategies that work, to the types of testing that we were doing, we have changed and we have pivoted, and it has been wrong. So the continued narrative of we just don't know enough, or we've learned a lot. And now that vaccines are available for 16 and up, everyone who wants the vaccine has that opportunity, has had that opportunity. Very supportive of that. I think I heard yesterday that 12 to 15-year-old vaccines are going to be available maybe this summer. I believe the FDA approved the Pfizer vaccine for that age group as under emergency order. And they're not mandated at this time. And I know many people that are not going to be getting them for their children. I think parents have forgotten that are hollering about vaccines for their children, that their children go to school all the time with children who are not vaccinated, because due to exemptions, we have children sitting in our classrooms right now that do not have certain childhood vaccines. So it's all about putting things into context for me. It's all about putting things into perspective, and the goalposts keep moving. So I'm just going to ask this one question. At what point does the burden shift back to the individual for risk mitigation? At what point do we ask our children not to bear the burden of the most vulnerable population that we've now protected? Because I just don't see, there aren't, and this may be the second part of my question, is there are no studies, is this correct, that show us long-term harm or non-harm about the isolation, the masking, the distancing. There are no studies that show us what that impact is yet, correct? So I think it's a little naive of us to sit here and say that children are not being harmed. Or I should say children are not being harmed more by our behaviors than the virus. So,
is that a rhetorical question?
No, it's just a question. It's a question. At what point does the burden shift?
You want to have a question, have an answer? I would like to.
Well, I feel the need to respond only because I want to make sure my quote is clear. What is most harmful is, we could answer that in generalities, but my request of all of us, including myself, is to, even if there is something that we see or think is generally true, to also consider people in a different situation. Could it be generally true that the mental health impact of most kids is they're having to do isolation they didn't have to do before? Probably. Is it also that there are lots of kids who are primarily having a mental health risk factor present in because there's somebody in their family who's at risk of dying, or at least in their perspective, that kid's mental health risk is different than maybe that other generalization. And it is really hard. It is hard to sit and think about all the many different ways there could be a mental health risk I think we all understand, I hope, that we've all been harmed, affected by this pandemic. That's why mental health stigma has reduced, and we're having conversations about mental health. Everybody's had to deal with the effects of this, including our kids. I am a parent. You know, my bio probably should have said first I'm Heather's husband and Aiden and Cora and Amelia's dad. I worry with you. You know, I need my Cora who's 3 and my Amelia who's 1 in their childcare to learn how to share and get along and exchange a toy. I don't want them forever to have to be isolated or distanced or masked. I don't know anyone who wants that forever. At what time different risk mitigators can be stopped is way outside the scope of my practice. But I know we do things like teach our kids to wash their hands to mitigate risk of disease all the time. So when we teach them to do what thing, I don't know. And like you said, there aren't studies that give us all clear answers like I wish we had. My hope is just that we do consider the needs of kids to be connected, that we do get in person as much as we can, that we do consider all kids, even those different than maybe what we most want. That's my hope, and my expectation of myself is to try to think through what do all kids need and how do we manage that for mental health. And I doubt there's an easy answer.
Mr. Haynes, I'm going to give you the last word, and I just want to, on behalf of the board, I want to say we appreciate you all volunteering, coming over today. And it is now 11:16. I kept you a minute over. I'm sorry. So thank you all for presentation. We're going to take about a 2-minute break and allow y'all to disperse, and then we'll come right back to the previous item and have the questions. Thank you again. You ready? Do the first one. Okay, everyone, let's get the meeting back to order. Next question is from Ms. Bush. Okay, y'all. I got you.
I did that. Yes. Sorry, I didn't realize.
I can't get it. I don't have a gavel.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
We're gonna go ahead and get started now.
Everybody else right now.
That's my coaching voice.
You ready, Ms. Bush? Yes. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Bush, with your questions on 2.01.
Thank you. I want to more than thank you for all the work that went into this presentation, and also it's just great to look back at the impact that what we've all worked together over the years have had, and that we were in such a good position. That we were in the position that we were, which was kind of ahead of the tsunami that hit us with the mental health issues that have come along with COVID. I've heard a lot about the teacher training and the administrators and having our mental health people at each school. The question that I have is about the parents. And I heard someone just mention it briefly, but I have gotten a lot of calls from parents of all age. I would say especially high school students, where that connection with their peers, and that, I don't think sometimes we realize how important just them being able to be with their friends and sound off. My parents don't understand me, and school's too tough, and just that emotional outlet that they have. So I've had so many calls from parents that have said, what do I do? I have seen an extreme change in my child. And since they were, for a long time, I've limited at their school attendance, and then at 4 days, and then we have to kind of isolate from our other students. It becomes harder for a teacher to see that change, for their peers to see that change. But the parents, most definitely, the ones that I have talked to, have said, and I've tried to talk to them, and they have just shut me out. But I know they're suffering from depression. They're suffering from anxiety. What are the channels that those parents can do? Because I'm not sure if I'm giving them the right direction when I say contact their principal, or should they contact their counselor? Should they set up a meeting? Because many of them, especially the high school student parents, are saying, my child would absolutely just freak out if they knew that I was going to call the principal, that I was calling but I know that by calling their board member, they're at a desperate point where they're saying, I know my child better than anyone, and I know my child needs some help. And what can we do? Where can we go? How can we get help? So what would you recommend, or what's the course? And is there anything that we can do to make sure that those parents know that we have that system set up? Because we've heard such great things this morning about how hard everybody's worked to identify those issues. But I feel like the parents have been, we've kind of left the parents out of that recognition, and then what path to take once they've recognized it.
I appreciate the question, and I think it's so important, when the parents involved and when they're connected to the school, every area of a student's success, goes up, statistically. But we definitely want to make sure that we're inviting parents to always feel like they can call and to their teacher, to their school counselor, to their child's, administrator. We want to be welcoming and open. but we don't want to just say, well, call us if you need us. So we want to offer things for them that they can go to. I know we've done a lot of work along those lines. And one of the, as far as a tier 1 support that we've done is through the partnership and the benevolence of First Steps. And, I'm not saying that because anybody's in the room or anything, but I do appreciate what the opportunity's been for our counselors to get some tremendous training in positive parenting program. And that training's also been available to our mental health therapists at a tier 2 or tier 3 level and others in the district too, social workers and such. So what the Triple P is called has allowed our counselors to do, and we have 33 counselors who went through that training. They're offering seminars that are available to parents, whether they're at that school or at neighboring schools that have, of course, this past year been virtual, but they've offered quite a number of sessions to where they're talking openly with parents about their children and about how we're all experiencing this, that, it's not an expert talking and trying to teach people how to be a good parent. It's being vulnerable and saying, this is tough. There's not an instruction manual, especially during times that are so difficult and challenging. And there's so many moving parts with kids as they go through the developmental life cycle. But, it's very comforting because there's been more open discussion. There's been more collaboration. I think it's made parents feel more safer in terms of approaching a school, because we know school has not been a positive place for all of our parents. And so they may have assumptions. And so we want to break down those barriers, make our schools the first place that any parent would feel comfortable going to for helping their child. And that's just one. I mean, there's been several. We do parent universities at school. Not everybody can go to those, but we're, topics, things that are of interest to parents. How do you talk to your teen about this or that? It's really something we want to continue to do and be an ambassador for, between parents and children, because if we can build that connection between the adult at the home and the child in the home, then we know everything is going to be, again, much better. And we're partners. I mean, if they're successful, we're successful, and vice versa. It's so important. So I appreciate Ms. Bush your question.
Well, my direction has been to contact the counselor and share with that counselor the things that they have shared with me. And that the counselor would be able to direct them to their meeting. If we have mental health counselors in each one of our schools, we're just stunned that was an option.
Absolutely.
So I just wanted to make sure that we're
well, one more thing that we are doing, I'm sorry.
No, I think you're going to say what I was going to say.
Is that in our regular meetings with our counselors, one of our components of our meetings is we have agencies that are like the United Way will provide agencies, and most all the time these are agencies that would support parents in terms of financial assistance for parents who are having difficulty, or for students who are transitioning from homes to homelessness or vice versa. Things that are additionally stressful and providing those resources that are easy to get to families from the school. So we have a different group each week that's set up. Every time we have a meeting, we have a different individual, and they do about a 10-minute, but they're sharing some really valuable resources and supports for our students and families that we can then reach out to families and say, hey, did you know this is available, or you can do this, or this is, free, that type of thing.
We're also working on we recognize that we need to communicate more with what we've presented today in layman's terms to the parents, and in terms of what's going on, what they can ask the principal about, what they can ask the counselor about, but just that overall communication piece is necessary. So we're focusing on that as well.
A lot of information has been passed this morning, but I want to go back to the teams, your support teams in every school. What about the virtual schools now and also next year? Will you have a support team for each virtual component? And the middle school student, how does that look to their classrooms, to their curriculum? The middle school student, I understand how you do it in the elementary school, but how does the middle school student receive these services? Is it part of their rotation in classes, or how do you start with them?
So for the virtual school, yes, the supports are in place for virtual schools. For next year, those students who have opted to sign up for virtual school, we have dedicated counselors in the virtual program for next year, based on ratio of students in the virtual program. And they would have access to the same supports that our brick and mortar students would have. So if we need to refer to a social worker, if we need to refer to a mental health counselor, or any kind of therapies, kind of services, they would still have access to all that. So that's a little bit of a change for this year, for this coming year. So all of those supports in the schools are available to our virtual students as well. I think Ellen mentioned and can expand upon, we do want down the road, the SEL curriculum is most effective when it's delivered by the teachers, because the teachers are the ones that have the connections with the students. We want to make sure our teachers, though, understand the why behind SEL and mental health and why building relationships and all that's critical. So again, some of our schools are ready where that Rethink Ed curriculum that we purchased, that SEL curriculum, that's for all of our grade levels, middle, elementary, middle, high. Some schools will roll that with teachers even starting next year. Others will start that with guidance counselors while they build the capacity with their teachers and then roll that out to the teachers. In the virtual program this year, for example, we did SEL a moment every day in class. That was typically the 8 to 8:15 time frame where we did something to check in with kids, do some sort of little activity with the kids. For upper grades, that just looks, it's much more advanced. It's not as, it's still activity based usually, but it could be as simple as just how on this that zone of regulation that we showed you, that was an elementary version, but how are you feeling today and why? And if the kids are displaying anxious, well then why are you anxious? And and then teachers will, as through that training, will understand, is that a temporary anxiousness just because I got tested today in math and I'm not prepared for it, I didn't study last night, it's going to be going away, or is that a more permanent anxious that we've got to refer to, that teacher would be trained to say, that's maybe there's some things going on at home, so that's not a temporary thing. So we need to address that with talk to a counselor. We need to talk to typically teachers are going to go to counselors first, and then the counselor from there would refer to other services if it's determined that child is necessary. And I don't know if you want anything about the curriculum.
Well, I just want to say I'm pretty familiar with the elementary level, and I think you guys do a great job on that. As a matter of fact, I'm learning some things about myself going through it with my grandkids. So you do a great job, but I didn't understand how it worked on the middle and the high school level. So those are my only questions. Other people have asked questions that I've had interest in. Thank you a lot.
Thank you for the presentation. You had said something in your presentation of, I saw the data up on the screen about there being more males that experience trauma than females. Do we have any data or any kind of reports on why it's more males than there are females that are, it's on back, I believe, right there. I see that, it's almost double with the 111 males to the 58 females. Do we have any kind of data on why it's more males than females that are experiencing, that are suicidal?
The data that I'm familiar with is basically saying that males aren't necessarily more suicidal. They are, they do complete suicide at a higher rate than females do. So the numbers are higher in terms of occurrences, but attempts, the data is showing that it is not males, it is actually females, which is surprising to most people. I think one thing with males, and I don't really like to generalize, but I think talking about your feelings, being able to feel like it's okay to be vulnerable, to be upset, or to be nervous or scared or anxious or depressed, and to have, the permission, so to speak, to talk about that openly with someone.
Is that part of the training, that when you're training the counselors for them to be able to recognize that?
Absolutely. Because culturally, I mean, it's different as well with different cultural groups. It's different with families. But overall, if you're not talking about how you feel, and you feel like I'm supposed to be this is who I'm supposed to appear like I can handle it, your risk is much higher for mental health issues and possibly suicidal ideation. That is known. We have to have means to process these feelings and these struggles that we all have at one point or another. These are very compounded with things that are going on, and sometimes, again, things like COVID do exacerbate the conditions as they normally would be. By themselves, they're not necessarily causing that. It's something that, from a very early age, when we're working with our, more preventive measures, we want students to feel like they can express how they're feeling. We want them to know that that's okay for them to be mad. It's quite all right to be angry. It's quite all right to be scared. It's okay. How we deal with that is what we have to help them with, to learn how to cope and manage and who to go to for help and what do you do if you're feeling this way. You certainly don't want people to say, well, suck it up and go, or, pull up your big boy pants and, things that we hear in society. It's like, you just got to, shrug it off. You just got to get over it. That message permeates and it sticks. Words matter and our messages matter. And so school is a prime opportunity for all of us to be intentional about allowing students to be human and allow people to feel and know that no matter how you feel, I'm not leaving your side. I'm there for you. And every educator, that's the first thing they want to do. They want their students to be well. They want their students to function. We have to instill the sense that they've got support to be able to do what they're trained to do, that they're available to do what they're asked to do, and that we allow people to function in the roles that they're there to do. It's very important. A lot of the things we respond to are symptoms of these issues. They're not the problem. They're the outcomes of problems that are much deeper than that. One is these referrals that we see. Those aren't the problems. Most all the time, that's a symptom of a bigger problem. And it's why we have On Track and why we have behavior threat assessment now to get dimensional professionals to talk together about that child. Not only what does the policy manual say has to happen, but what are we doing for that child when he returns to school? How are we promoting supports and interventions and safe people to make sure that we're helping the student learn appropriate ways to manage their behavior, to make good choices, and to feel safe at school?
Leads me into another question. Once you started talking about that, how many male counselors do we have? Do we have a male counselor in every school? Because, with cultural things, sometimes
I wish we did.
The males do not like to talk to the females, and most of our educators are females. So do we have a male counselor in every school?
No, ma'am. I wish we did. We recruit very hard for diversity, and that includes males. We work really hard but they're not coming out of the programs, unfortunately, as much as we would like them to. We're very successful in getting graduates to come to Greenville, very successful. But the graduate programs and all school counselors are required to have a master's degree. The graduate programs that are the pipeline is not representative of the male population. And it's underrepresented with our Blacks and with our Latinx population. So we have to be very creative and work hard with other states, and you know, we're using social media to try to, hey, check Greenville out. You know, this would be a great place for you to have.
You said that they have to have a master's degree in order to be a counselor in Greenville County.
Yes.
So you don't take anybody that has a bachelor's degree in counseling.
We're not able to. That's a state certification requirement. A school counselor has to have a master's degree to be a school counselor.
Good. Okay. I have one more question. What kind of support do you have in place for the counselors? Do they have somebody that they can go and talk to outside of the school district that you refer them to? Because I mean, you know, being in the school district, I know some of the counselors, they need that support and they need to talk to somebody too, because they're hearing it all day long. Do we have anything in place for the support for our counselors?
Well, we do. I wouldn't say that it's one program or one person or one system, but we do talk a lot and do a lot of, part of our sessions together are about self-care. What are you doing? That's an interview. I interview every counselor that comes into our district as a screener. And then we have a pool, and then they go to the school to be eventually hired or recommended for hire based on the fit that the school needs. But one of the questions is, how do you self-care and how do you plan to do that in your work? Because compassion fatigue is a real thing. I mean, the frontline folks are teachers, nurses, everyone that's working directly with students. It's heavy lifting, and you wear yourself out if you don't have support systems. Ellen can speak a lot to some things that we've done in terms of training. We've offered mindfulness training to our counselors to teach them ways to go and separate from the stress and the noise and be more mindful. We've done, all of our counselors have gone through Signs Matter training through the Department of Mental Health. All of them, they specifically address issues like stress and burnout and fatigue. And we want people to know that it's, again, back to permission, that it is ethical and responsible that you ask for support and that you do take care of yourself. It's like we've all heard the when you're on a plane, the oxygen falls from the top and you're supposed to put it on yourself first. The inclination is to put it on your child or to your colleague, but you can't help someone if you're not helping yourself first. If you can't breathe, you can't serve. And so we want to make sure people are aware of that, and we encourage that with everything that we have. We do, again, for all of our employees, thanks to our district leadership. We have a phenomenal employee assistance program that is a benefit as part of employment in Greenville County Schools. That hasn't always been here, but it's for the last several years we've had that. You can sign up for that and go to a private counselor away from school, and you get a certain number of sessions for you to go and speak with a counselor. We encourage, and in their training when they're in school, they're encouraged to go to counseling. It's a healthy thing to do. It also models the fact that we want to defy this stigma that's a weakness or that something's wrong with you if you need to talk to somebody. I mean, and we have to do better with that. And I think a lot of our law enforcement professionals are seeing that. Our firefighters, our early responders are seeing how important it is that they take care of who they are. And one other thing I'll say before I close is that we do ask them all to identify at least one accountability partner that's going to call them on it and say what you've been doing for yourself, how you've been helping yourself. I'm stepping in, and we all have a responsibility to one another to do that. We're a team, and so we want to help each other be healthy.
Okay. All right.
Ellen, do you have anything? You've led some really good trainings that I think for helping all of us be more mindful in terms of and self-care and all of the trainings, to start off. You talk about
and
that. That's
I didn't include in my background that I'm a yoga teacher as well. So I can provide some of that as well.
You had said something about you
Ms.
having
Goodwin,
a
hold on
training.
just a minute.
Okay.
Without objection, I'm going to stand for 15 minutes. Go ahead.
This is my last question. You had said something about doing the training for the first year teachers and the second year teachers. What about the veterans? They get burned out.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yes. We
go back and do that for them also.
Yes, for sure. Because a lot of times first year teachers don't even know what they're getting into, that they might not really hear the message. But yes, if a principal will call me, in fact, the week before we, last March, we all, heard the news that we had to stay home. I did a full day of self-care training at Woodmont High School. So department by department. So if a principal or counselor would like that for their staff, they can call me up. We have a few other people who can provide it as well, but it's not isolated to the induction. We just are making sure that we hit all those new teachers too.
So is that a part of the videos that they do at the beginning of the year? Burke.
You mean self-care or accessing the ability to access the employee assistance program?
The self-care, like the training that she does for like the first year teachers and stuff. Sometimes those veterans get burnt out.
There would not be anything in those training videos related to that. There would be in employee onboarding, which goes back to first year or new employees. There would be reference to employee assistance program. And then they are referred to that anytime someone notices there happens to be some sort of issue with an employee.
But as part of the that counselor training we talked about, the train the trainer. So the first series was just about what, why, and how of social emotional learning. And then I mentioned some follow-up modules. One module was all about self-care, so that they could take it back to their staff. So we give them the activities, the PowerPoint, and then ways to incorporate it throughout the year. Because you can't just take care of yourself one day and think that'll do it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
it, Roger.
Dr. Stiles.
First, I'd like to say, as a trustee, I was really pleased and proud when I heard our professionals from the outside to say that our plan for the social, emotional, and mental well-being of our students maybe sets a national bar. So I'm just elated about that. I think that's wonderful. That says a lot for the two of you and Dr. Royster and his leadership in that. So I thank you for that. The one thing that I heard today that concerns me, which makes me feel like that we need to take one more step to raise the bar even higher, and that's going back to our students who have the most difficult mental health problems in our schools. I've had some of those in my school, and I'm so thankful for the new mental health counselors. I think that's a wonderful addition. It was much needed. But I've been in a situation as a principal where I've referred a student who was having a very serious mental health issue, and the parents were resistant completely to, as Mr. Haynes suggested, they're not going to turn them away, but they're going to let the bill run up. Well, in my community, we don't believe like that. We pay our bills. We pay for our services. So I was very frustrated at one point in my career because I thought, you know, how are we closing that gap? Rob, I love something you said. I put this in quotes. I'm not leaving your side. When we send a student for mental health services and they're rejected because the parent is unwilling to commit the funds, then ultimately, aren't we leaving their side? And I just want to say this because this is something I feel very strongly about as an educator and advocate for our students, especially with all the federal monies coming in. Surely there's an avenue. Surely there's some funding, this Easter funding that we can look at to support making sure that we're not leaving any student aside. You're right, the students that are on Medicaid, they're all getting services, no problem. The problem is when parents come in and they can't afford it, they don't qualify for the services and they're not willing to run up the bill. So I would say that. And if that's not a viable solution, then I would say this, we need to work with our mental health folks that are on site for them to have maybe a protocol on how they work with the parents, maybe that initial meeting before they start talking about money and signing the documents about pay. That seems to be first in the order. That's a big turnoff. I think that we need to take the opportunity to educate our parents about the importance of getting these services before we start talking about money. And then once we do that, then I think that's a better time to start talking about paying for these services. And if the parent is unwilling, and like I said, in my community, that's an issue, are there other agencies, you know, in our community, like, for example, Greer Mental Health, who are willing to work on a sliding scale where parents can pay, but they pay that on a sliding scale? And how do we use that as if we come together as a community and we're all networking and forming those partnerships? In that first initial meeting, if the parent is unwilling to, you know, accept the financial burden and rejects their services, is there a step in place, or can we put a step in place where we link them to another service that may provide a sliding scale? I think we really need to network more with other providers in our community in that situation and have a plan in place so that, Rob, again, with your quote, I'm not leaving your side. I think as a district, we need to be committed to that slogan for all of our students who are experiencing mental health issues. And I would encourage the board, my fellow board members, and Dr. Royster. I know we've made decisions about Easter funds, but you know, I don't know if there's any hope there, but I certainly feel like if there's ever been an area of need in this pandemic, the mental health of our students is a huge priority. So just my thoughts and feelings, and thank you again for what you've done, and thank you for setting the bar. I truly believe as an insider, as a former principal, we do set the bar. And even since I've been gone, which is almost 2 years, I can see the improvements to the plan. And that's what we should be continually doing, is trying to build and grow our services and our plans for our students and being the best that we can be. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stiles. You know, one thing that would have changed in that 2 years, we are putting some funds into mental health services. We're currently putting some Title IV funds in there. We had an uptick in Title IV federal funds for being allowable for mental health services, among other things. We're in discussions right now with there is now only one mental health agency that serves the county. You might have missed that. It was I think Rob did mention that in his presentation. At one time there were two. They have now combined, so we deal only with one, which is actually better, works better. They do, I believe, have a sliding scale for payment for individuals who do pay based on income. Chris could probably have spoken better to that, Chris Hain, than I could speak to it. So we are currently working with them on what additional supports they need to have financially. The state, and I think Chris did mention that in his presentation or comments, the General Assembly did infuse some funding into the Department of Mental Health for school mental health services. So what we've tried to do is be very careful in that we were not duplicating funding they might have been receiving through the State Department of Mental Health. And I guess mental health services in South Carolina are structured somewhat akin to the health department, but not exactly the same. In that you have a state department of mental health, then you have these affiliated local mental health organizations who receive some direction. Rob, I'm looking to you so I don't say this incorrectly. They receive some direction, some coordination at the state level, but they also function to a degree independently. But they are funded from the state level, and they also receive some federal funds. We certainly do have a significant amount of ESSER funding that was referenced earlier. What we want to be real cautious about with ESSER funding is not to create something that is a recurring dependency on it that we can't later support. So a lot of that I would think that we want to look towards one-time items or training. Because once you get training, you don't lose that over time. It may need to be refreshed and bolstered over time, but you don't lose the initial training. So we are working closely with them to address the funding issue. And I would agree with you. I don't know how their talk goes when they sit down with someone for the first time, but their first conversation needs to be about what services they believe the student needs to have and how they can provide those, and then talk about the finance later. And we also deal with, from time to time, and probably Rob and Ellen can speak more directly to this than I can, it is not just the paying for it. There is, on the part of some individuals, a stigma attached to receiving this kind of help, this kind of health service. And they do not want the stigma having nothing to do with the paying. So that requires a change in mindset and some convincing or selling of the idea that this is a health issue, no different than the flu, the measles, whatever else it might be. There's a health issue here, and you need some professional help with that health issue.
I think that's a great opportunity for that initial meeting before the funding. I think you hit a good point there, Dr. Brewster. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stiles. Ms. Wales.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave here in a minute, and I'm going to be Zooming the call as I drive somewhere. But I echo what my colleagues have said. I think we have to leverage this opportunity we have with these funds to look at what we can do differently. I mean, these funds, we have to 2023, 24 to spend some of this money. So I think that's an opportunity to do some things that are going to change the lives of students that need it. But I'm going to pivot for a minute. And because I'm in agreement, total agreement with that, but I also am concerned about the teachers. So we talked about that a little bit. We layer on, we want you to teach, and we want you to bring them up to speed academically. And we want you to cover all the other needs that they have. And that's a lot for our teachers, right? We have large classes, right? We have classes where you want them to get to know personally 27, 28, 29 students, and make sure they're where they need to be academically. And by the way, also make sure you know what's going on with them at home. And you got a limited time, right? So I wonder, the mention of hiring or trying to work with paraprofessionals, have we looked at, do we need some additional resources, floating support? I know that I've heard as we've tried to add counselors and mental health professionals, what we talk about every time in the budget is, well, we don't want to add more into the budget than we can actually fill slots for, right? We have to kind of grow that gradually to find those folks. But, is there a way to look at using other, if you want to call them paraprofessionals or other folks that we can give some training, some of this intensive, mental health first aid training, some of those things so that they could be a support, certainly at least in the next 2 or 3 school years, if that's what we can find, and see how that works so that teachers aren't trying to deliver and be all those things to all those students at the same time. Because unfortunately, no one's talked about, we aren't talking about, have we had teachers employees that have taken their lives this year. And we have. That's a real thing. They carry that same burden. And so they aren't immune to that. And they've suffered from that. We've lost staff to suicide. So are there things that y'all might be looking at or that you could look at to kind of augment that network of support and put some folks in, again, floaters or something? Is that kind of just a crazy idea, or is that something y'all considered?
Well, I think we do utilize, I guess we should have mentioned this in the presentation, the on-track model and the training that Ellen does is not just for teachers. That, as a matter of fact, we talked about this last with principals, that for the ACEs training, the trauma-informed practices training, the SEL training, that needs to be your entire staff, not just the teachers. Because to your point, there's a lot of people already working in the school that could add value to the work with children. So even with the on-track process, when we assign a mentor to a child or when we do some of those things, that's not always a teaching adult. That can be a custodian that has a connection with a child that maybe doesn't have a connection with the teacher for some reason, and that custodian's the one that's checking on that child. So I agree with your point about leveraging the people we have in the schools. Many districts have recognized that we focus too much on teachers have to be the end all be all when you've got all this other staff in the school who, quite frankly, a lot of them want to lend, have more value added to to impacting students. I mean, what they do impacts students, but to be able to impact a child because they're mentoring a child, many of our adults that are not teachers want to do that.
Right. I'm sorry. Right. So is it possible we could look at some additional, and maybe it's expanding that support team around the on-track? But again, my concern there is that on-track system, the way it has been set up, there's a ton of kids you're missing out on, right? And that's what we're saying. The teachers are supposed to be understanding and seeing that. So, just since we're out of time, I won't belabor the point, but just to think about, can we look at alternative certifications or alternative trainings and make it more deliberate, more intentional, that we expect this person to take responsibility for looking at some of those things. Because I love I tell you, walk in our school, and if it's cafeteria worker or custodians, they do care and they do form those relationships. But we need to make sure, again, if we're putting this burden on the teacher, that there's somebody else maybe to help bear that burden. Sure. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Without objection, I'm going to extend for 15 minutes. Ms. Doolin. I got two more.
Okay. I'm a little bit surprised that no one else brought up the increase in suicide rate for this year versus the previous decade, which in your presentation, it looks like there were 17 suicides in the previous decade and 10 or 11 this year. I mean, that's a really significant increase. And I can't think of anything else other than COVID-related factors that would contribute to that sort of jump in suicides. So since we do have federal funding, Dr. Royster, what are the ways that we can use that money if there's a basically 1,000% increase in need and we have the funds? How can we allocate that to the mental health department? Can we have scholarships for the children that have private insurance, but whose families can't afford counseling?
He's thinking about
it. As I mentioned earlier, we're already working with Greenville Mental Health on billable services and trying to fully understand what the gap is with them and how we might fill that. If we can continue to use Title IV funds on it, that actually is a more stable recurring source of funding than the ESSER money. Because Title IV, though it went up appreciably, 3 or 4 years ago, it has been in existence since the mid 1960s, actually. So that's a little more stable platform to pay off of. I believe, and I think we're working now to align those two numbers. I believe this number is off by 1 or 2, though it's still too many. But what you'll find nationally is there has been a huge escalation in this age group I want to say, Rob, is it 600%? Does that sound right? In the 10 to 24 age group over the last decade in suicide, not attempts, in actual suicides.
Be sure that's very close.
So it is a huge issue. One of the things is early identification. So it's not just providing the connection to the service, it's early identification. So the training that they're talking about that we're doing currently with our employees, that's one way to step up early identification. The other, they touched on it briefly. We now have a much more enhanced capability to intercept communication that relates to suicide, including nights, weekends, so forth. That's providing us an earlier opportunity to intervene. So we believe those two methods of earlier intervention will help us address our segment of what is a national and growing problem. And anytime I think that you're faced with an unusual circumstance, and this pandemic is the most unusual circumstance that's faced our country as a whole, probably maybe since World War II. I don't know if you would count the Cold War period as being similar, but probably since World War II. So I think we would expect, unfortunately, to see an uptick in issues directly and indirectly related to that. But I think we have a solid plan in place to improve upon the identification of people needing help. There's some phenomena that no one really understands about suicide. Two of those are cluster suicides. Rob can speak, and probably Ellen can speak much more in depth than I can about it. That it is unlikely to have only one, you're probably going to have multiple suicides in a short period of time within the same community. The other is there is considerable evidence that the inclination to commit suicide is, I would, for lack of a better term, say perhaps genetic. It actually runs in families, like some other proclivities to do certain things run in families. I don't know all the research behind that. They're more expert in that area than I am. But it is a very difficult to understand issue. If you have been close to anyone who has done that, you will find it very difficult to ever understand why they did it. And the key is people being aware of it, people that have the ability to help them and get them that help as quickly as you can get them the help. So all of these pieces come together to try to do that. And I think the first key we have, that is identifying who might need that help. And I believe on those two fronts, we're now much better positioned to do that.
Thank you. Ms. Mosley.
Thank you. I know we're behind, so I may save some of my questions if it's okay with you guys to contact you or to send them to you in the email, maybe, just because some of them are just my information only, for example. However, I do have a couple of things I wanted to ask. First of all, how, kind of piggybacking off of what Dr. Worcester just pointed out about our ability to identify concerns now with technology, for example, how often are we getting gaggle alerts? And it's gaggle, right? Did I use that word? Okay.
Yes. Those from the QCons, which is that level, the level 2, those QCons typically on average, I could pull the average for you, but it's going to be higher in middle school and high school than it is in elementary.
Right.
Of course, and that makes sense. But I would say on average, I could get you a daily average because we track it every day. It's going to be the QCons anywhere from 3 to 10 per day, depending on the size of the school. Some of those are things that they would, administrators or counselors would easily dismiss as not actionable. Kids just talk about got a knife for Christmas.
Right.
Okay. For PSSs, typically, because those all come through security, through for Director of Security Travis' office, those typically, I would say we have anywhere from 1 to 5 a day in a 24-hour period on average. And again, if you want specific accurate numbers, we can actually get those for you.
Ballpark's fine right now. And just to clarify, because I remember we had our presentation on this technology, a student has to be either connected to our network or using one of our devices, correct?
They do not. They just have, it monitors their Google Drive and their email. So it doesn't matter what device or what network they're on. As long, if they're doing something through their Google Drive or through their email, it will notify us.
Okay. But if they're at home in an evening, just texting with their personal device with a friend, for
Correct.
Example, it's not going to pick
No,
up
ma'am.
that kind of, or emailing on a non-school email.
A non-school email one, we can't monitor anything out, but I will tell you where we're getting the most of them. Kids forget if they're super tech savvy, but they
Excuse me just a minute, Mr. McCoy.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Mike. We don't need to answer that in a public session.
Okay.
We're glad to answer that in executive session or send it to you as executive content.
That's fine.
Because that goes to a security issue. And we don't necessarily want to talk in the open about how we identify these things because we don't want to cause people to try to take a different route, if that makes sense.
I'm fine with in writing. I don't need to.
We can send it to you, yeah.
Yep. Thank you. Okay. So moving right along, I'm glad Sarah brought up the attention to this astronomical jump in suicides. That caught me not so much by surprise, but it was sobering to see that in writing. Have we lost anyone this year to COVID? Any student this year to COVID? I'm sorry, I keep waiting for you to take a bite.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I said, Sarah's attention and my attention went to the number of suicides we've had since 2020, since May of 2020. In our student population. What I was wanting to know, because I often hear the comment of one death is too many, and I agree with that. Have we had any student deaths because of COVID? And I mean, when I say because of COVID, attributed to COVID, the actual virus.
A student death from the virus itself,
Yes.
not that I am aware of.
Okay. And going back to what Carolyn said about parental support, are we with this new rollout of social emotional learning and training at the school level and counselor level and all that, are we going to be looking for opportunities to educate parents, like to bring parents more into the fold proactively? Because I'll give you an example. My church had a mental health presentation for youth group families for parents, and the parents went with their children because we're talking about 7th through 12th grade, basically. And I remember several parents, it being a very eye-opening conversation and information that was shared, particularly some of the statistics that are shared as far as, and you're talking about, because we talk about the stigma, the fact that there always has been a stigma, and the fact that people might be getting more comfortable talking about it. I guess I'm just wondering if we're going to be offering that opportunity to bring parents into the fold a little bit, not just doing stuff at school that they're not aware of, maybe.
Yeah, so we have talked about when Dr. Hampshire and Mr. Rose met with some parents earlier this year around the whole mental health and kind of what we're doing. We've talked about a communication plan for that and around SEL. We've done a little bit more of that in this year in the virtual program, just because parents were around and they'd hear things. And, we had some parents opt out of SEL instruction. And I think part of that for us was, okay, we need to do a little bit more education around what we're doing. There's value in helping parents understand why kids need to regulate and why kids need to identify how they're feeling emotionally. To your point, I think it goes back to stigma sometimes, that we don't need to talk about that. As we've talked about that over the last really 2 months, or I guess last month, 2 months, is really when we roll out heavily next year, is there needs to be a component of that for parents, whether it's communication flyers, bringing parents in that want to come in, doing it virtually, that we need to understand. And because we would ultimately like them to use those same strategies at home with their kids when parents have talked about that.
Right. And honestly, I think you hit something on a nail on the head. People are opting out of things because, well, for a variety of reasons. There is a perception out there, right or wrong. It might be right, it might be wrong, from some parents that we walk a fine line sometimes between there are parents who do not want their children taught how to feel.
Right.
They want to, and as a school district, I believe we have a responsibility to make sure that throughout our training, whoever is delivering the message, that we are not crossing that line a little bit, because it can get a little gray for some folks. And so but I do believe that bringing parents into the fold just is another layer of stakeholders.
Agreed.
That needs to be addressed.
Agreed.
Okay. Let me make sure I may have everything else. One last question, and then everything else I can address later. The assessment, I believe, one of you, Dr. Hampshire, maybe you mentioned there's going to be an assessment this fall that's going to go out. Did I understand that to students to kind of do for lack of a better word, a well check or with them, or like mental health check-in?
It's for them to respond to questions about their capacity or their capabilities around SEL, social emotional learning. So how are you doing with perseverance? So one of the areas is self-management. So looking at perseverance, time management, things like that. How are you doing with your self-awareness, knowing how you feel, being able to, regulate if you're feeling out of control, those kinds of questions.
Okay. And then we're going to use that information to drive the conversation.
So in multiple ways. One is a conversation at the a much broader level, at the school level, with administrators and counselors to say, okay, how can we use our instruction? Because it completely aligns with the curriculum that we're using. Rethink Ed is what it's called. So how can we make sure at our school, we're noticing that self-management is really low. And so we need to really make sure that we're very intentional about our instruction with self-management and what are some additional supports we can provide with that. And then it also provides information about Tier 2 so that counselors can, investigate, can we pull them in to give them some additional supplemental strategies? Does that make sense?
Yes. And I didn't hear you. Could you give me the name of that curriculum?
Yes, it's called Rethink Ed. It's capital R, capital T, and then Ed is a separate.
Okay, my last comment, and I'll be done. So what she just said about taking that information from those assessments, I think that would be a great opportunity to invite parents to hear what their students are saying.
Sure.
So,
yeah,
absolutely.
Okay, I'm good.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none. Thank you all very much. Sorry to have kept you through your lunch. Sorry they didn't bring you lunch. You could have took Jeff. So
you could if I share with you.
I'll be expecting that on my desk.
That's right.
It was our pleasure. Thank you so much.
thank you all. A whole lot of
Thank you for the
information.
work you
Whole lot of
do. Yeah.
information. Our next item on the agenda is 2.03, request for CARES Act. Dr. Royster, are you ready to explain this one?
Yes, sir. I will try to explain this as succinctly and hopefully clearly as I can. You all know there are basically 3 CARES Act allocations that have come to or are coming to the district. If you look in your board materials, you will see the total amounts for those. Every CARES Act, whether it was the first one, the second one, or the third, and they have a little different designation, but it's the easiest way to keep them straight is 1, 2, and 3. They all had certain eligible expenditures associated with them. In many cases, they were very broad. You could do a lot of different things and fall under the parameters of the ESSER funding. Not until we received the first notice of the rules and the tentative amount under the third fund was there ever a required spend down. I.e., you must do this one thing here with this amount of money. Right? In ESSER 3, there is a requirement that 20% of the $162 million in ESSER 3 be expended on basically on academic support and remediation and services directly to students. Well, as with any other fund, we want to handle the fund in the way that provides the greatest freedom to the district, to the board, to utilize those funds in the best interest of the district. Well, that 20% translates into a little over $30 million, and you have the exact amount in your board materials. You all have already committed to an amount equal to that meets the requirement for student support, remediation, and instruction. So what we're recommending to you is that you take off the designation you put on it to come from CARES 1 and 2, and let us take that from CARES 3. So we will have on the front end met the requirement for 20%, thereby providing more freedom for the expenditure of all the CARES Act money in total. The second part of this is we identified some expenses, some one-time expenditures that meet the definitions that we want to recommend that you approve an additional $37.48 million in CARES Act expenses for items such as classroom libraries. Mr. McCoy can speak directly to that, answer any questions if you need to have them answered. Virtual school and classroom software, calculators. The big item in that one section, the two big items, career and technical ed equipment and graduation, the two big items are classroom libraries. Since we put in balanced literacy is predicated on being able to access leveled readers. And we have used special revenue funds to purchase them. Schools have used their regular instructional materials allocation to purchase them. We have used library materials allocations to purchase them. This CARES Act funding gives us the opportunity to do a massive infusion to the tune of $13 million to provide leveled classroom libraries of readers throughout the system. And for the first time to do it at the middle and high school level, in addition to the concentrated effort at the elementary level. We also have some incumbent cost with virtual school for the coming year related to software for that purpose, calculators. We do not have in our budget the amount that we would like to have for the replacement and upgrade to ensure that we have up-to-date vocational technical equipment. That's the other large expenditure of $8 million. When you look beyond that, we have some operational things. Almost every one of those, you can, they're provided in detail explanations of each, and the appropriate people are here to answer any question about them. But basically what it does is request about $13 million to upgrade and replace worn, aging, and outdated equipment that in essence is the backbone of technology. We're not talking about the one-to-one devices. We have that budgeted through refresh. We're talking about servers. We're talking about firewalls. We're talking about the 16-year-old voice over IP telephone system, the backup systems that back up our data system. All of these items are things that we would be coming to you and asking for. Normally, when we come to you and say, you've got this much in fund balance, we'd like for you to approve these one-time expenditures out of fund balance. We would rather not do that out of fund balance because fund balance has no restrictions on how you might choose to use it. These items meet the definition of ESSER. So if you approve these items and you make the transfer of costs from ESSER 1 and 2 to 3, that still leaves $159,506,000 in unencumbered ESSER funds, which in essence is right at the amount of ESSER 3 total. The total allocation for ESSER 3 is around $162 million. So that is the request that we bring to you, and we certainly have the personnel here to respond to any specific question about a particular item that you might have.
Correctly, you need two different motions.
Yes, sir. One motion to align our expenditures to move them from ESSER 1 and 2 to ESSER 3, meeting that 20% requirement in ESSER 3, and then a motion to approve from ESSER funds as described the total of $37.480 million as specified in the attachments from the administration.
Mr. Chair.
Chair.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to redesignate $32,600,000 of previous approved budget expenditures from ESSER 1 CARES and ESSER 1 CARES 1 and ESSER 2 CARES CRRSA to ESSER 3-ARP.
Motion, is there a second?
I second.
A motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I would also like to make a motion to designate $37,480,000 from ESSER 1 and 2 for the expenditures as detailed in the attached document as below. 1.93 kb and 468 kb.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second, Mr. Sailors. Any discussion on the motion? Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few questions. So first, the motion is to designate $37,408,000 from ESSER 1 and 2, but the attachment only lists ESSER 2 budget expenditures. So do we have a breakdown of how much of the 37.48 is coming from ESSER 1 and how much of it is coming from ESSER 2?
The staff.
Majority is coming from ESSER 2. The ESSER 1, we're working with that now, and hopefully we will have some by the end of this fiscal year. So we're only dealing with ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 going forward. But the majority is coming from ESSER 2.
The strategy there, we want to close one out as quickly as possible because it has the shortest deadline on it, then close out two the next most quickly, and then those remaining, the majority of which would be in ESSER 3, which has a September 2024 commitment deadline and a maybe rest of the fiscal year spin down deadline.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if we look at the narrative that came with the motion, there's three bullets at the top that say this leaves the following amount in each fund: ESSER 1, 0, ESSER 2, 66 million. So are those numbers, if we make this move, what is left in those funds as of today?
If you would drop down to the very last sentence on the same page, it actually leaves a $159,506,889,000. If you went back to the table you were referencing, it zeroes out ESSER 1. It leaves a 66.7 million roughly in ESSER 2 and 130 million point two in ESSER 3. Remember, we have to take that set aside from ESSER 3, which you all just approved. That leaves 196.9 million. Then if you all approve the 37.480, it leaves $159,506,889 in uncommitted ESSER funding.
But using that zero at the top, I'm trying to get to is doing this would zero out ESSER 1. Is that
yes? We would spend it in such a way it zeroes out ESSER 1. Yes, sir.
So I guess that just leads to just a couple of questions, because when we look at the eligible expenses in the other attachment you guys sent, there are some specific categories that show up in ESSER 1 that don't get specifically mentioned in ESSER 2 and 3. One of them being number 10, to provide mental health services and supports. And so when I look at kind of a need that this community has, while I certainly appreciate the need for new technology and upgrading phone systems and phone security, we have heard there is a need for additional mental health services and supports. Wouldn't it be more appropriate for us to spend down these dollars in ESSER 2 to free up money in ESSER 1 that could be used immediately to shore up what I believe is a $1.5 million shortfall between what the Department of Mental Health has estimated is their cost for providing services in this county and what they get from Medicaid and from other funds?
We're actually working through that with them, and we believe we have an amount that is less than $1.5 million. But I would direct your attention to ESSER 3, developing strategies and implementing public health protocols, including, and it goes on to say, reopening operational school facilities to effectively maintain the health and safety of students, educators, and other staff. That broad topic should cover anything related to mental or other health and safety needs.
Okay, so it's your understanding that ESSER 3 could be used for mental health services if the Title IV dollars is sufficient? Okay.
It also relates to students' social and emotional needs.
Okay.
So there are two caveats there that to me directly relate to provision of mental health services.
Okay. The next question I have is that one of the previous CAL meetings, you had alluded to the fact that you were working with the administration at the district level to look at providing funds directly to the high schools to help cover some of their offset expenses around athletics.
Yes.
And I don't see those here. Is that something that we're hoping is going to come from a future recommendation?
Well, one of the things that is ineligible for ESSER funding is to replace lost revenue. However, we have some amounts remaining in the district's general fund budget that were originally frozen that we will not use, including around $800,000 in professional development money, that as soon as we can arrive at a reasonable amount that was lost, it would be our intent to utilize those funds for that purpose.
Are there funds additionally for, you and I had a conversation about also the arts at the high school level have been another group that has been impacted by their inability to use ticket sales to cover the costs not covered by the district. Are we looking at that as well?
Yes.
Okay. So then I guess just the last question is, the list here they all in the operations section, they all seem like items that fit the spirit of what we could use these funds for. Mm-hmm. Of the 12.9 million in operations, how much of that is currently in our long-range facility plan budget, our operational? I mean, are these new dollars, or are these dollars that we're spending from that so that it frees up money in those other budgets for other expenses?
None of this would free up money in another budget. These would be items we would likely be coming to you and say, we need for you to utilize fund balance to purchase these. And again, fund balance having no restrictions on your usage of that. It's better, we believe, to align it with this fund. Now, some of these we will not buy right away because we don't want them to all die right away.
Right.
So the timing of some of these will be spread over that all the way maybe up to the 24 time frame. Some of them we need to replace immediately. Others not so much so. We also need to look, now that we have become so much more reliant on technology, and our technology is so much more sophisticated than it once was, and the need for security is so much greater than it once was, as evidenced by the cyber attack on Colonial Pipeline and the repeated attempts we have that are made on intrusion into our own system. We're going to have to increase the safety and security of our networks. In fact, you'll see a reference down there into something we had to discontinue because we found a security vulnerability in it, and the purchase of these camera servers will correct that security vulnerability. This is something that we need to budget for on a more regular basis as part of our capital expenditure, like we did several years ago when we went from the concept of we're going to use fund balance to buy new computers. We shifted that to a planned cycle of refresh funded through the capital budget. Some of this needs to be folded into that and purchased over a period of years so as not to be reliant on non-recurring funds. There'll always be a need to use some non-recurring funds, but we don't need to be as reliant on it as we have become because of this huge increase in use of technology. And we've never seen an increase like we've seen in the last year for obvious reasons.
That's great. I just have two more questions. So if we could just, on page 3 of the expenditures, the telephone system, the $4.9 million is to upgrade telephones across the district. The last sentence though says it would provide an opportunity for any district staff computer to be utilized as the teacher's classroom phone. Can we just get some more information on kind of what does that mean?
Jim, do you or Bill want to speak to? I'm afraid if I explain that, I might not explain it correctly, but I think you can talk into your computer.
Okay, I never used this before. I think it'll
push the button until it's steady red.
Steady red, I've got it. Currently this year for virtual teachers, we had to approach Google and they gave us free licenses for telephones for teachers to use at home because they didn't want to use their personal phones. With the new phone systems, one of the benefit that just comes with it is it does give us the ability to give every teacher the ability to use their school number at home as well. So it actually, it's a soft phone that runs on their computer.
So the district issues a computer to a classroom teacher. The classroom teacher teaches from home on an e-learning day or a snow day or whatever we call those days now. And conceivably, they can use now the district's bandwidth through their computer to access the internet. They don't need to have...
No, sir, it's to access their telephone.
Oh, okay.
So with Google, they had to have a separate number than their work number. So it was a little confusing because everybody knows the teacher's work number.
Okay.
This, it just takes their desk phone and turns it into a phone on their computer.
Okay, so so a teacher will give out that number as her classroom phone number, and parents will call and it will go through their computer.
Yes, sir. It's actually the same system, so it's the same voicemail. It's everything's the same, except it now is portable.
Okay, but it's not connected to providing any sort of internet access to teachers who may be working from home that need additional bandwidth. Okay.
But just as a reminder, some of the board members may not be aware that every teacher has a phone in their room with a 355 number. This allows that 355 number to be transferred over. They can use their computer. And if they were to call a parent or a parent were to call them, it would be through that 355 number. And if we have some virtual teachers who are actually working from home, they would get a unique 355 number that would be their computer as opposed to that phone hanging on the wall in the classroom. Is that correct, Jim? Thank you.
Okay. The last question I have is just on page 5. There's a visitor, student, staff, volunteer system upgrade. We currently, the buildings are closed to visitors do we anticipate that making this investment is a step towards us reopening our schools for visitors in the next school year?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Ms. LaVente as well.
Yes. Well, Dr. Bush, I appreciate you looking at all of the services available, because we do not need to have what's happened to the Colonial Pipeline cyber attack happen to this district. And we do need for there to be backup systems, telephone, et cetera. And now's the time. If we have the funding, we need to utilize this in updating everything, because we all know technology changes daily. And by the time we implement it, it will be dated. But at least we're not dated that far back, and we're dated up to date dated. I just want to make sure that we have looked at all of these camera servers and et cetera, and that we're getting the best technology in place, and that and I know your people have really researched everything, but I think it's important that we have more school servers, et cetera, so that we are prepared for the element of surprise in case there's another situation that happens. Unfortunately, I hope that, and unfortunately, I hope it never happens, but that we're prepared for future unknowns, and that we have everything throughout this district that parents will have access to be able to do, whether it's virtual or whatever the situation is. It's better, it's greater, and it's easier to access information to the district. Is that correct? Are you working on all of that and making sure we're in compliance and that we're ahead of the game?
One thing in particular that goes directly to that, we try to stay as reasonably ahead as we can stay. As you mentioned, things change. While we're sitting here, somebody's developed something new. One of the things that you all know, Travis Forrester, who's charge of security for us. One of the things that he had shared with us in looking at these camera servers, Travis, I'll make sure I say this correctly. All these components are made in the U.S. There is a vetting process that you all used with Homeland Security to ensure that we aren't creating a vulnerability by what we purchase.
Right.
Not just the ability to penetrate it once it's in place, but to ensure to our best ability to do so that there is not something contained therein that provides a back door that nobody's aware of. So even to that level of research into what we're doing, that's the kind of effort these folks have put forth, whether it's something that they're doing in ETS to protect the system, something Travis and others are doing in security to protect our camera systems, or protect. I think those camera servers, understood correctly, Travis, also allow us to tie everything together, access entry points, radio system, text alerts. It will become a much more enhanced backbone than the one we have now, and will serve as a basis for us to begin to replace cameras, which we have to do on an ongoing basis to keep them current.
Good. I think that's very important. Also, I'd like to look at our buses and make sure that we have the proper equipment and so forth in case, and prevent things from happening before they happen. Lessons learned from the situation, whether it be in Columbia or wherever, whatever's out there, but that we have camera security everywhere, and not only on our buses, et cetera, but also on all of our schools. And I know we do have cameras surrounding all of our schools and inside the schools, all areas of the schools. But I just want to make sure that with this CARES funding, that we protect and we do everything we can to protect our students, faculty, staff, et cetera, in all areas of a school and on their way home.
And as you mentioned, Ms. Wells, and certainly the incident in Columbia comes immediately to mind. We have the ability in our buses not only to record what occurs, but to view it real time.
Right.
They also have the ability, our transportation dispatchers, they can immediately locate any bus. We can real time view what's going on in that bus. We can real time listen to audio from inside that bus, in addition to our ability to communicate with the drivers. The other thing, I think we sent you all a note as a reminder on this, but I think it'd be good to revisit it right now. We began 4 years ago training our bus drivers in the event someone attempted something like what happened in Columbia, that they're being trained as to how to respond in that circumstance. Not only a classroom or lecture portion and video, but up until this year, which we did not do at the beginning of this year because of the COVID distancing and so forth, we've also done a live exercise that they have participated in and or observed with the sheriff's office SWAT team responding to a bus and dealing with a situation like that in the manner that their protocols indicate they would deal with it. And we will resume the live exercise in the coming year as well.
To not do enough professional development, simulation, et cetera, for our bus drivers, security, law enforcement. And I think we have such an outstanding rapport with all of our, the sheriff's office, as well as the police department and all municipalities. So that's a plus as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Levent, as well. We have a motion on the floor, and Mr. Seth would like to speak.
Very quickly, Dr. Royster, does any of this affect our current budget? Is there any deadlines to spend this money on?
Yes, sir. There are various deadlines associated with each of the ESSER funds, and we'll make certain as we do these purchases, we meet any of those deadlines so as not to lose any funding.
Some of the things we got on here, FY25 and FY28, so
now that reference is, at that point, we need to look at a long-term plan for how they'll be replaced in the future. That's what the 25 to 28 timeframe refers to.
the things we got on here for the career and technical education improvements, 8,400,000, would that bring all of our equipment up to date?
Yes, sir.
And when would that take place?
We'll begin that process immediately.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Seth. Anyone else have any questions? Hearing none, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is 2.04. Addition of board policy ACB, education, equity, diversity, and inclusion. Mr. Royster took off. You want to handle this, Dr. Turner?
Doug, are you going to speak on this?
Doug's going to take care of it. Okay. Is Lisa on?
Yes.
Well, I will speak on it. Dr. Royster stepped out, but I will begin. And this is an opportunity, given that this is a new board policy, it needs to have 2 affirmative votes by the school board to pass. So there's been one, that was last month's board meeting, and now, as we discussed then, the intention is to bring it back here for committee of the whole for additional discussion. And I know Mrs. Wells has proposed some possible changes to it. So I will turn it over to either Dr. Royster or Mrs. Wells.
I think she's departed.
I think she's on Zoom.
Oh, is she on remotely? I would simply say that the administration has reviewed this and has no issue with those proposed changes. They align with the thinking of the administration in the original policy that we presented.
Can you ask her? I can do it. I just don't.
Ms. Wells, you wanted Mr. Lewis to make the motion for you?
Yeah, I think since I'm in transit, if Mr. Lewis can speak to it for me, I coordinated with him to do that for me. So that'd be great. Thank you.
Would you like to do that, Mr. Lewis? Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I believe every board member was given a copy of Blue Line revisions, which are the revisions that Mr. Webb and Dr. Royce are discussing. So my motion would be that we amend the proposed policy ACB to reflect the changes distributed to the board.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the recommended change? Hearing no further discussion.
I'm sorry. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Webb and to Dr. Royster, because I know that it is difficult to write a new policy, and it's especially difficult to write a new policy on this topic without having a whole lot of input. And I appreciate the administration for bringing it back to the COW rather than just moving it from board meeting to board meeting. So on behalf of Ms. Wells, but personally, thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. All in favor of the
What?
I do have one question that I just didn't understand. Lisa, you may need to address this. It's under the workplace culture and outcomes. The statements you added, the district will foster an environment of inclusive and diverse perspectives through training and development aimed at removing barriers for achievement and promotion of underrepresented groups. I'm just wondering, when you're referring to moving barriers for the promotion of underrepresented groups, I was a little confused about what you meant by that. Can you clarify that?
Yes. So I think someone alluded to earlier that, we don't have a lot of males in our mental, as guidance counselors. We don't have a lot of males in the classroom like we would want to have. So they're underrepresented. So you wouldn't traditionally think of them as a minority group you would promote, but within that context, they are. So I think the idea is that in every aspect of our work that we're doing our best to be sure that if you're providing a service, if you're delivering a service, if you're receiving that service, that you see someone that looks like you, it isn't something where you aren't, you can't connect because of that barrier. So that was the intent with that language.
So how would we go about removing barriers to promote the underrepresented positions, groups in certain positions? How do we go about removing barriers if there's like a small pool of candidates to select for positions? I'm just having a hard time understanding, what do you suggest if we do not have individuals who are certified, who are eligible for employment, who have top credentials? I still don't understand how we're going to remove those barriers. I mean, what control do we have over that?
Well, I think you can see evidence in the district already of ways that the district is going about trying, particularly in recruitment, trying to ensure that we recruit where we have a shortage. So you look at the GATE program. And so I think the district is already doing some of that work. And I would imagine, this is, again, a board policy, my expectation would be that the administration, especially as they work through with the stakeholder group, they would continue to research that, analyze their data, and then come up with recommendations for how we remove those barriers. So the intent with that is to say that the board is supportive of this work, that, as I said, I see the district already doing this work, and we want to see that continue.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure that's what the statement. In other words, when I read that, I'm not sure that I comprehend it the way that you're phrasing that. I would suggest that we stay with the original statement that was made by Doug. For that particular statement, I feel better about the statement that was the original on that part. I don't know if that's.
Dr. Stiles, there's a motion on the floor. If you want to change the motion, you can.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to amend the motion and change, to go back to the original statement that on that last sentence under workplace culture and outcomes.
Okay, we have a amendment to the motion, but Dr. Stiles, is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second. Any discussion on the amendment to the amendment?
So Roger, just let me, Mr. Meek, I'm sorry, I can't see you. So can I ask a question there?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I think just, sometimes word, it's kind of hard to tell. There was a sentence that I moved because it was repetitive and it was in green. Is that the sentence that you're talking about sticking with, or is it one that was struck because it was moved to the top paragraph, or was it one that was?
I believe that you struck the original statement that was in Doug's original that he presented to us. Am I correct?
It's the last sentence.
It's the last sentence.
I think Dr. Stiles, she moved it. Look at the change on the first paragraph. I believe she moved it the first paragraph.
That's correct.
Isn't that the same sentence?
Yes.
It looked like it was.
So I guess
I personally believe it was best as written. And also just one other thing on the review and the reporting, I think that we're providing a lot of details in regard to the administrative rule. And I think it's clear there that the superintendent shall provide additional detail and actions to promote equity and opportunity in furtherance of this policy. I think it's best, again, in my opinion, to leave it as written. I think we're getting too many details in here.
Stay on your amendment.
Okay.
Then you can go to.
So I amend that we go back to the way it was written originally in the original document. That's my recommendation. Since she's added it, I say strike where she added it at the beginning and leave it the way it was on the original document.
Okay, we're talking on the amendment to the amendment, Dr. Stiles. Any further discussion?
No.
Ms.
Do I need to
Goodman
speak to the amendment?
She's only talking about the part under the workplace culture and outcomes, right? That's the only.
Yes.
No, that's correct.
That's correct. Yes.
You're asking me, that's correct.
That's the only part, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Dr. Stiles' amendment to amendment? Mr. Seventh.
Let me make sure, Mr. Webb, that we say it's already a broad policy. And so I have a question again on the administrative rule. If I understand correctly, the administrative rule is going to make certain that there is no problem regardless of race, ethnicity, sex, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, English learner status, disability, and any other characteristics. So I want to make sure that when we have the administrative rule, whatever that would be, it makes sure that is taken care of as far as what Dr. Royster is putting in. I have all the confidence in the world in Dr. Royster. But I want to make sure that what we're talking about here affects all students.
Yes, sir. So as part of the stakeholder group and through the administration, an administrative rule will be developed in furtherance of the policy that's before you. As our practices and it's required by policy, that administrative rule will be sent to you for review once it's implemented. But Dr. Royster and the administration will follow the intent and this policy and provide additional detail in alignment with the policy. Yes, sir.
can I request changes in the administrative rule?
Yes,
Mr. Suddeth, let me pause you just a second. We're only discussing right now Dr. Stiles' amendment to the amendment. I think you're going further into changes.
I want to make sure that that amendment affects this amendment. And I wasn't exactly sure about that amendment.
Tell me,
So
ask
I
me.
simply said, I'll just go ahead and make sure that overall, this is what I'm trying to find. So if that's the case, then we'll need to further explain to me what Dr. Stiles is talking about.
Okay.
Okay, going back to that statement.
Stiles, hold on just a second.
Okay.
Mr. Webb, can you explain to Mr. Suddeth what Dr. Stiles' amendment does? Extend for 20 minutes.
Solely on Dr. Stiles' amendment in that workplace culture outcomes, which is that header is new by Mrs. Wells' proposed changes, that would reinsert was the language that's been struck through and remove the language that is blue that was added by Mrs. Wells. That is the effect of that amendment. Now, as it relates to the amendment or anything in this policy, in the development of the administrative rule, once that's developed, our policy allows a board member, if they have concerns about administrative rule, to put that as an agenda item to be discussed.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on Dr. Stiles' amendment to the amendment? Okay, let me get Ms. Morrison-Fair first.
So now Dr. Stiles has an amendment to Lisa's. Substitute motion.
No, Lisa was doing an amendment to the policy, to the amendment. Okay. Michelle.
Okay, all right, so Dr. Stiles said to reinsert and take out what Lisa said. Part of what's on this first paragraph and what she's telling us to take out. So are we going to reinsert what she has in that first paragraph that she struck through to put in this paragraph?
That would have to be a separate amendment.
That would have to be a separate amendment. So right now, the amendment on the floor is regarding only the language in what is now coined the workplace culture outcomes section.
But some of that is in the first paragraph, so we would have to put it back up there where she took it from.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we're back on the Dr. Stiles amendment to the amendment. Dr. Stiles.
I could, and I'm not sure procedurally, so you have to help me out. I could change my amendment altogether or withdraw it. You can't withdraw it. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Lewis.
Ms. Dawes could ask us to vote no for her proposed amendment, which would allow us to start over.
That's a possibility.
Because then we could have a second amendment to the.
Yeah, you can vote. Any other questions on Dr. Stiles' amendment to the amendment?
Mr. Meek.
Yes, ma'am.
So I pulled this document out so I could look at it again so I could speak more clearly. As I noted, the green struck through is because it was repeating an item, or it was basically repetitive with a sentence in the very first paragraph. And when we did our other policy work in the Instructional Policies Committee, we worked hard to make sure we kind of had a purpose statement at the beginning. And I felt like that was a really strong sentence and sort of deserved to be at the top of the policy. So that was why I moved it. And again, just the way Word works, when you move something from one place, it strikes it there. But the intent was to put that stronger sentence at the beginning of the policy. And then just to go back to why I feel like this is an important sentence, when those of us who've gone through the Furman Diversity Leaders Initiative, we talk a lot about blind spots and unintended bias and implicit bias. And I think there are some potential, barriers, whether it's cultural or whether it's yeah, I think we've had some conversation about, we have some people that are assistant principals for a really long time and never become principals for a number of reasons. But this statement just kind of speaks to, puts a stronger focus with regard to our staff in our workplace, not about just the student's education, but in the workplace, that we will do the deliberate work that, as I said, in my opinion, the district is already doing some of, to be sure that we're creating diversity in our leadership that we have. I think that's just an important message. So that was the purpose of adding that sentence and the other things I did there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Dr. Stiles' amendment to the amendment? Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell.
I just want clarification.
Okay.
And she just said, the one that is struck through and the one that Dr. Stiles talked about, put it back in there.
Right.
It was just moved to the first paragraph.
Part of it was, yes, ma'am.
The one that is struck through was moved to the first paragraph.
I don't know if it's word for word. I didn't declare.
It looks like it's word for word. I was looking at it. So if she's saying put it back in there, is she saying put it back in there right here, or for it not to be moved to the first paragraph?
That would be the end result, I think. Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell.
Roger, can I clarify?
Hold on just a minute.
Yeah, let it clarify.
Go ahead.
Okay, basically, what I was suggesting to the amendment was to strike the statement in blue under workplace culture and outcomes, and to add the statement as also in the beginning, to reinsert that at this point. That is what I'm recommending, to strike what's in the blue and to add the original verbiage, which is in green in that spot. And there'll have to be another revision if we want to strike it from the beginning. If we put it in there, if we re-add it here, then you can make another amendment to strike it at the beginning. Correct? Roger, is that correct?
Yeah, you would have to have another one to strike.
Yes. Yes.
Unless it will be redundant.
So it's just a matter of just moving it, is what you're saying, because I mean, if we have to do another amendment to move it, you're saying put it back in there and then take it out of the first one, we would have to do another amendment.
Yes, ma'am.
And I mean, it makes sense to put it in the first.
Well, I believe that Dr. Stiles has an objection to some of the input that Ms. Wells has in her amendment. It's not in the original.
So is she saying take out the blue part?
That's right. That's right.
And leave the one that's struck out right there instead of putting it in the first paragraph.
Exactly.
Oh, I got it now.
Okay. Mr. Sellers.
Just before I go on, the policy that I copied last night, this one, and I just now found this one.
That's what Ms. Wells brought that in for you.
Today?
Yes.
I know that's
I didn't do it. Don't look at me. You're talking about Lisa Wells, not me. She brought that in today, not me.
That's why I said it, because she's not here.
Okay.
She's on the screen.
She's on the phone.
Okay. We have an amendment on the floor. We discussed in discussions. All in favor of Dr. Stiles' amendment to the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
Let's have a show of hands. I think the ayes had it, but let's just make sure. All in favor, say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many you get, Nancy?
2, 4, 6, 7, 2,
8. 4. All those opposed, raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I got my hand up, Roger.
I hear you. I'm counting you. 8-4. Motion carries. Okay. The paragraph under workplace culture and outcomes that's in the blue is now deleted. And the part in the green is now put back into the policy. That is in the blues and under the purpose. Is there a motion for deletion of that? Mr. Sutter?
Can I get a copy of this before we changed it?
Before we changed it,
Now it's just like it.
the under the workplace culture and outcomes, it's the same as what's in here.
It's what you have.
So what I have is exactly what we're doing.
What you have is what we're looking at.
What she has is different from what we'll have.
Yeah.
I just want to know if I get a copy of this.
Yeah.
What we've approved.
Yeah.
If I get it today.
Once we.
Over the internet.
It will be amended, whatever is done today. And then are we going to vote on today?
So yes, sir. The CAL would vote on whatever version needs to be sent up back to the board in 2 weeks.
Final approval.
This is not final approval, Mr. Sutton.
Thank you.
Hey, do I hear Mr. Sailors?
Okay, I need a practice copy here on this.
I do too.
What's on board docs, actually, is a lot different than this piece of paper there.
Yes, it is.
What we have on board docs naturally is a lot different than this piece of paper that was dropped into our lap a few minutes ago. So there's some confusion, and maybe I've missed something, Doug, but on board docs, it says this is discussion only, no motion. But yet for the board to approve it, as it's stated in the documentation on board docs, the final reading will be on May the 25th. So is the final reading on May 25th going to come from the administration? Because if it's not, if it's coming from Cal to the board, then the documentation online is bad. Am I missing something?
The recommended motion should be none. It should be up to the CAL. But it is under as an action item. Yes, sir. Should be as an action item. Again, it's not.
So if we pass whatever the wide world of sports you want to call this today, it goes from us to the board for final approval, which, okay, it's clear. And so then any other changes, like if Mr. Sutton finds a couple of things that he's concerned about, just so everybody understands, we could still do a final amendment there.
Yes, that would be the last opportunity before passage. Yes, sir.
I believe it's also correct, Doug. If you do nothing, what we posted on board docs goes to the board meeting. It does not require a vote, the committee of the whole. Remember, this is a totally new policy, 2 readings.
Correct.
If you want to change what's in board docs, you have an opportunity to do that today, as Ms. Wells submitted this. You could act on it now, or you could change it during the board meeting, which is the second reading of the policy.
Just out of curiosity.
Is that right?
That's correct.
I didn't miss an option, did I?
That's correct.
Doug,
Okay.
just out of curiosity. Doug's having a sidebar conversation. Hang on, Lisa.
I'm back.
Doug, out of idle curiosity, is this time sensitive? Does it have to be done before the 1st of June?
No, there is no requirement for us time. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a motion on the floor that has been amended. Any further discussion or amendments?
So on this amendment, so we basically we're voting on this that we received.
Without this change back.
But this is not what is posted.
No, it wasn't, because we just got that today. This is an amendment. This is an amendment. Ms. Bush.
Yes, that was my That was my direction of the roadmap. We have just chosen to vote on this. So how do we get back to, if we want to just uphold, to just vote this down, and then we can go back and vote the administration's original?
You would vote no on this motion of change.
And the next one.
Ms. Wells.
Okay.
That would take it back to the very beginning.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewis.
Just a reminder of a couple of things that seem to be confused and maybe being confused with one another. The administration brought a diversity policy, and we asked for an opportunity for it to be brought back to the CAL so the board members who are interested could provide some revisions. And that is what has been done. And those revisions were accepted by the administration and are being brought here today because that was the purpose of bringing it back to the CAL. So this was not some midnight super secret form that just showed up on your desk. We asked for it to come to the CAL so that we could have a chance for the administration to hear suggestions that several board members had for revisions to this policy. And so the policy that you're seeing here is what I believe is a good faith attempt by the administration to hear from board members who had suggestions for changes and then to present a revised policy. So the system is working exactly the way it was supposed to. It came back to the CAL so that we could propose these revisions. We went with the administration through those revisions. They accepted the revisions and we're bringing them back to the board. And it would be my hope that it gets approved here, which would then take it to the May board meeting, where then the board could again review those revisions before it gets final approval.
Mr. Lewis, Mr. Sailors.
Dr. Royster, you made the offer to the board to provide suggested amendments 2 weeks ago.
Yes, sir. When you all did the approval of the initial reading of the policy, what we said at that time is that the administration's intent to place it back on the committee of the whole agenda so you could wordsmith, make changes, whatever you might desire to do without having to wait until the second and final reading to do so. In other words, it gave you two opportunities to do it as opposed to one. Had it not been placed on the committee of the whole agenda, you would have been limited to one opportunity to make change by your rules.
Understood.
Yes,
and the amendment that's been given to us today, you received and reviewed when?
I received it this morning, reviewed it, and I provided you our comment on it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Any further comment? Mr. Sedith?
What I received last night, Mr. Lewis, I received this, which I looked at, and I got this today. So I just like to have time to look something over before I attend the meeting. So my problem is not with the document. My problem is with the time that was given to me. I just don't like things to be given and then you ain't got to vote on it. All right? I'm old. It takes time for me to look something. So that's just all what I'm saying.
Okay, no policy.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Ms. Wales. Yes, ma'am.
Nothing.
Do you want to speak? You had your arm up.
Okay.
He did.
I want clarification again. Ms. Wells proposed an amendment, which is this document. We talked about it. The administration talked about it and said that they were in a position to accept the changes. Then Dr. Stiles presented another amendment, but to only change the paragraph dealing with workplace culture and outcomes. Am I correct? Okay,
Yes.
so now we're back to the original Mrs. Wells amendment, which includes everything here except the changed paragraph.
Yes.
Okay, that's
Change. You got it. Any further discussion? Now, let me just bring out that if this amendment passes as is, it's with that statement going to be in there twice at the beginning and at the end. If this motion passes, we can do another amendment or whatever, but we're going to have this statement in there twice. Is that not right, Doug?
That's correct. And just to emphasize again, that this could be revised again in 2 weeks.
Or it could be revised again after this. Still lower in this motion. Anyway, we have Ms. Wells's motion on the floor as amended by Ms. Stiles. Is everyone clear about that? Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye or raise your hand. Let's just all raise your hand.
We want this.
You're in favor
You're in favor of Ms. You're in favor of Ms. Wells's motion as amended. And raise your right hand.
Ask a quick question.
Is everybody clear? Or you still need clarification?
I need clarification.
Well, we have, that's an amendment to the motion on the floor. I mean, we have, well, the motion on the floor is what was approved, right? I may not be
Roger, I
called a
just have a
motion.
clarification.
Or is that the policy? I should refer to a policy.
That's right, policy.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have an amendment to the policy then.
I just have a clarification.
Okay.
Can I ask that really quick? Okay. I thought I followed what Glenda said, and I just want to make sure because now I'm not sure I did. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. So everything Glenda said, but the concern, what you said was that we have a sentence duplicated.
We do.
Okay, so this is a procedural question. Do we need to remove one of the sentences? And is that a different motion?
Yes, it's a different motion. And which you could make a motion to delete one of those sentences, either the one that Ms. Stiles made or the one that's at the original that Ms. Wells made at the policy or the amendment. Or if we pass it like this, it's just going to be on there twice, and we'll have to correct at some point in time.
Chairman, a point of clarification.
Sure.
If this motion to amend fails, then the recommendation to the board goes back to what is posted on board docs.
That's correct.
Which will automatically move forward to the board meeting.
That's
and it can also be amended at that time.
Yes.
If this motion passes and you have a duplicative comment or section, it can be passed from here to the board meeting as well and be amended there as well. Am I correct?
Yes. You clear, Ms. Mills?
Herein lies my frustration with this entire process. I don't understand why we can't just delete that sentence and move on without a motion. That's just my, I mean, I know I'm just using
Because we're here.
common sense with words.
Any other discussion?
He said make a motion.
Hearing none, all in favor of the amendment up to the policy, say aye or raise your
If you want to do another amendment,
Not
Do what now?
sentence.
but what if you want to do?
Raise your right hand.
That's easy.
If you're in favor of the motion, if you're in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Lisa, are you still there?
Yes.
We can advance this to the next
Yes.
phase.
If it passes, yes.
If we advance to the next phase, we still have an opportunity to change it and or
Yeah.
vote on it again before it's completely done.
You're
Okay,
correct.
well, I can do that.
Okay, let's go again. All in favor of the amendment, raise your right hand.
Now I'm confused.
1, 2, 3.
Hands up, Roger.
I don't see it.
Better be
That's
right.
5. All those opposed to the amendment, raise your right hand.
It'll be simpler next time once we have a new copy. Can I ask if we get a copy ahead of time?
No, sir.
We got 7,
1, 2, 3,
7, and
7. I see 7 to 5. Motion fails. Now we have the policy on board docs, just like we had that came from the administration.
So we
Ms.
go back
Bush.
to board docs and then we can amend it.
Okay, do we need to do that?
Okay.
All right, what was the question?
Ms. Bush making a policy to approve what's on board docs. We need to do
Don't
that.
have to, no, sir. It will go automatically to the board.
Okay.
Okay. No other amendments? Ms.
So, Mr. Hey, Mr. Meek.
amendment again.
Hey, hold on just a second, Ms. Caldwell.
Okay, so if it's some other changes that was in here that I want in this one,
They're all,
if we can't amend it again.
I think the policy, it's on the floor. Yes, you can amend it. I would allow you to amend it.
Okay, because it's something down there on review and reporting that I think should be in this. The one that we received on board docs.
I have clarification.
So what do we do to get that in there?
Yeah, Mr. Sales.
Again, what was on board docs is just advanced to the board meeting. In the next 2 weeks, any member of this board can still come back with amendments to what's gone from Cal to the board meeting. Am I correct?
Yes.
So Michelle could offer a written amendment to us in advance for review that could be made as an amendment to this amendment, correct?
Yes, anybody could.
Okay, I understand that.
Or you can still make amendments right now. It's still on the floor.
That's correct. Either path.
Michelle?
So are you saying that we can't make another amendment?
You can make an emotion. You can make an amendment right now.
I do, and I don't want to rewrite it. I just want it in there. Okay, I make an amendment, a motion to amend the last paragraph, put the last paragraph in the one that we received on board docs, which is the review reporting.
Can I ask?
Wait a minute. Let me understand which one are you asking to amend?
I want to keep the paragraph on this one right here, that last paragraph where it says review reporting. It's only one sentence I think is in here. Yeah, I want to amend it to include what's in blue under review reporting, because some of that is already in here that's in the black.
Okay, does everybody understand her motion?
Can I ask clarification?
Am I saying?
Let me get a second first. Let me get a second first, see if she gets a second. Okay, we have a second.
What I was asking is the last paragraph, reference review and report, which is on the screen.
Yeah.
That paragraph or that section there in its entirety, you're making a motion to add that to what is on board docs currently.
Correct.
Want to change what is in blue. Part of it is
the blue part is the new part of
the change
because
part.
the black part is already in the one that we received.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, does everybody understand that motion?
Yes.
No questions. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
No.
Motion carries. Okay, we have your motion.
Okay.
On to the policy.
Okay.
Any other amendments? Anything else to discuss on this item?
Mr. Meek.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say, I appreciate the questioning of my board members, and, in a perfect world, it would have been, I would have had like kind of less to do, that it would have been easy to do through an amendment. But as I started trying to figure out what we put together, and as we reviewed it, it just seemed like it was easier just to, put another document in front of you. So I apologize to Mr. Sudduth and others for kind of laying that on you, but that is the difficulty in trying to do, good policy work in the boardroom versus, through a smaller committee. So, it's a clunky process. So I appreciate the board working, kind of trying to work with us. And certainly between now and 2 weeks from now, if there are conversations that other folks want to have about any additions or changes, I'll be sure that I, am available, and will reach out maybe to some board members to make sure we all know what we're getting and in alignment. So.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wells.
Thank you.
Mr. Meek, I believe now that this version as amended now is different than what was passed by the board. So if this is the version that the board would like to advance to the board meeting, it needs to be voted as amended to go up.
Okay.
Hold on.
Going back to the 2.04, the policy is on the floor as amended. Is there a motion to that effect, Ms. Bush? Well, we need one.
As a, I make a motion to leave it as
We have a
Second.
motion is amended. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Well, who's got questions?
Dr. Stiles, do you have a question to that motion?
Madam Chairman.
Well,
Madam
I'm just,
Chairman.
you're saying
Madam
you're
Chairman.
trying to push us through when there's discussion.
You want the floor?
Okay. So the last sentence, the administration, I would like Dr. Royster's opinion. The administration will provide reports to the Board of Trustees regarding various aspects of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think it needs to stop there. Why add all that other stuff when you know they're going to be accountable and et cetera?
Right, you do know that we just passed that whole paragraph.
I know, but
Okay. Do you want to?
it was a little confusing. The whole thing was confusing because this was a last minute thing. And it's inappropriate.
Okay, we made a motion and it passed. And now there's a motion been made and seconded to send this policy as amended to the board meeting in 2 weeks.
But you asked for a motion. Nobody was going to make a motion.
Ms. Bush was trying to make one earlier. Same
No,
thing.
she wasn't.
And did
but it didn't have that.
But she just made it with the amendment in it. So what now?
Well, we got a motion on the
With a
floor.
second.
We got a motion and a second on the floor. We do.
What are we doing now?
Okay.
What's the
We're
motion
ready.
on the floor?
Move this forward to move this forward.
Any further discussion?
Yes. Show me what we're voting on.
Exactly.
She's got it.
Okay, we're voting on the policy that you had in your packet,
Okay.
plus with that last amendment, review and reporting what's in blue. I substitute the last paragraph. Is that right, Mr. Webb?
That is correct.
It's not what we got.
Will you go ahead and have a sidebar conversation?
That what you last night with the last paragraph amended.
This.
Yeah, but she's explaining it to her. We need to go on with it. What we gonna do?
Just a second, let me see if Mr. Sutton.
Got a motion on the floor. What we
The
gonna
motion
do?
on the floor
Are
is
you clear, Mr. Sutton?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. Six,
My hand's up.
7, all those opposed, raise your right hand. I see 7 to 6. I see 7 to 6, but I don't count 5 of them. So the motion carries, and therefore this goes ahead to the board meeting in a couple of weeks. Okay, let's go ahead to the next item. 2.05, resumption of publicly attended board meetings. Ms. Doolin and Ms. Mosley. Ms. Doolin, you want the floor?
Sure.
Okay.
I was hoping to have a discussion about opening meetings to the public again. I wasn't here when everyone decided to close the meetings because of the state of emergency. But I think we can all agree that there's not an emergency in this boardroom. And I'd like to hear everyone's opinion about welcoming the public again.
Okay, Ms. Doolin, you're going to put a motion on the floor?
I propose a motion of board meetings will resume being open for in-person public attendance no later than June of 2021, ending the approved temporary alternative for public participation that was adopted on May 12th of 2020.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Ms. Mosley, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. Dillon, you want to speak on it? Any further discussion? Mr. Lewis.
So I'm unclear who to ask questions to, Mr. Chairman.
Always have to add them to the board chair.
I guess I'd just like to hear more information about what that means, because we have capacity in the room. Are we talking about moving people back up to the dais? What would you or the administration care to comment on the motion as is written here and what that would mean for an actual meeting?
Dr. Royster, would you like to comment on the motion?
Our only, I guess, comment or recommendation would have to do with if you decide to open this up to the public. We currently have social distancing requirements in place in all our district facilities, and that if you were to open it up, that you would follow those same protocols in opening it, which would mean it would restrict the number of people present. You already have a restriction on the number of people you can have present. It's one established by the fire marshal. I don't know what the number is for this room, but there's an established occupancy level for every public meeting space in the district. But right now we do have social distancing requirements in place. If you return to the dais, there is no way to even maintain a minimum of 3 feet with 13 people seated at the dais. So those are simply considerations that you need to take into account. If you remain seated down here, we can move the staff there and create some number of seats 6 feet apart for public spectators.
That answer your question, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, I guess I'd like to hear from the maker of the motion whether that's what you had in mind, because it sounds like what I'm hearing is we would not be sitting at the dais. We'd still be sitting at tables 6 feet apart, and we'd be basically filling this empty space. Is that how you're describing it, Dr. Royster? That we would not return to the dais. I
wouldn't want to speak for the comfort level of individual board members seated less than 3 feet apart at the dais. That would be something that you all would need to, I think, discuss and decide. But what I'm saying to you is there's no way to be further than 3 feet apart on the dais. We've actually already measured that. We did that a number of months ago. We looked at the possibility of trying to return at least the board members there to create more space on the floor. There's a certain amount of space out here now that can be obtained by stopping the tables where Mr. Sudduth is sitting and around to, I wouldn't want to exclude Dr. Turner, I'll let him stay down here with me, but all the way to that corner, basically making it an open U as opposed to a large rectangle.
Dylan, do you want to comment?
I think it would obviously be uncomfortable for us to be in a circle with public in the arena in the middle. That doesn't really make sense. I'm comfortable sitting close to each of you, but I understand if you aren't, and that's why I just wanted to have a discussion about it. And if it's not to happen now, I would love to hear anyone's opinions about when you feel like it would be appropriate to welcome the public again, especially since everyone here is an adult and has had an opportunity to be vaccinated.
Twice. Twice.
Twice.
Ms. Bush.
Yes, that's what I was going to ask, is that it's time for us to look, if we can't get a plan into action by June, obviously by June, July, we're not meeting in July. I would like for maybe us to look at what are other government entities doing, what's our county council, our city council, our House and Senate, what are they doing in Columbia? I mean, what are the parameters that they're using to establish? Because I know we were still having visitors, and having in-person meetings through this whole entire process when a lot of the other councils were doing everything totally Zoom. So I think we've been, very aggressive in trying to make sure that those that had the opportunity wanted to be here and felt comfortable being in the room and in the building were allowed to be here. And then I think we've worked a lot on making sure that all of our constituents, besides being able to contact us, have been able to have a way to respond to us and to be recorded and add in their comments. But do we need to, is that something that we need the district to look at, or do we need an ad hoc committee of the board to look at those different things that I've said? A percent. What do we do to establish? I agree with Sarah that we do need to look at. Are we going to look at a combination of all that together, or what? So that we could say, well, by August we would be prepared to open the meetings back up. So that would be my question is, what would your recommendation be, Dr. Royster, as far as what other public entities and what perimeters that you would think that the board should look at before we do this?
I would hesitate to speak as to what they're doing right now because I'm not sure I'm exactly current on it. You're absolutely correct in that this body was probably the first in the county to open up to the public coming in to comment.
Yes.
Probably also maybe the first in the county to meet in person, although there were people who chose to attend remotely and in person for various reasons. To me, that would be something that your board officers would work with the administration on. I agree with you to your point that, we have a break. In fact, it's a little bit longer than ordinary this year because the June board meeting is like the second or third, maybe the third week of June. So it's a little bit longer break until the August CAL. That seems a very logical time to make any big changes. One thing that hampers the body that I don't think is probably true of some of these other bodies that are meeting in other locations, and that is our ability to record is limited to this room without $40,000, $50,000 in investment to ensure that it's recorded appropriately. So we are to a degree bound to this room. That's why we did the budget workshop at MT Anderson, not required to have to record that. So we could hold it in a different location, which had plenty of space in it. People who wanted to sit out in the audience, so to speak, for the board and the staff to all be seated in one room.
I would also like to make sure that in that process of returning back to a normalcy, that we also look at the possibility that there will be people that still want to comment, that still want to participate, that still may not feel, even in August, feel comfortable. So I know that we've put processes in place for them to make sure that they were able to do it online, that we continue that to make sure that even in August and September, if there's people that for some reason have chosen not to be vaccinated or are just still anxious about coming into a building where there's a lot of people gathered, that they will still have, that we make sure that we keep in place the ability for those people to still be able to participate by giving comments and things like that. So
thank you. Ms. Mosley.
Thank you. I'm a little confused. Like him or not, our governor has said point blank that there are no restrictions in our state right now. There are no restrictions for capacity. You go to any restaurant right now, it's packed. At least restaurants I go to. Maybe y'all don't go out. Weddings are happening, events are happening, parties are happening. Whether we like it or not, that is the current status of our world right now. So my confusion is I need to understand more about what these requirements are, because that you refer to, Dr. Royster, because it seems like the only requirements and maybe I'm wrong, are self-inflicted or self-imposed. So
The requirements that we have are in fact self-imposed based on the advice of medical and health professionals. We require that you wear a mask in our facilities if you cannot maintain 6 feet of social distancing. If you get inside of 6 feet, mask or not, and a person in that 6 feet is positive, then you have to quarantine. So one consideration that you all have to take into account would be if somebody in this room is positive and somebody sits within 6 feet of them, gets within 6 feet of them for 15 minutes or more, masked or not, they would have to quarantine if they have not been vaccinated and fully completed the vaccine routine, to having taken the second dose if it's a 2-dose, the first dose if it's 1, and 2 weeks out from the final dose of whichever vaccine they took. So there would be a quarantining requirement that we would need to track people to see if they were in proximity while they're inside our facility. All we're trying to do is maintain the same example in this building that we require throughout the district. And again, we're talking about narrowing in on the final few weeks of school, and I think we all hope that this will look much different as we enter into the next school year. But again, those things fall to the individual board members. You all have to decide if you're comfortable being within 2 feet of each other. And then you need to decide if you are, then how much distance will you require for people who come in to attend your meeting, if any distance? And do you want to be consistent as an example to other facilities in the system? Or do you want to operate in a manner that's inconsistent with other facilities in the system? And you may have reason to decide you want to operate consistently. You may have reason to decide you want to operate inconsistently.
okay, so first of all, I think Sarah and I both were looking at June, which would be the end of the school year, or after the school year is over. Am I correct about that? And secondly, I just want to challenge all of you to think logically about this a little bit, because seriously, think about the restaurants that are operating right now. I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense for us to say that, and maybe I'm like Sarah, I haven't been here when the public's been allowed to attend in a normal fashion. So, but I'm just going to assume it's a different group of people that rotate in and out of here every single month. And which is really no different than going out in a public space, whether you're in a store or whether you're in a restaurant or some other facility. If someone's tested positive near me, I'm not going to know about it, because it's not like they're going to figure out who I was at the table next to me at the restaurant and track me down. So I'm trying to understand how, again, I'm just trying to apply a little logic to the scenario here of what is the end game? At what point will any of us feel safe enough to allow our meetings to be open to the public as traditionally, in a traditional way? It's the best way of saying it. So that's just my commentary.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Ms. LaVente as well.
So I personally am ready to get back to a little bit of normalcy.
Let me extend for 10 minutes.
I'd like to.
Let me extend for 20 minutes without objection. Sorry.
I think it would be nice for us to go back for our first meeting in August. I don't have a problem with it being our last meeting in June, our last board meeting at night. I will tell you that there would probably be too many people that would want to come to the meeting once they find out that we would be open. So I would not want a mass line of people trying to get in here, because it would be too much. But I think by after graduations and maybe just a last meeting for June, that might be nice, just for it to be administration people here. but visitors be limited coming in, not sitting, and then to really get back in August with, like Ms. Bush said, we have to have the option because there are going to be people that are not going to want to be around others, and that's their choice. And I don't want to prevent them from giving public comment, so keep that online. But then also having visitors come in and we get into a routine where we can move back into the way it should be, in the way that y'all don't know what it's like to be in a real board meeting instead of a circle like a campfire. So that's my feeling. I'm ready. I'm ready to get back into the swing of things and understand, have the options for those that want to wear masks, do their thing. So, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Levent, as well as Mr. Sailors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd have to agree. If we're going to change any of the protocols that we have for this room, they need to replicate, come close to, or follow exactly what's being done in the schools. So if our students are 3 feet apart, we should be leading by example, not throwing a thumb out or if you will, being less than respectful to the work that we've already done so far. As far as what the governor had to say, yeah, I would agree with Ms. Mosley on the fact that I'm confused when it comes to Henry, because he made that statement the same day that he signed a piece of legislation that gave us free and clear cover when it comes to liability, but we can't be reckless and we have to follow medical guidelines. So in the space of 6 hours, the governor contradicted himself. So, okay, fine. And when it comes to going to a restaurant, a bar, a store, any public venue, that's our own choice. We're required to come here. Our staff is required to come here because if we were elected to the seats, they're our employees. They need to be here for our meetings. They don't have a choice whether or not they can walk in and out that door. So we still have a modicum of protocol we need to follow there as well. So my suggestion, my encouragement would be is we have time between now and the end of this fiscal school year, this fiscal budget year, to see how the numbers change. I believe that Greenville County as a whole is still, we may not be high, but we're in the higher end of moderate. Am I correct? Okay, so our numbers as a county are not exactly stellar. We're about to hit Memorial Day, and every time we have a holiday, we have a spike. My encouragement is let's be patient. Then if the administration comes back to us and says at the beginning of the school year, we're going to go back to what we would call all things normal, then all things here go back to normal. But if we try to fit people in here right now, you're talking a dozen, and we're open to the public. They can come in and speak. They can communicate with us. There's not an armed guard at the door saying you can't come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Ms. Goodwin, call.
Well, for me personally, I'm going to follow the CDC and the DHEC guidelines of wearing a mask if I am 3 feet from you. So if we go back up on that dais and we're that close, then I will be masked up. And I don't want to be masked up the whole meeting, but I will be, because I will be following the medical guidance that we have. And just like Chuck said, that's your prerogative if you want to go to a bar, a restaurant, or whatever, and not be masked up. A lot of the buildings, a lot of the businesses still have signs. I see the sign on the door. You've got to have a mask to go in these places, a lot of the places. So as far as us having the public come in, we did not have the meetings on, did we have them on Zoom before Did we have a couple of different things that we put in place during the pandemic that that they can hear us, they can, make comments, all of that. But me personally, I am not comfortable with sitting up there really close to someone that I don't know where you've been. You don't know where I've been. I put a mask on to cover you from me, because you don't know where I've been. I don't know where you've been. So personally, I think that we still should follow the guidelines, and let the administration see how other governmental entities are doing it, whether we should be masked up or whether we should be 3-6 feet apart, whatever. And just like Chuck said, if we are telling the schools to do it, we need to do it because we are the leadership. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Ms.
You're welcome.
Mr. Lewis.
So I guess just a couple of things that I would ask Ms. Doolin, but I will look at you while I'm speaking to Ms. Doolin.
Ask me again.
So, I guess, the first question is we've heard discussion about the date, and the specific motion here is for no later than June 20th, June 2021. Would it be acceptable for an August 2021 date? That would be my first question. I'm ask 3 questions and then I'll yield the floor to Ms. Doolin to answer.
What's the next question?
If that's all right with you, Mr. Chairman. The second one is, I think Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell's comments, which I think is really important, that we have adopted protocols for virtual participation that I think we need to continue because they're good policy. Our board meetings are being streamed. That wasn't done in the past. We used to just record them. We allow individuals to submit public comment electronically, which we were fearful was just going to flood our inbox with people's input. And I think it's been used very appropriately for people to provide comment without being here. But the other is that we have a number of staff who typically come to these meetings who aren't here because they're participating from their offices and then are coming up here. And so my second one would be this last clause of ending the approved temporary alternative for public participation. Could we instead continue the current alternatives for public participation so that one, the public can participate virtually if they aren't comfortable coming here, but 2, because we're good elected officials who are interested in transparency, and we think the public should have access to our meetings in ways that they did not have access to before May of last year. So that would be my second question: is could we keep, rather than ending them, could we actually amend that to continuing them? And then the third one is just, I'm hearing Dr. Royster say that we currently have social distancing protocols in this district. So could we approve a motion that is following social distancing protocols, so that then if the administration or the board chooses to change those protocols, they'd be changed to affect our schools and our public meetings at the same time, rather than creating one set of standards for what can happen in this room and another set of standards for what can happen in the hallway of this building. So I would like to hear from those who made the motion. Would they accept those 3 things? So 1 being changing the date to August, 2 being continuing our alternative public participation, and 3 a clause of following current district social distancing protocols, so that we can reflect what we are expecting outside of this room.
Thank you. Ms. Dillon, would you like to have a comment?
I'm glad to hear some of you are open to August, because really I just threw June out there as the next meeting. I think August sounds great too. And I love that there is live audio stream for anyone who can't be here, because a lot of people, especially on Tuesdays, are at work or are with their children. Also, since Lisa's not here, I know that she's thankful that she can Zoom in and participate. And I hope that we'll keep that up, even though she's probably not having to do anything with COVID right now, but it's still convenient for all of us to have that option to still be able to participate if we can't be physically. since I've never been to a meeting, I don't know how many other staff members are normally here. Like a year ago, if the room was totally full, I would think the administration would be glad that they weren't all in here, because if we're talking about something that doesn't necessarily apply to them, they could still be doing other work in their office. That seems so much more efficient than sitting in here all day. Is that, I mean, Dr. Royster, do you hope that the staff will continue to work in their offices rather than sit in the boardroom if it's not
I think
necessary?
the staff probably hopes they'll continue to work in their office.
I think so.
Well, there's a twofold reason for staff to be here. One is they may have an item that's related to their area on the agenda, or you may ask a question related to their area. The other is for their own edification, so that they better understand what's going on throughout the district at the board level. So to answer your question, because you haven't been here when that's taken place, for a committee of the whole or a board meeting, the number will change a little bit. Committee of the whole, it would generally be maybe about 10 to 15 of them that would sort of come in and out depending on the section of the committee of the whole. For the board meeting itself, it might be 20, 25 senior staff for the regular board meeting.
And then on just an average day at a normal board meeting, how many guests from the public would you expect to be here?
There are times when the room is full, and that is generally for two reasons. Like when we introduce new principals and assistant principals, like we had maybe 8 or 10 of them the other night. Well, if that'd been a regular board meeting, they'd have been sitting out here with their family instead of sitting in the hall. And you have these classes, generally graduate level courses in education, and they have to come attend a board meeting, in some classes more than one. So the largest crowds are nights when there's 3 or 4 of those classes here and some people to be introduced and the staff, and it may literally fill every seat in the room. Generally speaking, the general public, there will only be those that might be coming to make a comment, and that's anywhere from 0 to probably 3, maybe 4. And most of them get up, say what they're going to say, and then generally they leave because they don't. They came to say what they came to say. They don't generally stay for the whole meeting. So it depends. But it's most often most full when you have those people here attending classes, attending because of class requirement.
Okay. The other thing that Derek brought up was public comments online. Obviously, that is working well. There's really no reason to ever change that. In the motion, when I said the temporary alternative for public participation, I really was only referring to in person in this room. I didn't mean to get rid of the other ways of participating.
Yeah, we would.
Sorry if that wasn't clear.
Yeah.
So was there what else? Was that everything that you brought up, Derek?
He brought up the date, August 21st.
She said that was fine.
Temporary alternative and the correct protocol. Is that the 3 things I think?
That's right. The third one would be following the district's current protocols.
For social distancing. Would that be possible if there are chairs in this area, just to have them not stadium seating, but have them be spaced out more? Or even if normally there's 100 chairs in here, if you're having a lot of classes come, for some reason, is there a way to just say, we don't have room for your classes, but you can listen online and just have...
You're addressing that to Dr. Royster.
Sort of, no. You think no?
We have had occasions where people have had to sit out in the lobby because it wouldn't fit in the room. When we set it up for a board meeting, their chairs, they look like this, but they don't have wheels on them. And they're set up and they're linked together as required by the fire marshal. So basically it's as many chairs as we can get in here, and people still have room to walk and have an aisle down the center for ingress and egress. Now, I don't remember what that number is, the actual number, but we have times where there are people that have to wait out in the lobby. Now, until we changed out the sound system in this room, you could watch the board meeting on the TVs in the lobby, as well as any office that had a TV in it in the building. We changed the system out. We did not buy that component. I've had them order that component to put in place so we can go back to using those at whatever point when we have an overflow crowd. It doesn't matter whether it's if you restrict the number in here or it's restricted simply by the size of the room. But we will not receive that. I think the last information I got from Mr. Davey was we can't anticipate receiving that before the end of June. But that would allow then those monitors, you may have noticed them in the lobby out there, for you to actually be able to see and to hear the meeting. Right now you can hear it because you can hear the sound out there in the lobby.
So do I need to offer an alternative motion to?
Well, one was it.
You can't make a motion, you can make an amendment to the motion.
Make an amendment to the motion to offer August instead of June.
What would be your amendment?
So Angie made this with me, so I may need her input. Okay, so board meetings will resume being open for in-person public attendance no later than August of 2021. Ending the approved temporary alternative for in-person public participation. You can say,
I can't. Go to the floor.
Can you recommend?
I feel like that's what y'all suggested.
Is that what you want to do? Okay, your amendment is to change by substitution, the date of June of 2021 to August 2021, and to change or to add approved temporary alternative for in-person public participation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Those two changes. Okay. We have an amendment to the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion on the amendment?
Chairman.
Mr. Sailors.
Points of clarification. Are we talking August the 1st, August the 5th? I mean, August of 2021 is 30 days long.
August of 2021 was
okay. Just clarification.
Okay.
And secondly, what happens if for some unfortunate reason there is a spike in cases and we have issues related to social distancing? There's no what I'm going to call parachute clause in this motion, giving us the opportunity to adjust. Once this motion passes, I'm assuming on August the 1st, this room fills up with chairs and we put our keister back up behind the desk. Just 2 points of clarification. Can somebody answer that?
I hear no reply.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Sarah?
Mr. Sailors, I can't imagine that the vaccination rate would decrease before August since it's everyone has any opportunity that they want to go get it. So I can't imagine that for our age group there would be.
Chairman, can I respond through you?
Ms. Dillon, you have to speak to the chair.
Sorry. I can't imagine that for our age groups there would be a significant reason to not want to welcome the public to these meetings, because that's the point of these meetings. They're supposed to be public. And now that we've taken every precaution that we can, there's no reason to keep the public out any longer.
Okay. I'll extend for 10 minutes.
May I respond?
You may respond to me. Yes.
First of all, I have no problem with bringing the public in. Those of you that know me, I spent 2 years in this audience before I ran for the board. I actually came to board meetings before I ran for the board. Okay, my point is this. When COVID first hit, it was going to be just a passing thing. And all of a sudden, it changed dramatically. We simply don't know. We could find ourselves in an unfortunate situation in August. We just don't know. I have no problem with the motion. I just believe that there needs to be some kind of exit strategy to this motion if an unfortunate issue takes place. Because the way it's worded, if the Greenville County's infection rates go to skyrocket over the summer, we're coming back full room, whether we like it or not. There needs to be some kind of exit strategy to this motion if something unfortunate happens. That's my only point.
Thank you. Mr. Seth.
I offer that we table.
We have a motion. Mr. Seth, table the motion, takes precedence. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. I don't think there's any discussion, is there? No discussion on the motion. All those in favor of tabling the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
Just raise your hand if you're in favor of tabling the motion. Got 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed, raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I have a question.
6 to 4. Mrs. Wales, are you online?
She left.
Okay. 6 to 4, and I did not vote. Motion fails.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a question.
Ms. Wales.
Address you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I would ask Mr. Sailors if he would be so kind to make an amended motion with the stipulations in there about if numbers don't spike and things resume and continue in the right direction, that we move in the right direction to open the meetings up as we have in the past in August for the committee of the whole.
That'd be fine. I'd rather he make a substitute motion.
I'm sorry?
All right. If he does, I'd rather he makes a substitute motion. It'd be a lot clearer for me to.
So I'm going to ask, I know, do you have the motion ready? Okay. All right.
It's not with all that.
Hey, y'all.
Okay, I'm just gonna defer, and you can take the next person in line if it's Mr. Sailors or Ms. Bush. But I want to resume by the committee of the whole that we have a normal meeting by then. Sitting up there, people in the audience.
Mr. Lewis.
Just a couple of questions for Dr. Royster before we dive into.
You can't.
Yeah, he's over there.
God, he moves fast.
Dr. Royster, we've talked about a couple of changes to the original motion, and I know you were here for those discussions, but do you feel like those changes adequately address the concerns of the administration about reopening for the public in August?
I don't really know. I do not have a concern at this point with your reopening to the public in August. Now, I didn't hear within that motion anything that said how many people could be in the room. In other words, your officers working with the administration would be able to determine if there were any protocols that needed to be in place for a return to a public meeting. Now, right now, there is nothing in the action you took that prohibits you all or us acting in your behalf from letting people in here. It says they can only publicly speak during the board meeting, have to submit to the CAL online, and they sit out front, and they're brought in and escorted out, whatever. Nowhere in there does it say there cannot be any spectators. That would be a decision you all could make without actually taking formal action. But the idea that you want to return to a more normal setting for the committee of the whole and the board meeting in August, I believe there's sufficient means to address anything that might need to be in place without having you take any additional action. And if there were to be, unfortunately, you've seen this in other countries, and hopefully it would not happen here. There have been variants of this virus that have taken off, and get to Mr. Saylor's concern. Then we would certainly ask you to come together in a special call meeting to act if you needed to do so, as we had you come together in a special call meeting when the governor made the announcement about shutting everything down. So I think there's the ability to act if there were to be some, I think we would all agree, remote yet possibility that something very extreme could happen.
So just to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly, the motion that's on the floor, you feel like gives you the flexibility to work with the officers to make adjustments to the number of people that could participate. It doesn't feel like it's directing you to put 150 people in this room. And if you're not comfortable with that, or the officers who will all be new officers,
yes,
because we will have an election between now and August. And then you feel like there's a backstop there so that should the number spike, there's flexibility in what you're doing.
There would be opportunity for you all to act if you needed to act in that event. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Ms. Bush.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
We have a motion and we have an amendment to the motion.
Would you refresh everybody?
Okay, the motion on the floor, Mr. Dillon made, said board meetings will resume being open for in-person public attendance no later than June of 2021, ending the approved temporary alternate for public participation that was adopted on May the 12th, 2020. Ms. Dillon amended her motion to say August of 2021 instead of June of 2021, and that alternative for in-person public participation that was adopted on May the 12th. That was her amendment to her motion.
I'm still hearing a lot of concern about numbers change. They have to vote. They have to have a special call meeting. And I think it would just be much clearer and much more consistent. Talk about consistency in this district, that we're not asking staff here, because it doesn't just involve the board meeting, the board members, that we line our board meeting protocols to be consistent with that and what the district's doing. And we're all talking about we want school to start back in August without masking being voluntary and with the a lot of those protocols in place. And so that would make us consistent. And I can't think of what a better way to start off the new school year in August with, if that changes it, and we expect students and staff to be able to close that distance up and if they want to wear a mask, they can. If they don't have to. That if we just say, I would be open to making a motion that we just be consistent with what the district and that still would not prohibit Dr. Royster from working with the officers to see how we go about making those changes in the ring about how many people would be in here at that time. So if that makes it.
Let me check Mr. Webb. Since there's an amendment on the floor to the motion, if she's wanting to make a substitute motion, the substitute is for the amendment or for the whole motion?
For the whole motion.
Substitute for the whole motion. What's your substitute motion?
It would be that we allow our board meeting protocol to be consistent with that of the district.
Beginning.
Okay, we align our board meeting protocols to be consistent
with that of the district.
Throughout the district.
I don't know if it needs to be in the motion, but that we are looking at a return to Just gonna make the motion alone. I mean, I think I explained that, but if we're gonna, if the students and all that's gonna be, basket's gonna be volunteer, the distancing is not gonna have to be.
But you're not wanting to put that in the motion, correct?
That we would, and that he would work with the executive committee of the board. Looking at an August return.
And who would work, superintendent?
Yes, the superintendent will work with the executive committee of the board.
Work with the executive committee of the board to do what?
To return to public, to open public meetings.
Okay, let me see if I've got this right.
That would be, so under that consistency, that if we're still saying 3 feet in August, it would be 3 feet. If we're saying go back, master voluntary, no, we're.
Let me see if this covers what you're asking. We align our board to meeting protocols to be consistent throughout the district. And with the superintendent would work with the executive committee of the board for open meetings. Got that, Doug? Did that do it?
And I thought I heard an August date in there.
Open, to return to open public meetings by August, in August.
For Cal, starting Cal.
By August.
Let's say it one more time. Do you mind reading that again?
Mr. Chairman, can you turn our microphone on
We
so we can
align
hear?
our board meeting protocols to be consistent throughout the district, and the superintendent would work with the executive committee of the board for open meetings by August of 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
Good. Is that right?
Thank you.
Okay, now before I ask for a second, I want to make sure that's what you want.
Could you read it one more time?
Yeah, you might want to read it slowly if you don't mind. So Ms. Fitzer.
Okay, we align our board meeting protocols to be consistent throughout the district, and the superintendent would work with the executive committee of the board for open meetings by August 2021. Is that what you want? Is that your motion?
Align board meeting protocols to be consistent with that of the district, not throughout the district.
Yeah, that of the district.
Consistent.
Throughout.
Consistent what now?
With that.
With that of the district, not throughout the district.
That
Of the district.
of the district. Okay, your motion is we align our board meeting protocols to be consistent with that of the district, and the superintendent would work with the executive committee of the board for open meetings by August of 2021.
And my interpretation of by August 2021 would be August 1st. So if there's a special call meeting or the committee of the whole, that would apply.
August 1st. Okay, we have Ms. Bush's motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a substitute motion. So the motion on the floor is a substitute motion. Ms. Bush's, is there any discussion on the substitute motion? Mr. Lewis? Well, now,
I just want to be clear. So currently our protocols don't allow visitors in the building. Is that correct, Dr. Royster?
We allow them in for certain reasons. We don't, for example, something that's been very popular, parent coming in to eat lunch with their child. We've not allowed that. We allow them to come in for a conference. We have people that come in to provide services. So there are exceptions to that. It's not a blanket rejection of visitors. We have some mentors that are coming in, volunteer mentors that are coming into the schools now. So there are exceptions to that provision. We're just not as open as we ordinarily would be.
So based on the wording of the motion that was just put on the table, Do you believe that we are going to have visitors in our meetings in August based on the current protocols that the district's following?
I believe you certainly could, and it would not be inconsistent with the protocols that we're following in the schools.
So we could approve this and it would be consistent with having visitors be expected to be in meetings in August with our current protocols that we have in schools.
Yes, it would not be inconsistent with that. We're controlling the manner in which they come in, where they go, the protocols they follow while they're there.
Okay. So the second question I have is, part of this was about ending temporary public participation, which we modified in the second motion to make sure that we still intended to have meetings live streamed. We still intended to have people providing public comment by email, which were two things we created in our first version of this policy. So is it your interpretation of this motion as it's being presented here that those things will continue?
Can you say again the exact wording?
Sure. So when we approved this action in May of 2020, we put items in place, live streaming our meetings, making sure that the public had the opportunity to provide public input by email. There were additional steps that we have never done as a board prior to May 2020.
Right.
This proposal that's on the floor now, do you interpret this proposal as ending those actions, or do you interpret as the superintendent that those actions will continue?
Those actions are not parallel to the governor's emergency order, are they, Mr. Webb?
One is.
No, that they can operate separately. That is the question.
Yes, because some of that was done pursuant to the governor's emergency order, and I would imagine those things sunset at whatever point his emergency order ends. So if Mr. Webb's advice to me is that would be outside of what would sunset, then I would take that to mean you intend to continue that.
Okay, thanks.
You first, sir.
Districts, one of the protocols is to quarantine people. If there's, like you said, hundreds of people that could come in and out, I don't want to put the responsibility on the district to try and notify people, and you don't know who was sitting where. You might not even know who they were. We can't possibly notify people for quarantining. I don't want to put that responsibility on the board or the administration. So I don't know that we could follow that particular protocol.
If we're continuing to have to provide quarantine, they'd simply have to register that they came, and we'd make note of where they sat. We'd know who around them. We'll do that all the time. We're doing that now with thousands of people. It's not a huge issue. I mean, it's more work,
But when people come to board meetings and just walk in, you would.
they would have to sign. Why they do now? They have to sign in to speak. Well, if we're going to follow the protocols in place, they would need to sign in, and we'd need to know where they sit. I don't care who they are. I mean, they just need to know. We need to know where they sit.
So there would be assigned seating, basically.
Like sit wherever they want to, but we need to know that's where they sit.
Okay. Any other questions on the substitute motion? Okay. All those in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. Motion carries. Now we have the main motion on the floor as substituted. Any further discussion on the motion as substituted? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Repeat the motion. We align our board meeting protocols to be consistent with that of the district, and the superintendent would work with the executive committee of the board for open meetings by August the 1st, 2021. Is that correct, Nancy?
I don't have the first. Doug was saying that he interprets August as meeting August 1st.
Okay, yeah. Okay, good. Let's just vote one more time. All in favor of the motion as substituted, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. Motion carries. Okay, that item's gone. Next item on the agenda. We'll take a break. Next item on the agenda, 2.06, submittal of names for audit team committee. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board policy DIDB established an audit committee, and that was established last year. And every year we have to elect new officers to serve on the audit committee. And the way the policy is written at the May COW, board members have an opportunity of putting their name in to be considered as a candidate for the audit committee. Up to 5 board members can be elected. And then at the May board meeting, that slate of candidates is presented and the board will vote by ballot on the electing the 5 members of the committee. And so at this time, I would accept anyone to raise their hands if they are interested in serving on the audit committee so that we can create that slate to be brought to the board at the May meeting. Before we do that, Mr. Meek, was there anything that you would like to reflect on as a member of the audit committee?
No, I think you did it correct. And I would like to be on the audit committee. Raise your hand for Mr. Lewis.
I see Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell, Mr. Sailors, Ms. Leventis Wells, Ms. Morrison Fair. Any other members that would like to be considered? There's room for 5.
How many do you have?
4. I have Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell, Mr. Sailors, Ms. Leventis Wells, and Ms. Morrison Fair. Mr. Meek.
I wasn't okay.
All right. Any other members who would like to enter their names? Then hopefully the 5 of you will survive the election on the May board meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Next item on the agenda, 2.07, naming of gymnasium at Rudolph G. Gordon School. Mr. Royster.
Thank you, Mr. Meek. You have in your packet a substantial amount of information supporting the recommendation that the gym at Rudolph Gordon be named in honor of its first principal, Jackie Parker, who has served this district for 41 years in various roles, teacher, coach, and administrator.
Mr. Sailors.
I know it's a process for the board member that represents that area to make a motion. And I'm thinking this is in Mrs. Bill's area.
Probably is.
Rudolph Gordon is mine, actually. I can if my computer will get to it. That's a good one. Yes, I propose that we approve the naming of the gymnasium at Rudolph G. Gordon School for Jackie Parker.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion carries. Next item, 2.08, naming of the atrium at Blythe Academy. Who likes to make that motion?
Mr. Meek, if I might speak to it, if that would be all right before you make the motion, certainly want to provide our highest recommendation for this as well. Ms. Griffin's done an outstanding job there, and probably arguably one of the most difficult principalships in the district because of the immersion program and the constant struggle she has faced to find, recruit, and retain qualified teachers in the subject area who can teach in the language. She's done an exceptional job there, and we certainly fully endorse this recommendation.
Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the naming of the atrium at Blythe Academy for Dr. Sandra Griffin.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is 2.09, naming of front entrance at Roper Mountain Science Center Environmental Science and Sustainability Center. Ms. Glenda Morrison-Fair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have before you a suggestion coming from Roper Mountain Committee, first of all. And the recommended action is to approve the naming of the front entrance of the Roper Mountain Science Center Environmental Science and Sustainability Center for Dr. Jeff and Mary Lawson, Piedmont Arthritic Clinic. Before we have any discussion, I just would like to say I'm the liaison between the school board and Roper Mountain. And there are 4 people who they have suggested names of naming spaces at Roper Mountain Science Center. And these individuals are not only people who have worked and committed and volunteer work at Roper Mountain Science Center, but they have also decided to put funding there to make sure that Roper Mountain Science Center stays visible in the community and a valuable part of the community. And most of the people are members of the medical community, and I commend them of that, and they have connections to children. We have one outside of that, and that's Tommy Reese and her husband, but that's another naming. But for 2.09, that is the recommended action. And I don't know if you need to turn it back over to you for the motion.
Is that your motion? Are you making this motion?
The actual motion says to approve the naming of the front entrance at the Roper Mountain Science Center Environmental Science and Sustainability Center for Dr. Jeff and Mary Lawson, Piedmont Arthritic Clinic.
Okay. Heard the motion. Is there a second? We have a motion second. Mr. Sailors, any discussion on the motion? Ms. Goodman-Caldwell.
Do we have a policy on naming places in these schools, which is public property? Do we have a policy?
We do. It's FDC.
Okay, what does the policy say? Because I have a problem with us starting to name places in these in our buildings for people because of donations. That means that, somebody could come and say they want to donate $10,000 to Greenville High in order to have something in Greenville High named after them. I'm having a problem with us letting somebody write a check to have something named after them in our public buildings. So can you tell me what the policy is?
Sure. So it's FDC. I can read it for you. It's a couple paragraphs. The board of trustees must approve the naming of all school facilities, buildings, gymnasiums, playing fields, stadia, or other areas of a school or a school district. The chairman will appoint an ad hoc committee to recommend to the full board suitable names for all new schools. The ad hoc committee may solicit feedback from the community regarding the naming of a school as it deems appropriate, but the ad hoc committee is responsible for selecting recommendations for submission to the full board. Schools, school facilities, buildings, gymnasia, playing fields, stadia, and other areas of schools or the district may be named for people as long as the person so honored, one, has submitted his or her accepted resignation and such recognition is within 6 months of his or her effective date of resignation, or two, he or she is not an employee of the district at the time of the board's approval. New paragraph, persons wishing to submit requests for the naming of school or district facilities of any sort shall submit their request to the superintendent or his or her designee who will forward them to the board for consideration. Then it goes on to say the district will provide a standard dedication plaque for schools, buildings, facilities, gymnasia, and media centers, but not provide plaque or signage for a classroom, laboratory, cafeteria, or the other portion of a building. A school may provide additional signage in both situations. So that is the policy. It addresses the naming of new schools,
right,
as well as naming parts of schools, current schools, things of that nature. Now, I will say, just as an aside, my experience in my time here is that the board has been conscious to consider a person's all-around effort and contributions to the school or to the school district, regarding efforts, time, possible donations, but it's sort of looked at the totality of that person's work for that school.
Okay.
Let me extend for 10 minutes.
Because most of these people are on the foundation board, correct? And they trying to get a part of our new sustainability building.
So not the foundation board, and I'm unaware if they're on the Roper Mountain Science Association's board. Maybe Ms. Moore's there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I believe they're on the Roper Mountain Science Association board. We did forward this on to you because they do meet criteria other than that of having made a donation. I too share in the concern that I heard you express that there would be a fundraising process based on the naming of spaces absent the board approving such a process. There are various governmental entities, primarily colleges, post-secondary, but also some at the public school level, that do use that as an ability or an effort to raise funds. But there is an agreed upon structure for doing so, and the ones that I'm familiar with. And there is generally always, unless it is a donation so significant that it paid for the construction of a building, for example, there is generally always a sunset clause to the naming related to the donation, i.e., if you've contributed this much, this type space is named for you, and it lasts for this long. So we did bring these forward because they have contributed significantly in ways other than financially. But I've also directed Mr. Weeks to bring no more forward that are tied to naming rights of anything at Roper Mountain, absent some policy framework that addresses that. Because your policy, although it doesn't prohibit it at this point, it does not specifically provide for it, nor does it provide a structure within which it would be considered. Roper Mountain has always been very different from every other part of the school district. In fact, until we just built the recently completed building, I believe there is no other building there of any size. There's some very small structures there, but none of the buildings of any size were built with taxpayer funds from Greenville County Schools. Some had donations, some were line items in the state budget. So for years, the only investment the district made up there was to maintain that which was built and to pay the general operating expenses for the mountain as relates to the services provided to our students during the school year. The rest of it they raise through various means and mechanisms. When you all approved the construction of that building, I don't remember the dollar amount, I believe it was around a $10 million project, the construction itself. But the realization that the exhibit space, the interior, those things that would be utilized within the four walls of the building, it would be up to Roper Mountain and the Roper Mountain Science Center Association to raise those funds. And I believe the projected cost of that was between $2.5 and $3 million. So I understand why they want to do this. I have some concerns with there being no structure in place with which to do it. I have a concern that that would be seen as a way that schools could start naming the supply closet and everything else in the building. Principals, if nothing else, are inventive with things like that. Dr. Stiles is a former principal. I won't say that I might have done that as a principal. Dr. Turner might have done that when he was a principal. But we were constantly looking for creative ways to raise money. So yeah, we might be selling the name on that broom closet or whatever. So there needs to be a process in place that right now you do not have a policy that speaks directly to you can't do this or you can do this. And if you do it, this is how you must do it. And if it's something that's not strictly prohibited by a policy, then it is obviously allowed. But more importantly, this policy, I believe in its provisions related to overall contribution. I don't remember the exact wording that Doug read to you, but there would be every reason to argue these people are worthy of naming something regardless of their financial contribution.
I don't think that we should set, that's why I asked about the policy, because this is setting precedent, especially when we were starting to build the fountain in high school, and it came up about Yonts and naming the football stadium box, and people had a problem with it. I mean, isn't that about the same thing? I just don't think that we should set precedent until we have policy in place saying what they can and can't do, because you start naming it, and it's fine for them to do their volunteer work and donate, but that's what a lot of people do. I mean, as a community member, as somebody that is a servant to our kids and to the district. But no, that's why I asked about the policy. I think we need a better policy, because this is going to be coming up since this is on the floor now about naming those different places in this new building. In that building was built with taxpayer dollars, right?
That's correct.
So I just think that we need a better policy in place, because this is going to be coming up if we name these 4 places after these certain people that are on their board that, you know, of course they're going to want to fundraise. And of course, you know, they're going to donate. But do you expect to get something named after you because you do that? So that's all I have, Roger.
Mr. Seth.
We'll pay for the naming.
Association.
Paying for it?
Yes.
If there is signage or a plaque, it is the responsibility of the location to pay for that, unless it's a school that you all approve.
Place and the size.
Sir?
Who would determine the place and the size?
The administrator in charge in this case would be Mr. Weeks, the director of Upper Mountain Science Center, working with our facilities people.
I can use that green size up. They can't, if I want to be 50 high letters.
Well, I think
we have a policy.
We don't have a policy about the size of signage. Generally speaking, the guidance they would receive from our facilities department would be the signage should be appropriate to the scope of the space. For example, in your area, if you were to walk into the lobby at Greer High, the commons area is dedicated in honor of Marion Waters. Well, the letters, I believe, Mr. South, maybe are about this high, the individual letters, but it's a large space. So for you to clearly see it's dedicated to Marion Waters, letters have to be this high. There's, for example, a room over at the Fine Arts Center that I believe is dedicated to Miss Southern.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And I believe the sign on it is maybe about this size, and it's beside the door, if I remember correctly. And there might be one over the door frame that maybe is about this high. So it sort of depends on the size of the area that's being named. A couple of those are classrooms, so you know that would be determined by Mr. Weeks and working with our facilities people. The size and the location. Be some places you couldn't mount a sign, and other places you could. For example, in our facilities with precast walls, there are restrictions on drilling into precast. So it would just depend on the location and the determination made by those two people. Just like they determine now the size of any other kind of signage, like concession stand or ticket booth or entrance or exit. I mean, they determine sizes of signage routinely throughout the school year at different locations. I don't believe any of these would be outside based on the areas they're choosing to be named. I believe one was a stairwell, a wooden case stairwell. I believe that one was the entry lobby where that reception desk is, and maybe the other two were classrooms.
This says the front entrance.
Yes, sir. It references the actual. This references the entrance lobby, not the outside of the building. We would not put their name on the outside of the building. Because you're not naming the building for them.
They didn't pay $3 million for it.
Well, then that comes back to the question. We say someone can name something, we don't really have any say so over what they're how. That's it.
You leave that to the administration to place the signage. In other words, the school ordered that signage. They would have worked with facilities to order it, and I'm sure we installed it or the sign company installed it. Yes, sir. The school, anything inside the perimeter of the school pays for the signage.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. We need to consider having some kind of regulations for these things with all these buildings.
That is my recommendation. Yes, sir. That if it is allowed to be in recognition of a contribution, that you establish a schedule and a framework for that if you wish to allow it. I would further recommend that only be allowed at Roper Mountain because of the unique nature of the funding for Roper Mountain. But that's simply my recommendation.
Thank you. Without objection, we'll extend for 20 minutes. Ms. LaVentus Wells.
Yes, Dr. Royster, you pretty much hit on what I said. I was going to say the Roper Mountain Science Center is different from the other schools, et cetera, in that policy. Is that correct? When it comes to monetary donations, because the others are not monetary. Those are named after people that have given time, et cetera.
This policy doesn't distinguish. I think to Dr. Royster's point is that just naturally and how operations have occurred over decades, Roper Mountain Science Center is different. And what has gone into building it and evolving over time.
The only other place, and this is stretching my memory to recall something that happened before I got here. But Ms. Bush perhaps might remember it, or Mr. Mink seems to have disappeared. He might. I believe that during the renovation of Serene Stadium, I believe that the reason there is a name on the field house and there's a name on the press box is because those individuals paid for the renovation and improvement. Probably not, I don't think the construction, because I believe the field house was already there. The press box was there, but it wasn't as big.
Right.
And I believe those two examples, and maybe that entry plaza, I'm not as sure about that, but I'm 99% sure the field house and the press box there bear a name related to inking a check.
Yes.
That is correct.
I feel the people, and I know Ms. Marcy Fair serves on that board for the district, for the school board, and we're privy to the information. And I think, though, from this point on, we need to implement a policy. We need to establish a policy, and so that this does not reoccur. I know that these people that have given have also given a lot of their time over the last 20 plus years of their lives. But I do agree with Ms. Goodwin Caldwell that we just can't say I'm going to donate this money and I want this named after me. I don't like that either, but I understand where we are with this, and I understand the Roper Mountain Science Center, their goal and mission is to raise funds to pay for all of these things that they've done with that building. And I know at one time we had several legislators who were there and who were going to try and get us money from the budget for that year, and then COVID hit us. And we were going after $1 million. So I know that they've had to come up with that. And I think they were sort of banking on that. We might get that, and they didn't. So with that being said, I would ask the chair that we need now. I'd like to put in the minutes that we're going to establish a committee and to write a policy on this specific interest, this as far as donating and so and specify it for Roper Mountain Science Center, because there are no others like the Roper Mountain Science Center in our district. So I'll go ahead and try and I may just let the new elected officials come up with a committee on that. If not, I'll do one before I leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFink, as well. Mr. Sailors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with, I understand Mrs. Goodwin Caldwell's point, totally agree. Mrs. Levinas Wells hit everything correct. Many of you know that I've been on again and off on that board for a number of years, starting back in the 1990s. And aside from the financial considerations of these recommendations, I can tell you that the ones that have been selected, if you took the financial consideration out of it, they would still be a worthy recognition. These individuals have helped build that mountain from when it was nothing, and they pulled considerable clout and talent in there to get it accomplished. So I would agree that, yes, we need to establish a process for this to be addressed more completely in the future. But I would also support the recommendations that are on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Ms. Morrison Fair.
Yes, I have a question that I'd like for Doug to clarify. These individuals are contributing to a capital campaign. And in my mind, that's a little bit different than naming something after an honorarium or whatever you've done to contribute, even though they fit into that category. So if we create a new policy, are we also including in that policy what buildings do in capital campaigns? Is that people who donate sizable amounts of money in capital campaigns, then now the person that's giving the capital campaign, they're restricted in what they can do to raise money. That's just a question.
Sure, and what I would like to do is pull different policies, do some research, and look at similar situations with other school districts. Roper Mountain Science Center is unique for us, but other school districts have somewhat similar entities, buildings, and locations. They're different that we could possibly look at as for guidance, but all of that will be considered in the development of some revisions to this policy. But to Mr. Saylor's point, I think for these specific individuals, looking at the recommendation from Mr. Weeks and from the association, they spent and devoted a lot of time in addition to any financial aspect. So there's a lot of time and effort that they have given to Roper Mountain in the past.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newland.
In that policy that you read, is it only for individuals or is it also for businesses? Because in 2.09, this one includes Dr. Jeff and Mary Lawson and Piedmont Arthritis Clinic, which I'm assuming is his, I think it says it's his business.
That's his practice.
His practice.
It does not prohibit the naming for businesses. Now, I cannot recall it being linked in the past with the business, but there is no prohibition in FDC for it.
Well, I think in line with what Michelle was saying, it seems inappropriate to sell things to, it becomes an advertisement for their business rather than an honor to have something named after them personally. And so, well, I mean, I don't have a problem with naming something after them because of their contributions, but I'm sort of turned off by the business because it gets to be an advertisement for his practice rather than welcome to the Roper Mountain Science Center Sustainability Building. It's more about this, you know, there'll be something about an arthritis clinic on the front. And so I would rather it just be their names. And then I think that Roper Mountain may have more opportunities to donate for like bricks and the walkway and stuff. And that might be an appropriate place for an arthritis clinic for any local business. But when it comes to naming the front entrance, maybe it's just me personally, but I don't really like the name of a business being on there. So is it possible, can we change it to just only be their names?
You can amend it.
May I amend this motion?
You're getting good at that.
What is your amendment?
The only thing I would say, just to make sure you're fully aware, so you're not doing it in isolation from it, there will be exhibits there that carry a company name. Not a room, but for example, I think there's one at Greenville Water, there's REWA, but which are governmental entities. But isn't there one from? Is there one from Fluor? Just so you're aware, there are some exhibits there that carry the name of a company.
Are those exhibits owned by the school district or by Roper Mountain Association?
Unless they're visiting exhibits, they're ours.
It's a permanent display. Past the association was up. In most cases, especially connected to this building, with the exception of what, as I understand, I may stand correct, REWA and Greenville are traveling exhibits, which make them the exhibit for financial recognition.
Generally speaking, if a business provides something to a school or a location, it becomes a gift and it becomes our property. And the exception there would be if you have because sometimes we do have traveling exhibits of various kinds, art exhibits, industrial exhibits. Obviously, those don't become our property. They're just displayed there for a period of time. But most other gifts are that they're a gift, so they then become our property, and we then maintain those things.
Okay. So I would still like to propose an amended motion to approve the naming of the front entrance of Roper Mountain Science Center Environmental Science and Sustainability Center for Dr. Jeff and Mary Lawson.
You'd like to just delete the Piedmont Arthritis Clinic in your motion. That's what your motion would be. Okay, Ms. Doolan's made a amendment motion to delete the Piedmont Arthritis Clinic. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and second. Okay.
I don't know that the motion's in order. The reason I say this is because we do not have knowledge of whatever contractual agreement that there might be between the association and Dr. Lawson. I'm just saying that there might be an agreement that we're unaware of that may affect that particular recognition.
Then I would need to bring it back to the board.
That would be
if it passes, if this motion passes. If her amendment passes, we need to bring it back.
We just need to be mindful of that. This is for what it's worth.
Yeah. Any further discussion on Ms. Doolan's amendment? Mr. Lewis on the amendment.
Yeah. We have a Roper Mountain Association board, and we have a designee to that board from our board. And I believe Ms. Morrison Fair is our designee. And so I have a little bit of discomfort with us amending something that they've brought to us when we have a designee on that board. It seems like it'd be more appropriate to just vote no on it and send it back to them and allow them to work on it. To me, it negates the work that Ms. Morrison Fair is doing as our representative on that board, in the same way that we would want to accept recommendations from CSHAC when they come to us, because that group has been working on something and presumably is spending time working on that work. I'm a little concerned that we're doing that. The other thing I think to just further carry what Mr. Saylor is saying, it's not unusual at the Roper Mountain Science Center for businesses to sponsor things. And based on my understanding of the Lawson family, is probably likely that this was a donation made from their business. So to remove their business could affect their ability to receive this donation. And just as somebody who works in fundraising, we built that entire plan for the Environmental Science and Sustainability Center on the assumption that we were going to underfund it and that we were going to expect the Roper Mountain Science Center to come up with the difference between what it was going to cost to do all of this work and what we were willing to give them by going out and soliciting private donations. So it makes me a little uncomfortable to have said that to them 2 years ago in this room. We specifically brought them in and said, how are you going to pay for the difference between what this costs and what you're going to get from us? And they told us then, we're going to pay for it by getting corporate sponsorships and individual solicitations. And so now for them to come to us with corporate sponsorships and individual solicitations for us to say, it doesn't feel right to us, I think we should just cut the money from their budget, because it seems unfair to expect them to do one thing and then to turn around and not accept that thing that we asked them to do. So I would vote no to amending it.
Any further discussion? Mr. Sennett.
How different is Roper Mountain from any other facility?
Well, I'll take that. I will say that I have an agreement back, gosh, I want to say it's 1950s, whereas a school district and the association partnering together, as far as the building of property and buildings there on the mountain. And so it was always contemplated as sort of a unique, different structure. There's a lot of private money and development going in for the benefit of public education, science, and the school district. So it is unique in that nature. You know, there's a separate policy regarding Roper Mountain Science Center that you have as a board. MBC, I believe, is the policy. So that, you know, it is unique. That there are some similarities regarding as compared to other schools, but it is unique in its nature.
What's different? Some time ago, they wanted to sell alcohol after I was in the Navy. If I understand correctly, the board said no.
That is in board policy MBC, and there are certain restrictions to it, parameters in place for that to occur.
But the bottom line on that, Mr. Webb, is Roper Mountain Food, I think, much different than other facilities.
It is a school district facility, a little bit unique in structure. I think some people will look at it as more different than others, and some will look at it similar to a school. I think it's a little bit in the eye of the beholder.
If you elementary school were building, if someone says, I'll pay for this, and then that, would that be possible? We've already got 3 schools named after person.
Well, for 30 minutes, Mr. Sutherland, I would say it is possible but that's where the board comes in as a gatekeeper, as an evaluator of these recommendations or requests.
Well, I doubt anybody will do it. So.
Yeah, and I do believe that going forward, it is beneficial and prudent for our policy to be reviewed and possibly revised to set better parameters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Goodman Caldwell.
Doug, you say that there is a policy for Roper Mountain? You just said
Yes. A
Was
separate
that the
policy,
one?
not regarding naming a facility, just a separate policy about Roper Mountain Science Center as a whole. But it doesn't talk about naming of locations, facilities there.
Okay. Dr. Royster, you had mentioned something about a sunset clause. What is that?
The most places that allow for the naming rights of something, particularly for smaller areas. Now, and I hope Mr. Suth will put us in touch with that wealthy benefactor who wants to write that check for that yet to be named elementary school.
Talk with Mr. Stevens.
Oh, okay.
$1 now.
Unless you're going to pay for the whole building, it's a fairly general practice to provide a period of time for which the name will be carried. The example right around the corner from us, we now graduate at the Bon Secours Arena. We used to graduate at the Bilo Arena. We still graduate in that same place, but they had a sunset. I don't remember how many years it was. Some of the other entities that I'm familiar with, if you put a name on something, it'll be like for a 3-year period or a 5-year period. 2 reasons for that. One is it was something you sponsored, so to speak. You made your contribution. You got the recognition for a defined period of time. It also allows you to continue to utilize that method over and over. Once you name a room, if you don't put a sunset on it, you can't sell it again. So if you have expirations on naming rights, particularly as we look at Roper Mountain being so different from other district facilities, that seems that perhaps might be, if you all want to consider it, a good fundraiser. Well, it's only a really good fundraiser if you can continue to use it over time. Now, it needs to be a long enough period of time it carries your name to be equivalent to the amount that you gave. But I think likely, unlike a building that's being named for somebody because they wrote a check for the whole thing, or to honor their 40-something years of service to students or whatever, I think it's best served to have an end time on it.
We know. You want to?
Are you about finished? Or
I'm just about finished.
Okay, go ahead.
Do we know, Glenda, do we know whether they have a sunset?
To my knowledge, they have none on that. And I will remind the board, as I said in my opening comments, we have directed Mr. Weeks to go no further with any of this, absent you all developing some sort of policy that either allows it or doesn't allow it.
So these 4, if we approve them today, they don't have a sunset clause. So their name will be on there for eternity.
Yes, ma'am. Unless this body acts to remove their name. You can unname anything you named unless it is for a historic purpose, in which case it falls under the state law regarding historic names. Writing a check's not historic, though.
Thank you. We have an amendment on the floor. Everybody ready to vote on the amendment for Ms. Dillon? Ms. Dillon?
There wasn't a second on the amendment. Was it? There was. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I don't know if I can ask Linda directly, so I'll just
No, you have to ask me.
ask you. I would like to hear input on what would happen if we sent these recommendations back to the Roper Mountain Science Center Board to ask them about having the business name on there. And I don't want to discriminate against the others. They don't have business names, but I don't want to mess up the funding. If this arthritis clinic business is who donated the money, yeah, I could see where they would get mad if we took that name off and just put the doctor's name on there. So I think the right thing to do would be ask our representative to take that back to the Roper Mountain Board to discuss there.
Ms. Morrison Fair, you want to comment? Ms. Morrison Fair, you want to comment on Ms. Dillon's? Do you want to comment on what Ms. Dillon was asking you?
Whatever the board decides.
Okay.
Were you?
Or they never take it back and see what they said.
Mr. Sailors.
One complicating factor to this conversation is that they have a grand opening scheduled for that facility later this month, like a day or 2 days following our board meeting. So it is my assumption that they would be acknowledging these dedications at that event. So if we send it back, then this body needs to be prepared to ask them to return that information to us within 2 weeks.
Okay, or this body could forward this motion to the board without a recommendation.
That's correct. And we could get clarity on some of these questions between now and then. Is that fair enough?
Mr. Webb?
Could do either one. I was looking at board policy BBC to make sure that this would not have to be approved. Technically, it does not have to be approved by the CAL. I would say that it fits into the category of board business that does not directly affect the operation, administration, or direction of the school district. So we're having this as conversation and another layer of review and approval, but it does not have to be passed. So either direction, you could pass it up to the board by taking a motion and a vote, or you could send it back to Roper Mountain Science Center and then just bring it directly in 2 weeks.
Someone made a motion to pass it to the full board without a recommendation. Does that supersede the motions on the floor?
Yes.
I would probably say my recommendation would be to have some sort of motion on the floor to take it up there, and then that can be revised in 2 weeks, whatever it is.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer substitute motion that we take this item and move it forward to the board meeting in 2 weeks without an official recommendation at this time.
Substitute motion.
Second.
And a second. Any discussion on the substitute motion to take it to the board without a recommendation in 2 weeks? Hearing none, all in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion carries. Motion on the floor is the substitute motion as substituted. The motion as substituted. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
Which one is this one?
This is the motion as substituted. To forward to the main motion, to forward to the.
It's the new motion on 2.09.
That we want to send up.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion carries. Okay, now maybe the others will go a little quicker since they're basically the same thing. Now we can have a motion at a time.
We're going to do each one of them separately.
Yeah. 2.10, naming of deck at Roper Mountain Science Center, Environmental Science and Sustainability Center. Ms. Morrison Fair.
I'll go straight to the recommended motion. Everything is basically the same. To name for adoption, Linda and Hamilton. Of course, they, Dr. Hamilton. So the recommended motion from the administration to approve the naming of the deck at the local Mountain Science Center, Environmental Science and Sustainability Center for doctors Linda and Tom Hamilton.
We have motion. Is there a
Second.
We have motion and a second. This is the motion to approve this. Motion to approve this. It's not motion to forward it on the board. This is motion to.
This is a motion to approve it as presented. Yeah, but.
Understand, Michelle? Go ahead.
On the lease, if we could ask them if they have sunset homes.
If they have a what?
Sunset homes. Like he's talking about.
We don't have one on it.
Mr. Chairman, if I could. There are no sunset clauses.
What do you mean there's none?
There's no sunset clauses on these.
Yeah, there's no on this.
On any of those. Yeah.
And to make this is the motion that Linda Morrison made to approve this. And for something different than approving this and send it to the board as approved, then there's different motion that need to be made. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve the naming of the deck at the Roper Mountain Science Center, Environmental Science and Sustainability Center for Drs. Linda and Tom Hamilton. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the 2.11, naming of Chestnut Oak Staircase at Roper Mountain Science Center, Environmental Science and Sustainability Center. Ms. Linda Morrison Fair.
This is the third naming and revolves on, I will just read the recommended motion. To approve the naming of the Chestnut Oak Staircase at the Roper Mountain Science Center, Environmental Science and Sustainability Center for Connie and Ron Weeks.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda, 2.12, naming of downstairs classroom at Roper Mountain Science Center, Environmental Science and Sustainability Center. Ms. Linda Morrison Fair.
Recommended motion for this item 2.12 to approve the naming of the downstairs classroom at the Roper Mountain Science Center, Environmental Science and Sustainability Center.
Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion carries. Okay, next item on the agenda, 2.
Clear up this
Yes, ma'am.
non-arthritic center.
Before we leave this area, so the only reason we didn't approve the first is because of the name of this company is on there.
I'm not sure what the board's motivation was, except that's what the board did.
I'm just trying to understand. The only reason that we didn't vote on the first one passing is because he had his business name on there? Is that it?
Could I mean, that's my understanding. We wanted clarification on that.
Okay.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Just trying to understand.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Item number 2.13, J.E. Serene Scholarship Awards. Welcome back.
Mr. Chairman, did we do, I'm sorry. Did we do 2.12? I don't think we did 2.12.
Excuse me, do what?
I don't think we did item 2.12. I think we skipped from 2.11 to 2.13.
Naming a Chestnut Oak Staircase. Yeah, we did it. We did that.
We did.
I think we skipped from 2.11 to 2.13 and we skipped over 2.12.
We vote on two.
Yeah, we voted on it. We already voted on
I don't
it.
believe we did.
Because I remember Bill Stitt.
Yeah, we voted on it. That's why I waited till the end of it.
Y'all helping me out, aren't you? Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Lewis?
Yeah.
Mr. Lewis? Okay. Okay. Mr. Rhodes, continue, please.
Good afternoon. Time to report our Serene Scholarship Program numbers for this 2020-2021 school year. We had 824 total applications. It's broken down into renewal applicants, 293, and new applicants, 531. The very active application process. This is promoted by our schools. New applicants, again, this is our total number of applications, 31. and our renewal applicants are 293. Of course, our goal is the students will renew their scholarship for the duration of the college experience, which is indicative of making progress with a degree. The total number of applicants, again, this is a very basic presentation, providing you with 824 applicants for this READ scholarship program.
Okay, do we have any questions? Ms. Goodman-Cova.
Mr. Rhodes, so, how many do we usually get? Is this a large number this year, or is it usually about that?
It's right around where we are normally. It's about 45 or so off. That depends on the interest earned in the fund balance of the scholarship trust, which is managed by Wells Fargo. So it's basically a 5% of whatever the interest is on the scholarship fund that we are allocated. And they provide us with a number every year. And then we break that up into $2,000 increments. We start with the renewals. Then we're obligated to continue with those as long as they're making satisfactory progress. And after that, we start with the new applicants, which are typically our seniors who are graduating this year.
Last year.
Well, it's usually around 100 ballpark. I mean, anywhere from 90 to 120 new scholarships. And then there's usually about 3 times that more, 350-ish renewals, which is a good indicator because it shows that about 3/4 of our scholarships are going to college students who attended Greenville County, who graduated from Greenville County, which means they're doing a good job of maintaining their progress toward graduation, which is obviously what we want for them. Thank you.
Mr. Rhodes, any further questions? Hearing none, this is for information. Much.
As a note, the scholarship awards would be at the regular board meeting this month. Is that correct, Mr. Rhodes?
Yes, thank you, Wells. Turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Meek. That was very interesting. At this time, Building and Grounds, we'll go with Mr. Sutter.
Thank you. Item 3.01, Facilities Project Report. Information item. Mr. Harley, turn it to you, please, sir.
The one thing I would say about this particular update is that I've added projects that will be conducted this summer and for the year. And so you see quite an addition to what you've seen in the last few months. I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
I think it was on and I turned it off. Sorry about that.
Anybody have a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Don't mind.
Is there an opening ceremony planned for Fountain High School?
Yes, and you'll be getting a save the date for it if you haven't already gotten it. We just established a date this past week at the school. Has that gone out yet, Nancy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. September the 2nd.
Will you make sure that Dr. Crystal O'Connor gets an invitation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Anyone else? If not, we'll go to 3.02. This is an item we have to take action on. Mr. Carlin.
All that is, Mr. Sudduth, is simply for you all to act to accept the recommendation of the selection committee for the architect for the new elementary school. It will also appear at the regular board meeting on the board meeting agenda.
Mr. Sailors.
Mr. Chairman, I too have a dead bike, so I'll use my playground voice. I'd like to make a motion to approve negotiations to commence top ranking firms and upon conclusion of successful negotiation. Accept the applicable highest ranking firm designer of record as a designer of record for the proposed new elementary school.
And a second, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed likewise. Item 3.03, Duke Energy Utility Easement at A.J. Whitberg Elementary. This is an action item. Mr. Carlin.
Yes, sir. What we're presenting you with is an easement for Duke Utilities to replace a pole, add a pole, and add a conductor line at the extreme edge of the campus adjacent to North Markley Street. Fairly routine utility request. Because it's at the extreme end of the campus, it doesn't pose any adverse impact upon us, and would recommend that we go ahead and accept that.
So we'll make a motion.
No, just turn it over to the bottom.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the utility easement as requested by Duke Energy Carolinas LLC at A.J. Wittenberg Elementary School.
Have a second. Second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Item 3.04, Bureau Commission of Public Works Sanitary Sewer Easement at Middle and Vera High School. This is an action item. Mr. Carlin.
Yes, sir. I probably better spend a short amount of time explaining this one a little bit because it can be confusing. It's actually 4 easement requests. The reason that is the case is the campus is broken out into 4 separate parcels, and CPW, the utility in the Greer area, this is the way they would prefer to ask for these easements. The actual request is not only to be granted easement, but to also
is taking over the existing sewer infrastructure at the school so that they can connect, look at the drawing to the west side of the page, see a proposed development there that is proposed to consist of some townhomes as well as single-family dwellings. So you'd like to do is allow the developers to connect to our existing sewer line, the force main that connect to our closest manhole. That's basically the light blue line on the left side of the screen ends, and the red hash mark area begins. They would like to connect to that closest manhole. And of course, our existing infrastructure through the middle school as well as through high school to transport the sewage from that proposed development. CPW has done an analysis and determined that our existing system will handle it. Our existing infrastructure on the Greer High campus, CPW already owns, operates, and maintains, but they do not do so at Greer Middle School. So the reason that we would propose to accept this is because CPW will now, with these easements, take over maintenance, repair, and operation responsibility for all that infrastructure here in middle school.
That makes sense. Good stuff. I fixed myself when I gave my microphone.
It's
An entire neighborhood and not upgraded.
I believe it's an 8-inch. I would need to verify that. I believe it's an 8.
Beautiful.
Put an 8-inch sewer main behind the middle school.
We put an 8-inch sewer main behind the middle school when we built it. For just a middle school, that's overkill, isn't it? 8-inch pipe. Yes, my point is, I'd like to know I would like to have somebody verify that what they're going to take over is going to be big enough to handle all that residential property, because the one thing we don't need is that main to go down because they've overloaded the system.
True. We can have another conversation with CPW and just verify that they have these, see if we can trust that they have. It's an 8-inch, rolling here from the high school. It is an 8-inch thing at the high school. I will verify it.
I'm not against the motion, but I would ask that we verify the size, because having that size of main behind a single school, a little overkill to begin with, not by much, but you're talking, a little less than 100 residential applications there?
It is 185 total units. So we're looking for 100 of those cabins.
They still all have 3 toilets in them though.
And we'll certainly verify that, but the big plus to this is it will become their problem because they're taking it over.
Yeah, but the one thing we don't need is a manhole blowing up one Saturday morning because.
No, we'll verify that. But I believe that we may need for this motion to be amended to make sure that it reflects your acting for us to deed that system over to them, because we want to, every time we get a chance to get out of the sewer business, we want to get out of the sewer business.
Oh, yeah.
Make that motion.
So, yeah, and that's and I just got a mic, and that's my delay in recommending that. I'm glad Dr. Royster said that. So it's a little unorthodox, but let me ask Lieutenant Carlin to what do we need? We need a separate agreement after this, right, with CPW for them to take over and manage the sewer system.
Each of these easement agreements has a language.
Okay. So ultimately, by your approval of these easement agreements, I believe it effectuates that. And then I had forgotten that I had reviewed that and made sure that that language was in there. So I think we're okay.
So you don't believe there's any issue with requiring that, but that doesn't need to be in the motion then.
And
that was my concern, is we don't want to miss an opportunity.
There is no harm in putting it in the motion.
Can I ask, since I still have the floor, can I ask a question then? Can we act on all 5 of these and then make a 6th motion that applies to the previous 5, saying that we want them all to be deeded to CPW? Instead of amending 5, let's just make one additional motion. Come on, Doug, shake your head. Let's go.
Sure, I'll go along with that. And the fact that the motion would have to be for items
1 through 5, but well, but my point is it makes it easier on us. You know, we can.
Right, at this point, I'm all about ease as long as it gets it done. Yes.
Okay. Let's get these addressed. Then I'll make a motion to address it after we approve all these. Does that make sense?
Do you not want to make, I'd like to, Mr. Chair? Hasn't been a motion on the floor, Chuck, on.
Go ahead and make the motion,
To approve the sanitary sewer easement 1 through 4 at Greer Middle School and Greer High School as requested by Greer Commission Public Works, CPW, as detailed in and associated with Exhibit A.
Second. Any discussion?
I'm just thinking, if there's 40 acres in Spring High School, that's comes up and says, I'm gonna build 185 homes here. Can I tie into the school districts?
Then are we setting a precedent of developers? I mean, I know that the agreement is between the developer and the CPW, but it seems like we're the very instrument. And I know we want to get out of the sewer business, but at what cost do we, I mean, at what, because I don't, maybe we have done this, but I just can't remember doing this. And what keeps them from going next to that development and the next developer saying, well, if I can tie in, or I know how developers buy land with intents of expansion, that we're going to build 185 houses in the first phase. The second phase is 285 houses. So
it does not set a precedent in that you must act the same way in the future. I'm trying to recall, I'm pretty sure, in fact, I know we've done this before where we deeded over our sewer lines to the municipality or the sewer authority that serves that because they had a purpose they wanted to do it. I can't call immediately to mind an example. Can also tell you one that we did not bring to you. We had a request, this has been a while back, I believe it was city of Fountain Inn, that wanted to annex coming up towards Rudolph Gordon, and they would not agree to increase the capacity of the line nor take over our line. And we said, no, we won't bring that forward because you're not there. All you're doing is adding to the capacity of what we've already paid to install, which is subsidizing that developer. And you're not willing to go back in, take it over and upsize it. So we have had some that did not come to you. We have had some that have come to you. I don't recall one that's come to you that you've rejected, but you certainly could still do so. Again, once this becomes their property, then it becomes incumbent on them. If they want to add further down the line and they don't have sufficient capacity in that pipe, then they're going to have to go back in and upsize that pipe. And they can do it without our permission as long as they stay in that right of way. But they can't do it if it requires greater right of way or easement without you all approving that as well.
It's called looking at the map. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 2
The fourth, it's the same parcel. It's the fourth parcel. Off East Gap Creek Road? Yes, sir.
All that's in the city.
Both campuses are in the city.
I know that. Yeah, my house. Anybody else? If not, all the things. Motion carried.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make another additional motion saying item 3.04.
Right.
That the right of ways that were granted in that item 3.04, 1 through 4, be permanently deeded to the River Commission of Public Works.
Second. That's still a motion, Mr. Saber. That's second. Any discussion?
Well, and I appreciate it. I think we just need some clarity here because there are two ways to go about this. There would be that we do the 4 easements for CPW to get onto our property and to manage and oversee the sewer system. Okay. That's how this is constructed with the 4 exhibits. The other strategy method, and we've done this before, a lot of times with sidewalks and other parcels, would be that we deed a strip of land to another entity just to take over for us. But that's not the case here. So what I think, what the intention is, and not trying to make this too complicated here, but we have the 4 easements and we have a separate agreement with CPW as part of these exhibits. You are managing and controlling the sewer system. Correct?
The question comes down to this: you want them on the ground or not on the ground? You look on the easements, we still on the ground.
That's correct.
We deed to them, they don't.
And I guess, and my question to Scott is there's no need for an easement if we want them to own the ground.
My only concern with allowing them to own the ground would be, let's just say, and the chances are slim, but let's just say down the road, they decide to go a different route and abandon somehow this infrastructure. They'd still own that land.
That was wrong.
Does that give us the authority to convey that system, or do we need an action to convey the existing sewer system within the easements? And I think that's as simple an action as it could be.
That's right. To authorize the administration to do just that.
Did you capture all my words or so?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we
convey the sewer system as described in the 4 easements. Mhm.
Mr. Chairman, there's already a motion. And I second, he withdrew it.
Not once it's on the floor.
I'm sorry, the second you can't throw.
Yeah.
If it's second.
We got to vote on it.
Right. Any other discussion on the first motion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed likewise?
No.
Give me a show of hands who's in favor. Right hand up, please. If you're in favor. You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? All those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? All right, motion fails. All right, so now we can go to substitute motion.
That we convey these easements to
All right, do we have a second on that?
Convey the sewer system in the easements to the commission.
in the easements to the commission.
Second.
So we got that down.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, and the existing sewer system. QC.
You got any extensions? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed likewise. Motion carried. We turn to 3.05, approval of annexation of Rudolph G. Gordon School into City of Fountain Inn. This is a action item. Mr. Carlin.
So do you want to talk this one? Or do you want me to?
I like something, so go ahead.
Okay. In the last board meeting, you approved the arrangement for Fountain Inn Elementary School to acquire 3.3 acres of land from us. Part of the language in the agreement is that we will agree to have Rudolph Gordon School annexed into the city of Fountain Inn. The document you have here is the official form that requests that annexation. And in conversation with Doug, Mr. Webb, we thought it best to bring the actual annexation request to you as a separate motion for better clarity.
So let me just to clarify and piggyback on that. So last month you approved the sale of the 3 acres beside Rudolph Gordon for the fire substation. As part of that agreement, it was described that it was sort of a services for the land aspect, where Fountain Inn would pay for the complete costs until the $180,000 was satisfied. So in order for them to place a school resource officer at Rudolph Gordon, in order for them to have jurisdiction to do so, they have to annex the school itself, the property that the school sits on, into Fountain Inn. And so this starts that process, and they need this documentation for their purposes for them to then approve at the city council meeting there at Fountain Inn.
Do we have a maker of the motion? All right, Mr. Lewis,
Make a motion to approve the annexation of Rudolph Gordon School into the city of Fountain Inn.
we have a second.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Mr. Lewis?
Is there currently a school resource officer at Rudolph Gordon School?
There is deputy sheriff.
We would lose the deputy sheriff and replace them with a Fountain Inn school resource officer?
Yeah.
And is there any impact to the district for having this school annexed into the city?
There is no negative impact. The upside is they're providing that resource officer in exchange for that 3 acres of property for a specified period of time.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Meek?
Yes, sir. I'm not opposed to requesting the annexation, but is that the correct language we should use to approve it? Because we can't approve it. We can request the annex it, but can we approve it? Because we don't have that authority, I don't think.
It should read, and I apologize, I should have reviewed it. It should be to approve the petition form for the annexation of Rudolph Gordon. What you are doing is approving the form to be executed.
Basically, the board would be granting its permission because they cannot annex us into the city without your permission.
Does that need to be amended, or how are we going to do that?
It does. It needs to be amended. I believe there was a second, so it needs to be amended.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I make a substitute motion for it to read to approve the form for an annexation of Rudolph G. Gordon School into the city of Fountain Inn.
Bill, second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed likewise. Substitute motion passes. Back to the main motion.
Now you have to vote on the motion as substitute.
Okay.
You have to say that. But we have to vote on the substitute motion or the motion as substitute.
We're going to vote on the motion substitute. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, likewise. Motion carried. My part, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sections.
Thank you, Madam Chair. About curriculum choices. Dr. Royston, would you like to speak to us?
I'm going to defer straight to Mr. McCoy in the interest of time, as we're at 3:58.
Ms. Douglas. Ms. Douglas. Okay, Mr. McCoy.
Okay. Mic's not working. Light's on, but I think the mic's working. Okay. So just a brief overview of the curriculum process, and it is a fairly brief overview. Didn't get too much in the weeds here, just about how we go about in academics creating the curriculum for our schools and our teachers. So I will just start off by saying it contains our curriculum. This varies across the country by district, but our curriculum contains the following items. This is what teachers see when they open up their curriculum space on our portal. They have pacing guides, which we'll talk about in just a second. And then they have unit plans for each of the units that we talk about. And these are for areas that have standards. So we teach 5,000, 6,000 courses in Greenville County. Not all of those have standards. So our curriculum basically follows all of the courses have standards, some of the non-standards courses as well. It will include those components that you're going to see here in a second. I have a screenshot for you, but the standards that it's going to address that unit, clarifying statements about the unit just to help teachers kind of identify what the unit's about, what they're supposed to be doing, what the knows and do's. These are action They also are broken out by days. So pacing is very important, particularly for us in Greenville County, because we have a lot of transition of students in our county. Prior to pacing guys being put in place, many years ago, prior to that happening, kids would move, and because there was no common pacing, kids would miss gaps of instruction. And sometimes they got the same unit 3 times. They didn't get the unit on fractions because schools kind of put those where it made sense to the school. When we went to pacing guides, that helped with that whole transition. So just helping teachers understand that we're not trying to take away your autonomy, but what we are trying to do is to make sure our kids, they don't have gaps, particularly in our White Horse Road corridor, where we have a lot of transition between schools sometimes. And then each 9 weeks, you can see up there, it's kind of small, but if you can see it up there, each of those days, the flex days are days the teachers has in that unit that typically are how they can use that time. So sometimes that's a field trip that they already have gone on. Sometimes that could be a fire drill. They missed that period. It could be a lot of different things of why there's some extra days built into the curriculum because things happen in schools. And so there's some extra days built in to hopefully help them cover the rest of that content. This is just an example here of the academic pacing guides continued. When you click on one of those hyperlinks, this is what you see. You would see a unit. I didn't capture it all. There's more lines, more stuff below that resource and description. That tends to be the meteor section for the resources. And you can see in this one, as I mentioned, the assessments. There are several assessments there linked. Again, teachers don't have to use them. Many of our professional learning committees in the schools, 3rd grade gets together, they build their own assessment for their kids. So we don't have to use those assessments, but they're there if they choose to use them. And you see a standard at the top. And then the clarifying statements, again, this is nothing kids see. This is for our teachers, right? Before they get ready to do this unit, they're reviewing these clarifying statements. So they have a clear understanding for that and the knows and do's, what is expected of the kids when they finish that unit. And again, that should be something that's assessed as well. So as I mentioned, as far as the use of our curriculum goes, teachers are required to follow the district pacing guides. Our principals do monitor that. When they walk in the classroom, they look to see what's being taught. They look to see, yes, the teacher's on weather. Now, the teacher across the hall might not be on the exact same spot, but they all should be within the general unit. Sometimes teachers get behind a little bit, and so obviously within a grade level, but by the end of that time period, they should all finish that weather unit. So the principals are monitoring to make sure that that's happening. The unit plans are not required to be used by teachers. I would say, however, most of them do use some portion of those lessons, of those unit plans. Again, teachers have the autonomy to do that if they choose to or not. And then daily lesson plans have never been a part of our curriculum. That, number one, is just the scope of that is huge, to write a daily lesson plan for every content, every subject that we have in the district. And it doesn't allow teachers to personalize that content for their kids. The teacher knows what kids are in the classroom. We talked about knowing your kids today earlier. Teachers need to know what their kids, who their kids are in their classroom, and they have to build those lesson plans to support those kids. And then if they're behind, they got to do some little bit of remediation there to catch them up possibly before they hit the heavy content. Typically, our lesson plans are developed in professional learning communities by our teachers as a whole. Same thing is true for book lists. Book lists are suggestions only. We do have some, this is going to be mostly our middle school grades, 6th grade and up. We do have book lists, but the purpose of those book lists really is only so we're not over teaching the same novel multiple times. So Rachel Chervicky is a big novel that every middle school teacher loves to teach. Prior to those book lists, again, back in the early 2000s being put in place, sometimes kids would have that book taught three years in a row because teachers would teach it 3 years in a row, not realizing they already had it at the grade level before. So those book lists are put in place because those books tie to the units. They meet those standards and the units for that course. And it allows to make sure that the 8th grade teachers know they cannot teach that book, that novel, because it's a 7th grade book or a 6th grade book. Again, teachers don't have to teach any of the novels that are on the list. Again, typically the department chairs of the professional learning communities get together and they choose what novels or sections of novels, more commonly now, they're going to teach as part of the English curriculum to go with those units. Same thing for, and I would say the suggested book lists that we have, they are suggested book lists. Those are reviewed by our academic specialists. We have one specialist for 6th through 12th grade, ELA. With her leading that team of department chairs. So the department chairs for middle and high school would look at those books. They can submit books. Teachers can submit books for be on that suggested reading list. And then they will review those books and either add them to the list or not. They may not add them because they don't not appropriate or because they just don't feel like it fits the content of that unit. Same for the suggested for AP and dual credit. We'll again remind that dual credit and even AP are college level courses. So particularly those courses taught by college professors, because they're not taught by our teachers, they have, of course, their own book list. AP ended their book list about 3 years ago. AP used to give us a book list and say, this is what you have to teach for AP Lit, AP Lang. They could not keep up with that because there's so many books being published every year. They finally ended that 3 years ago and just gave the course objectives and said, here's the objectives of the course. You need to choose books that meet these objectives of the course for that class. And then again, the biggest thing for us that we look for when we're looking at those, again, suggested books, and we tell our teachers to look for, is it needs to be age appropriate, obviously for the students. So there's multiple sites they would go to look for age appropriateness. Our school library, journal sites that they look at, look up reviews, look up the age appropriateness. They can look at whether it's won awards, all that kind of stuff. So they're going to go to multiple of those sites to look before every teacher should do that before they use the book in the classroom, regardless, to do their research. And then you have also, I'm not going to read all this to you, I just drawing your attention to the fact that you do have a policy IFA in the board docs that talks about the instructional material selection. This is not just for the classroom, this is for our libraries too. Same thing we follow for our libraries when we're selecting materials. I did not include the policy in here, but you also have a policy, and are probably all aware that if a parent takes issue with a book being taught in a classroom, then you have a policy in place that basically the parent just says, I don't want my child to read this book, and the teacher is required to give them an alternate assignment. So the teacher can do that. The parent can do that. Teacher provides the alternative assignment on the same kind of theme or context of the book would be that's being challenged. If they choose to do so, they can challenge the book too. There's a process that they can challenge the book. Whether it's in the media center, they don't think it should be, whether it's being taught in the classroom or an AP class or whatever it happens to be, they can challenge that book. And we have a process set up through your board policy that has a committee members from community, clergy, all of that actually would get together, read the book, make a decision about the book to either move it or to keep it in play as is. And then the curriculum creation process, this is something that's done in conjunction with teachers and instructional coaches. We do not do this in academics. As I said, I only have one person for each level of subject. So one math person for ELA, one math person for elementary, one for secondary. They could not possibly write all that curriculum. So we rely on teachers to do that. Our teachers write curriculum in the summer. Typically, we put the application out in the spring to ask who would be interested in writing curriculum with us this summer. A lot of principals want their teachers writing curriculum because it gives them really good experience of actually getting into the curriculum, writing the curriculum, and they know it inside and out once they do that, of course. Some years it's just updates. This year, for example, we're doing very little in updating the curriculum. There was no major changes in the curriculum this year. Last year was huge with social studies. The entire social studies curriculum changed, all the standards changed. So we had to completely rewrite all of our unit guides and pacing for social studies last year. Science comes up next year. We'll be completely rewriting all of our science for next year. So we're gearing up now for that. We'll start that work in the fall once the state board passes the standards. We will then start in the fall, probably this year, trying to identify teachers in the fall so they can start working on rewriting those units throughout this year to align our new science standards. But most years, we are just simply tweaking. So teachers write in suggestions, say, hey, I think you should use this resource. It should be in there for all teachers. Or I don't think this is working. This is too long. You have 20 days and it needs to be 30 days. So those are the kinds of things we're looking at each summer as a team of teachers, instructional coaches, of suggestions people send in to us for the curriculum. Or it could be they don't feel like something's covered at enough depth in there. Okay. Again, high level brief overview, but we can have that answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. Are there any questions? Golly, y'all raised your hand at the same time. I'll start with Ms. Doolin, since you are the maker of this.
You mentioned the process to challenge books if parents or teachers or someone feels like it's inappropriate. What is that? Does that have a specific name, and where does the parent start if they want to do that?
So typically they'll start with either the teacher or the media specialist. Most of the time the teachers go directly to the media specialist because it typically goes through the media specialist, the form does.
And then if there are books in the library that a parent feels like are inappropriate, wouldn't the media specialist already know that they're there?
Yes.
And they would have already been approved somehow, or?
Yeah, I mean, approved is difficult because you're ordering hundreds and hundreds of books for the media center. So, certainly there have been some things over the years that, we have found even when new media specialists come in and we looked at a book, or the parent said, I don't know about this book, we looked at it and said, well, really actually says 16 and above for a middle school. And so we would say, no, we just need to put that book. Outside of that, though, if it's within the age group, we're very careful to not walk across that line of censorship. So we're very careful to say to the parent, you are welcome to challenge that book if you're performed to do so, to take it to the committee. But most of the time, the media center knows what's in the library. But, large libraries with thousands of books, you wouldn't have read every book.
I wonder with the new diversity and inclusion committee or whatever it's going to be called, if they will look at additional literature that maybe we should have or shouldn't have, and what that will look like.
Yes, and I think too, there's been a big push last 2 years. Our department chairs have really done a lot of work around our suggested book lists have changed pretty significantly last 2 years. One of the feedback we got from our schools and some from parents actually too was that the students in our classrooms were not always being reflected in the novels that we were teaching. And so there was a big push to really look at those lists and say, maybe they are not being reflected as much. And so some of those were a little outdated. And so we revamped those about 2 years ago. But I would 100% agree with you. I think that committee will probably impact, or the subcommittees that work on that, I think it's going to impact both our curriculum and the books that we read.
Okay, that's my only question for right now.
Yes, Jeff, I have two questions. First, who are the board delegates to professional personnel, and how often are they appointed? All right, just help me, maybe they're not appointed. Who are the board delegates to professional personnel? Who are they?
So for our ELA person, that would be the secondary specialist, or it could be elementary, but it's usually a secondary specialist for ELA runs that committee.
Okay.
It used to also be the media coordinator, which we don't have that position, of course, anymore. So that now goes to Dr. McDavid.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And my next question is in regard to the same topic about the materials that are encouraged. I want to read this specific one. Provide materials on opposing sides of controversial issues so that students may develop under guidance the practices of critical reading and thinking. I'm just thinking about that, and I'm thinking about what prevents a teacher who has maybe a strong controversial view about an issue. There's a lot of those now that are in our society. What prevents her from taking this particular criteria and using that to her advantage or his advantage to indoctrinate the students on their beliefs?
and it says opposing sides. And I'd like to know if a teacher selects something that's controversial, does she select a second text that has a different viewpoint on that same subject, or only the one that they so choose that represents their beliefs?
So we have guidance now that we released, I think it was last year, to help teachers with teaching controversial and sensitive topics in the classroom. One of the really, there's a checklist almost at the top to say, you know, if you're going to teach something that's a controversial or of a certain viewpoint, one of the things is, can you be objective? And you know, there's a little checklist that you go through. At the end of that, if you can't be, you don't need to be teaching that content, because when you're teaching those controversial topics, you have to, as a teacher, remain neutral on that. When we get those complaints, whether it be a parent complaint or whatever it happens to be, then that's typically when I'm stepping in with the principal to say, you know, this is what you need to investigate to find out if the teacher's too far on one side or the other. There needs to be a neutral vantage point. The teacher's opinion at that point is really irrelevant. If the whole point is to promote discourse and to promote, you know, can you defend your opinion? Can you defend? It's not necessarily in a lot of these topics either right or wrong. It's just, can you, for example, the AP classes, that is the whole purpose of those AP classes. Yes. Can you defend from being in Skyland? Yes. Can you take a viewpoint, oppose it, understand where the person's coming from, but then also argue successfully against that to support your viewpoint of that? And so the teacher's viewing that, role in that as a facilitator, not to say, well, Dr. Stiles, I agree with you. That is not their opinion. In fact, we even say to the teacher, even after the discussion's done, the kids really should know where you fall on that issue, because that may come up again, and you don't want to taint that unbiased, if you will, of where the teacher falls on teaching that issue. So that's something I think that we work with a lot with teachers on how to teach those topics and make sure they really can take a neutral stance on whatever they're teaching.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm really glad to hear that, because I think that's really important. And I'd like to request, just personally, if I could get a copy of that, I'd really be interested in seeing that.
Yes,
the criteria, I think that's really important. I just love to see it for my own information. Thank you.
We'll send it to you.
Thank you, Dr. Stiles. Mr. Sutter?
Mr. McCoy.
Yes, sir.
Academic pacing guides. If I want to understand a textbook or a course, can I go and find that under this academic pacing guides? I want to know about a high school U.S. history book. Can I, I'm talking about me, a person, get an academic pacing guide?
So, Mr. Stiles, what I would say is it's going to be the opposite. We don't use the textbooks as a page by page like we did in school, and you turn the page and read. So that pacing guide that you're looking at, that was a unit for U.S. history. That's the unit that the teachers are supposed to be teaching, and the content in that unit plan. The textbook is a resource the teacher may pull in and say, we're going to read together this section or this chapter. But that teacher also may be pulling in authentic material to do with their kids as part of that U.S. history class. So it's just a resource, the textbook. But yes, that unit would give you a good idea of what that teacher is supposed to be teaching in U.S. history.
Would it have something like, in this example here, the reading library, literary text?
Yes, sir. There should be an item in that teacher's unit plans or lesson plans that ties directly to that standard.
All right. Can I get that guide? Can I as an individual get the guide? Can I go online and get a guide, or is that something?
U.S. history, Mr. Sutter?
What I'm really interested in is civics.
Okay. I can give you, Mr. Sutter. I have to look to see if there is a civics unit in pacing, because that civics doesn't have, I don't believe they have state standards yet adopted. I think that's partly what they're coming out with.
Well, there's a civics textbook.
Yes.
And it's online. It's not actually a book.
Correct. But yes, so I can get you anything. If we have the unit plan for it, I can get you copies of it.
We got 7 high schools that's got it listed in their curriculum as being taught. Where the teaching or not, I don't know. Last question. We had a gentleman some time ago who came here before the board and talked about what the content of 2 books were or whatever. Was that ever followed up on? Remember, what happened to that?
We followed up with both him and the teacher, and that was involved.
Was he accurate? Was those books actually that bad?
the books, Mr. Sudduth, are on, those are from the teacher and the class. Again, that's not us. All those books aren't on our suggested reading books. It's an AP class, and that teacher, just like all AP teachers, choose the books that they use.
So teachers have the flexibility to use whatever they want in a class.
They have the authority to do that. Now, again, if we're going to get a complaint, then we're going to investigate that complaint.
But that goes back to that, if we got one book that's got one second, and the other books that got a second opinion or different opinion on that.
I'm sorry, Mr. What was the question?
There's a book that's got a subject, but it is presented in a way which all books are today. But if I don't agree with that view, but I know there's another view out.
Oh, yeah.
Can I get that?
Yes, as a matter of fact, Mr. Sudduth, that teacher offered that to the parent to ask that particular question. The teacher said, if you have a book on a different viewpoint that you'd like to propose, look at, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay. If you could find me something on civics, that would help me.
Okay, and let me look.
I've talked with Mr. Leslie at Greer High School, and he gave me some things, but I'm wanting to get a little bit deeper. And I said, well, can I have the textbook? He said, well, there is no textbook. So.
Yes, sir. I'll be happy to pull. We have in our curriculum, or if we have civics units written for our portal, because again, it doesn't have standards. Just keep in mind, Mr. Sudduth, again, that, the teachers, the unit plans are suggestions. Teachers don't have to use the unit plans, although most do. They don't have to use those unit plans.
Anything you can find for me would be helpful. Thank you. That's all I have.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Sudduth. Are there any other questions? This item is for information only, so there is no motion. So I will turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
No, I don't